Hey guys, welcome back. Today's concept is insane. What if Deku was the reincarnation of Sosuke Aizen? This is absolutely broken. Aizen's god-tier manipulation and complete hypnosis combined with Deku's pure heart and one for all. That's unstoppable. We're talking about the master strategist who fooled everyone in Soul Society, now with quirks and heroic intentions. This story follows Izuku awakening Aizen's memories, developing reality-bending powers, and struggling between control and protection. From manipulating the USJ incident to facing all for one with Hagyoku fragments, it's epic. Smash like, subscribe, and ring that bell. Let's dive in. The dream always began the same way. Izuku Midoriya found himself standing in a vast, white chamber with impossible architecture, pillars that stretched beyond sight, casting shadows that defied the laws of physics. He wasn't himself in these dreams. His hands were older, more refined, with long fingers that moved with practiced elegance. When he caught his reflection in the polished surfaces around him, he saw a face that wasn't his own. Sharp features, intelligent brown eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses, and hair slicked back with meticulous care. You still don't understand, do you? The voice that came from his mouth was his own, yet not his own, calm, measured, carrying an authority that 14-year-old Izuku had never possessed. From the very beginning, none of you stood on the same level as me. Shadowy figures surrounded him in the dream, their faces indistinct but their postures radiating hostility and betrayal. Yet he, or whoever he was in this strange vision, remained utterly composed, as if their anger was nothing more than the buzzing of insects. "Since when were you under the impression that I wasn't in control?" Izuku jolted awake, his heart hammering against his ribs. The familiar ceiling of his bedroom came into focus, decorated with faded All Might posters that suddenly seemed childish in the aftermath of that strange, sophisticated dream. He sat up, running trembling hands through his unruly green hair, trying to shake off the lingering sense of otherworldly confidence that clung to him like morning mist. This was the 5th time this month. The dreams had started 3 weeks ago, always featuring the same mysterious figure. Always him, somehow speaking with casual arrogance about plans within plans, about the foolishness of those who opposed him. Each time, Izuku woke feeling like he'd glimpsed fragments of someone else's life, someone vastly more intelligent and infinitely more dangerous than he could ever be. Izuku. Breakfast? His mother's voice called from the kitchen, cheerful and oblivious to the existential crisis her son was experiencing. "Coming, Mom," Izuku called back, his voice cracking slightly. He glanced at his clock, 6:30 a.m. Still plenty of time before school, but he'd been waking up earlier and earlier, the dreams growing more vivid and harder to shake off. As he got dressed in his middle school uniform, Izuku caught himself moving differently than usual. His hands were steadier, his posture more controlled. In the bathroom mirror, his green eyes seemed to hold depths that hadn't been there before, as if something ancient was looking back at him through his own reflection. Get it together, he told himself firmly. They're just weird dreams, probably from reading too many manga before bed, but even as he tried to rationalize it, Izuku knew these weren't normal dreams. They felt like memories, complete with emotions, sensations, and knowledge that belonged to someone else entirely. Someone who had never doubted their own superiority, who saw other people as chess pieces to be moved across an invisible board. The walk to Aldera Junior High was routine, but today Izuku found himself observing his surroundings with unusual clarity. He noticed things he'd never paid attention to before. The way the convenience store clerk's smile never reached his eyes, suggesting deep-seated job dissatisfaction. How the businessman at the crosswalk kept checking his phone with increasing anxiety, probably dealing with a work crisis that threatened his position. The subtle body language of the couple arguing quietly by the bus stop, indicating trust issues that went far deeper than whatever they were discussing. How do I know all this? Izuku wondered, disturbed by his own analytical thoughts. When did I start reading people like open books? He was so lost in his observations that he almost didn't notice Katsuki Bakugo and his cronies blocking the school entrance until it was too late to take his usual detour. Well, Bakugo's voice cut through the morning air like a blade. If it isn't the quirkless wonder, you're looking particularly pathetic today, Deku. Izuku's stomach clenched with familiar dread, but something was different this time. Instead of the usual panic and self-deprecating thoughts, his mind went cold and analytical. He found himself studying Bakugo with the same detached interest he'd shown the strangers on the street. Interesting, a voice that wasn't quite his own whispered in his thoughts. The aggressive posturing, the need to establish dominance through public humiliation, classic compensation for deep-seated insecurity. He's terrified that his superiority isn't as absolute as he needs it to be. I asked you a question, Deku. Bakugo stepped closer, small explosions crackling in his palms. His two followers, Tsubasa and another boy whose name Izuku had never bothered to learn, flanked him with anticipatory grins. Sorry, Kakin, Izuku replied automatically, but his voice carried an odd note of composure that made Bakugo's eyes narrow suspiciously. I was just thinking, Bakugo laughed harshly. About what? New ways to be useless. Izuku looked at his childhood friend, former friend, and for a moment saw him with crystalline clarity. Bakugo's explosive quirk was powerful, yes, but his real strength had always been his absolute confidence in his own superiority. That confidence was his greatest asset and his most exploitable weakness. All someone would need to do was demonstrate that his assumptions about his own dominance were flawed, and his entire psychological framework would, what am I thinking? Izuku shook his head violently, horrified by the calculating nature of his own thoughts. This wasn't him. He didn't analyze people like specimens, didn't look for psychological weaknesses to exploit. He was supposed to be the victim here, not some mastermind plotting Bakugo's downfall. You spacing out on me again? Bakugo's voice rose dangerously. Maybe you need something to help you focus. He raised his hand, preparing to deliver one of his signature explosive slaps, but something strange happened. As Izuku looked up to meet Bakugo's furious glare, he felt something shift behind his own eyes, a flicker of otherworldly power that made the air around them seem to shimmer. For just an instant, Bakugo hesitated. His hand wavered, and uncertainty flashed across his features. It was as if he'd suddenly seen something in Izuku's gaze that didn't belong there, something that challenged every assumption he'd ever made about the quirkless boy. Since when were you under the impression? Izuku began, the words flowing from his lips without conscious thought, that you understood anything about. He caught himself mid-sentence, clapping both hands over his mouth in horror. Those weren't his words, that wasn't his voice, not really. It was the voice from his dreams, calm and assured and infinitely condescending. Bakugo stared at him, looking genuinely disturbed for the first time in years. What the hell was that supposed to mean? And nothing, Izuku stammered, his usual nervousness rushing back to fill the void left by that strange moment of confidence. I didn't mean anything. Sorry, I should get to class. Don't you dare walk away from me. Bakugo grabbed Izuku's shoulder, spinning him around. What's gotten into you lately? You've been acting weird for weeks. He's noticed, Izuku realized with growing alarm. Of course he's noticed. He knows me better than anyone, even if he hates me now. He can tell something's changed. I don't know what you're talking about, Izuku lied, but even to his own ears, the denial sounded hollow. Bakugo's red eyes narrowed further, studying Izuku's face with uncomfortable intensity. You're hiding something, I can tell. You get this look sometimes like he struggled for words. Like you're looking down on everyone around you. Since when do you look down on anyone, Deku? The accuracy of Bakugo's observation hit Izuku like a physical blow. Was it really that obvious? Had his classmates noticed too? His teachers? I'm not, I would never, Izuku protested weakly. Prove it, Bakugo said suddenly, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Prove you're still the same pathetic Deku you've always been. Get on your knees and apologize for wasting my time. The demand hung in the air between them like a challenge. Izuku felt the familiar shame and helplessness begin to well up inside him, the same emotions that had defined their relationship for years. But underneath those feelings, something else stirred, something cold and calculating and utterly unlike his usual self. How dare he? The thought came unbidden, carrying with it a surge of power that made Izuku's vision shimmer at the edges. This insignificant child thinks he can command me. For a terrifying moment, Izuku felt himself on the verge of something that would fundamentally change the dynamic between him and Bakugo forever. His body tensed, power he didn't understand flowing through his veins like liquid fire. Behind his eyes, that strange otherworldly presence stirred, ready to emerge and show this arrogant boy exactly who he was dealing with. But then he saw the fear. It was barely visible, hidden beneath layers of aggression and bravado, but it was there in the tightness around Bakugo's eyes, the slightly too quick rise and fall of his chest. Bakugo was afraid not of Izuku exactly, but of the change he sensed in him. Afraid that the world he understood, where he was naturally superior to everyone around him, might not be as stable as he'd believed. The realization hit Izuku like cold water. This wasn't him. Whatever was happening to him, whatever these dreams and strange thoughts represented, he couldn't let them turn him into the kind of person who would exploit someone else's fears for his own satisfaction. You're right, Izuku said quietly, forcing the otherworldly presence back down into the depths of his mind. I'm sorry, Kaken, I don't know what's wrong with me lately. Some of the tension went out of Bakugo's shoulders, but his eyes remained suspicious. Don't let it happen again, he muttered, turning away with his followers in tow. Freaking weirdo. Izuku watched them go, his hands hawking slightly from the effort of maintaining control. What was happening to him? Who was the person in his dreams, and why did their memories feel more real than his own experiences sometimes? The rest of the school day passed in a blur of half-remembered lessons and worried glances from his classmates. Izuku found himself analyzing everyone around him with the same uncomfortable clarity he'd shown earlier, noting psychological tells and behavioral patterns that would have been invisible to him just weeks ago. His homeroom teacher's subtle favoritism towards students with powerful quirks, the way his desk partner's nervous habits indicated an abusive home situation. The complex social hierarchies that governed every interaction in the classroom, invisible to most but crystal clear to his newly awakened perception. It was exhausting. By lunchtime, Izuku's head was pounding from the constant influx of unwanted insights into the people around him. He retreated to the roof, hoping for some peace and quiet to sort through his jumbled thoughts. The wind was cool against his face as he sat on the edge of the rooftop, his lunch forgotten beside him. Below, the city sprawled out in all directions, filled with millions of people going about their daily lives, each one a complex web of motivations and desires and fears. For a moment, Izuku felt overwhelmed by the sheer scope of it all. From this height, they all looked like ants, the voice in his head observed with detached amusement. Scurrying about their meaningless little lives, never realizing how small and insignificant they truly are. Stop it, Izuku whispered, pressing his palms against his temples. That's not me, I don't think like that, don't you? The voice asked, and Izuku could almost see the knowing smile that would accompany those words. Then why does it feel so natural? Why does looking down on them from this height feel so appropriate? Because it's not me thinking it, Izuku said aloud, then looked around quickly to make sure no one had heard him talking to himself. It's you, whoever you are, whatever you are. I am you, the voice replied simply. I am who you were in another life, another time. I am the part of you that remembers what it means to stand above the masses, to see the world as it truly is rather than through the lens of naive heroism. I don't want to remember, Izuku said firmly. I want to be a hero, I want to save people, not whatever it is you did. The voice was quiet for a long moment, and when it spoke again, there was something almost like sadness in its tone. And yet here I am, growing stronger every day, every dream, every moment of clarity. You cannot deny what you are forever, Izuku Midoriya. Eventually, you will have to choose between the limitations of your current existence and the limitless potential of what you could become. Izuku sat in silence for the rest of lunch period, staring out at the city below and trying not to think about how small and manageable it all looked from up here. The final bell couldn't come soon enough. As Izuku packed up his notebooks and prepared to leave, he noticed something that made his blood run cold. Throughout the day, he'd been unconsciously taking notes, not about his lessons, but about his classmates. Pages and pages of psychological profiles, behavioral analyses, and strategic assessments, all written in his own handwriting but containing insights that belonged to someone else entirely. Bakugo Katsuki read one entry. Primary motivation, fear of inadequacy masked by aggressive dominance displays. Exploitable weakness, challenges to his assumed superiority cause psychological destabilization. Potential utility, high if properly managed. Recommended approach, subtle manipulation of scenarios to gradually undermine his confidence while positioning oneself as a more reliable source of validation. Izuku stared at the words in horror. This was how the voice in his head saw his oldest friend, not as a person, but as a tool to be used. A problem to be solved through psychological manipulation. He ripped the pages out of his notebook and shoved them into his bag, planning to burn them the moment he got home. But even as he tried to destroy the evidence of his disturbing thoughts, he couldn't deny that the analysis was accurate. Worse, part of him, a growing part, found it fascinating rather than horrifying. The walk home was a nightmare of unwanted observations and calculated assessments. Every person Izuku passed became a potential piece on some vast, invisible chessboard. The old woman feeding stray cats was lonely and desperate for purpose, easily manipulated through appeals to her maternal instincts. The businessman from the morning was now even more anxious, his career crisis having worsened throughout the day, ripe for recruitment if someone offered him a solution to his problems. The couple from the bus stop had apparently resolved their argument, but the underlying trust issues remained, Their relationship was unstable and could be exploited if necessary. By the time Izuku reached his apartment building, he felt sick with self-loathing. This wasn't who he wanted to be. He didn't want to see people as tools or weaknesses to be exploited. He wanted to help them, to save them, to be the kind of hero who inspired hope rather than fear. But as he climbed the stairs to his apartment, Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that he was fighting a losing battle. Every day, the voice in his head grew stronger, more persuasive. Every night, the dreams became more vivid and harder to dismiss as mere imagination. And every time he looked in the mirror, he saw a little less of himself and a little more of someone else, someone infinitely more dangerous than a quirkless boy who dreamed of being a hero. "I'm home," he called as he entered the apartment, trying to keep his voice normal. "Welcome back, sweetie," his mother replied from the kitchen. "How was school?" "Fine," Izuku lied, the word tasting like ash in his mouth. Everything was far from fine, and he had no idea how to make it right. That night, as he lay in bed staring at the ceiling, Izuku made a desperate promise to himself. No matter what happened, no matter how strong the voice in his head became, he would not let it change who he was at his core. He would find a way to use whatever was happening to him for good, to be the hero he'd always dreamed of becoming. But even as he made that promise, Izuku could feel the voice in his head smiling in the darkness, patient and confident and utterly assured of its eventual victory. "We shall see," it whispered as sleep began to claim him. "We shall see, my dear Izuku, what kind of hero you truly wish to become." And as dreams of white chambers and shadowy figures began to pull him under, Izuku couldn't help but wonder if there was any meaningful difference between the two paths stretching out before him, or if, in the end, they might lead to the same destination after all. The last thing he saw before the dreams took hold was his own reflection in the darkened window, green eyes flashing briefly with otherworldly light before fading back to their normal, innocent hue. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new temptations, and new opportunities to choose between the boy he'd always been and the man he was slowly becoming. But tonight, in the space between sleeping and waking, Izuku Midoriya belonged entirely to his dreams, and to the mysterious figure who wore his face and spoke with his voice while planning the downfall of gods. The rooftop had always been Izuku's sanctuary, but today it felt different. As he sat on the ledge of the shopping center, legs dangling over the edge, the city sprawled beneath him like a three-dimensional chessboard. Each building, each street, each tiny figure moving below represented potential moves in a game so vast that most people couldn't even perceive they were playing it. From this height, they all look like ants, the voice whispered in his mind, and this time Izuku didn't fight it. 3 days had passed since his confrontation with Bakugo, and the changes were accelerating. The dreams came every night now, each one more vivid than the last. He had seen laboratories filled with strange specimens, felt the weight of captains' robes on his shoulders, experienced the intoxicating rush of revealing a centuries-long deception to former allies. Most disturbing of all, he was beginning to enjoy the memories. Izuku opened his notebook, not his hero analysis journal, but a new one he'd started. Inside were psychological profiles of his classmates, detailed observations of pro-hero patrol patterns, and strategic assessments of various scenarios. All written in his own handwriting but filled with insights that belonged to someone else. Someone infinitely more sophisticated than a quirkless middle schooler, he thought, then paused. Was he still quirkless? The incidents over the past few days suggested otherwise. Yesterday, he had made his homeroom teacher completely forget about a failed test by maintaining eye contact and speaking in a specific cadence. This morning, he had convinced a convenience store clerk to give him a discount simply by adjusting his posture and tone of voice. Small things, subtle manipulations that could be explained away as coincidence or charm. But Izuku knew better. Something was awakening inside him, something that made people see what he wanted them to see. A commotion from the street below drew his attention. A crowd was gathering around what looked like a manhole cover that had been blown sky-high. Izuku could see smoke rising from the opening and the distinctive signs of hero activity, police cordoning off the area, civilians being moved to safety. A villain attack, he realized, his analytical mind immediately shifting into high gear. Underground confrontation, probably sewer-based villain given the manhole displacement. Structural damage appears minimal, suggesting the villain lacks significant destructive power. Most likely a containment-type quirk user. Without conscious thought, Izuku found himself moving. Not running toward the scene like his old self might have, but walking with measured purpose. As he descended from the rooftop, he noticed how people seemed to part naturally around him, their eyes sliding past him as if he weren't quite worth their full attention. Interesting, the voice noted with satisfaction. The Kyoka Suigetsu adaptation is developing faster than anticipated. Soon, you'll be able to make them see whatever you wish. By the time Izuku reached the crowd, he had a clear view of the situation. A massive sludge villain had emerged from the sewers and was now engaged in combat with a hero, whose identity made Izuku's breath catch in his throat. All Might, the symbol of peace himself in his full muscular form, trading blows with a writhing mass of liquid villainy. But something was wrong. All Might's movements were slightly sluggish, his punches lacked their usual devastating power, and there was a tightness around his eyes that spoke of hidden pain. He's injured, Izuku realized, his enhanced perception picking up details the crowd missed, or weakened somehow. That villain shouldn't be able to keep up with him at full strength. The battle raged for several more minutes before All Might landed a decisive blow, scattering the sludge villain across the pavement. The crowd erupted in cheers, but Izuku remained focused on the hero. All Might was breathing heavily, steam rising from his body in a way that suggested transformation quirk. The analytical part of his mind concluded, time limit based on that steam pattern. He'll revert to his true form within minutes. Sure enough, as All Might began collecting pieces of the defeated villain in what appeared to be soda bottles, the steam increased. The hero quickly moved away from the crowd, ducking into a nearby alley. Izuku followed. He found All Might just as the transformation completed, the massive figure deflating into a gaunt, hollow-chested man who looked like he was on death's door. Blood splattered from his mouth as he coughed violently, and Izuku could see a horrific scar across his left side. "You, All Might Toshinori Yagi," Izuku somehow knew, wheezed as he noticed his observer. "How long have you been standing there?" The old Izuku would have stammered, apologized, maybe fainted from shock. The new Izuku stepped forward with calm confidence, his green eyes reflecting an otherworldly intelligence. "Long enough to understand why the symbol of peace has been working shorter shifts lately," Izuku replied, his voice carrying that strange hypnotic quality. "Long enough to see through the illusion you've been maintaining." All Might's eyes widened. "Kid, I don't know what you think you saw, but you're dying," Izuku stated simply, and the words hit All Might like a physical blow. "Whatever injury caused that scar has been slowly killing you for years. Your quirk, one for all, isn't it, is the only thing keeping you functional, but even that has limits now." "How could you possibly?" All Might started, then stopped. There was something unsettling about this boy, something that made him feel exposed and analyzed. "Who are you?" "Izuku Midoriya," he replied, then added with a slight smile, "though I'm beginning to suspect that's not the complete answer." All Might studied the green-haired boy more carefully. There was an aura about him, subtle but unmistakable, the presence of someone accustomed to being in control, to knowing more than they revealed. It reminded him uncomfortably of certain villains he'd faced, the ones who fought with their minds rather than their fists. "You want to be a hero," All Might said, somehow certain of this fact despite having never met the boy before. "More than anything," Izuku confirmed, and for a moment his mask slipped, revealing genuine passion beneath the calculating exterior. "But I've recently learned that wanting something and achieving it through conventional means are very different things." "And what makes you think you know anything about unconventional means?" All Might asked, genuinely curious now. Izuku was quiet for a long moment, considering how much to reveal. In his mind, fragments of Aizen's memories stirred scenes of careful manipulation, of earning trust only to betray it, of wearing masks within masks until even he sometimes forgot which face was real. "Tell him just enough to intrigue him," the voice suggested. "Plant the seeds of interest without revealing the full scope of what you're becoming." "Have you ever had dreams that felt more real than waking life?" Izuku asked instead of answering directly. "Memories of things you've never experienced, knowledge you've never learned, abilities you shouldn't possess." All Might frowned. The boy's words were eerily specific, and there was something in his tone that suggested this wasn't hypothetical. "That sounds like a very dangerous quirk manifestation. Have you been evaluated by—" "I was diagnosed quirkless 4 years ago," Izuku interrupted. "But recently I've begun to suspect that diagnosis was incomplete." As if to demonstrate, Izuku focused on All Might's perception, letting just a hint of his developing power slip through. For a brief moment, the hero saw not a 14-year-old boy, but a shadow of something far older and more dangerous, brown hair, amber eyes, and a smile that promised secrets within secrets. All Might took an involuntary step back, his hero instincts screaming warnings. "What was that?" "A glimpse of what I'm becoming," Izuku replied, allowing his appearance to return to normal. "The question is, will you help me become something that protects people, or will you leave me to figure it out on my own?" The implications hung heavy in the air. All Might had encountered enough villains to recognize a potential threat, but there was something about this boy that defied easy categorization. The passion for heroism seemed genuine, but underneath it lurked capabilities that could be incredibly dangerous in the wrong hands. He's testing me, All Might realized, showing me just enough of his power to demonstrate its potential while making it clear that my response will influence how he develops. This isn't just a fan encounter, it's a negotiation. What exactly are you asking for? All Might said carefully. Training, guidance, perhaps most importantly, a reason to stay on the path of heroism when other options become tempting. Izuku's words carried weight that seemed disproportionate to his age. I have the potential to become something unprecedented, All Might. Whether that something saves this world or rules, it may depend on the choices made in the next few minutes. All Might felt a chill run down his spine. The boy wasn't making threats, he was stating facts with the calm certainty of someone who had already run the calculations and seen all possible outcomes. One for All Might thought desperately. Could this be what I've been looking for? A successor with the strength of will to carry on the symbol of peace. But those eyes, there's something ancient in those eyes. As if reading his thoughts, Izuku stepped closer. You're thinking about your successor, aren't you? The person who will inherit One for All after you're gone. You've been searching for someone worthy, someone with both the power and the heart to be the next symbol of peace. How do you know about? All Might began, then stopped. Of course the boy knew, whatever was happening to him, whatever quirk was manifesting, it clearly included supernatural insight. I know because I understand what it means to carry the weight of protecting people, Izuku said simply. And I know because part of me remembers what it's like to be betrayed by those you trusted, to have your life's work turned against you by someone you considered an ally. The pain in the boy's voice was real, but it carried overtones of experiences far beyond his years. All Might found himself believing that this strange, unsettling child had indeed suffered betrayal, though how that was possible remained a mystery. There's something not entirely human about him, All Might realized with growing certainty. Something that remembers pain from lifetimes ago. You're asking me to trust you with the most powerful quirk in existence, All Might said slowly, based on nothing more than your word that you'll use it for good. No, Izuku corrected, his green eyes flashing briefly with amber light. I'm asking you to trust me because you can see what happens if you don't. I'm going to become something extraordinary, All Might. The only question is whether that something will have your teachings to guide it toward the light, or whether it will have to find its own path through the darkness. The subtle threat was unmistakable, but it wasn't delivered with malice. Instead, Izuku spoke with the weary certainty of someone who had seen too many good intentions corrupted by circumstances and abandonment. All Might stared at the boy for a long moment, his hero instincts warring with his pragmatic mind. Every logical part of him said this was dangerous, that giving One for All to someone with such obvious potential for villainy was insane. But there was something else, something in the way Izuku spoke about protecting people, that resonated with the core of what All Might believed heroism should be. And if the boy was right about his potential, better to guide a dangerous ally than to create a powerful enemy, All Might thought grimly. What you're asking for, it's not just training, All Might said finally. One for All isn't just a quirk, it's a responsibility, a legacy that spans generations. If I were to pass it to you, you would become part of something much larger than yourself. I understand, Izuku replied, and somehow All Might believed he truly did. The question is, do you trust me enough to let me prove I'm worthy of that responsibility? All Might studied the boy's face, looking for any sign of deception or hidden malice. What he saw instead was determination, intelligence, and underneath it all, a deep loneliness that spoke of carrying burdens too heavy for someone so young. He reminds me of myself at that age, All Might realized suddenly. Desperate to help people, willing to sacrifice anything to become strong enough to make a difference. But there's something else, something that makes him far more dangerous than I ever was. If I were to agree to this, All Might said carefully, there would be conditions, rules, non-negotiable boundaries that you would have to respect. Izuku nodded slowly. I expected as much. Though I should warn you, I have a tendency to find creative interpretations of rules that technically comply while serving my own objectives. The casual admission should have been alarming, but All Might found himself almost impressed by the boy's honesty. At least he was upfront about his manipulative tendencies. The first rule, All Might continued, is that you will never use One for All to harm innocent people, no matter what justification you think you have. Agreed, Izuku said immediately. Though I should note that my definition of innocent may be more nuanced than yours. Second, you will attend UA High School and follow their training program. No shortcuts, no independent operations that could endanger your classmates. Izuku's eyes glittered with amusement. UA was already my goal, though I suspect my methods for succeeding there will be unorthodox. Third, you will submit to regular psychological evaluations to monitor your mental state and ensure you're not becoming a threat to society. This gave Izuku pause. Psychological evaluations would be problematic if they revealed too much about his developing memories and abilities, but he could work around that obstacle. Acceptable, provided I'm allowed to choose the evaluator from a list of approved candidates, Izuku replied. I have trust issues with authority figures I haven't had the chance to assess personally. All Might almost smiled at that. The boy's paranoia was probably justified, given whatever traumatic memories were surfacing in his mind. Finally, All Might said, his voice growing serious, if you ever cross the line into true villainy, if you use your power to control or harm people for selfish reasons, I will personally stop you regardless of the cost. Izuku was quiet for a long moment, considering the implications. Then he smiled, and for an instant All Might saw shadows of the otherworldly presence that lurked beneath the boy's surface. I would expect nothing less from the symbol of peace, Izuku said softly. Though I should warn you, by the time you realize I've crossed that line, it may already be too late to stop me. The words should have been chilling, but they were delivered with such matter-of-fact certainty that All Might found himself believing they were simply a statement of fact rather than a threat. What am I getting myself into? All Might wondered, but deep down he already knew his decision was made. This boy was going to become something powerful and dangerous no matter what happened. Better to try to shape that development than to abandon him to his own devices. Very well, All Might said, extending his hand. Izuku Midoriya, I offer you the chance to inherit One for All and become my successor as the symbol of peace. Do you accept the responsibility that comes with this power? Izuku looked at the offered hand, and for a moment his green eyes reflected depths that seemed to span centuries. When he reached out to shake All Might's hand, his grip was firm and confident. I accept, he said simply, though I should mention that I intend to surpass you in ways you probably haven't imagined. As their hands touched, All Might felt a strange sensation, not just the transfer of power that would come later, but something else. A brief glimpse of vast ambitions, carefully laid plans, and the absolute certainty that this boy would reshape the world according to his own vision. What have I done? All Might thought, but it was too late for regrets now. The power transfer will take some preparation, All Might explained, trying to regain some sense of control over the situation. One for All requires a genetic component to activate. You'll need to ingest some of my DNA. I know it sounds strange, but hair will work fine, Izuku interrupted casually, then caught All Might's surprised look. I have an intuitive understanding of how quirks function at the cellular level. It's part of my developing abilities. All Might pulled out a single hair and handed it to Izuku, who examined it with scientific interest before swallowing it without hesitation. How long before it takes effect? Izuku asked. Usually several hours, sometimes longer depending on the individual's constitution, and Izuku suddenly doubled over, green lightning crackling around his body as power unlike anything he'd ever experienced flooded through his system. But instead of the usual chaotic, destructive manifestation that accompanied One for All's awakening, the energy seemed to organize itself, flowing through pathways that somehow already existed in his body. The Hagyoku, a voice whispered in his mind, not the familiar presence of Aizen's memories, but something else, something that had been waiting for this moment. The device that grants one's deepest desires. It's been preparing your body for this power. That's not normal, All Might said, staring at the perfectly controlled display of One for All's power. First-time users usually can't maintain that level of control without months of training. Izuku straightened, the green lightning still dancing around his fists, but now completely under his command. When he looked up at All Might, his eyes briefly flashed with an otherworldly gleam. I told you I was becoming something unprecedented, Izuku said with a smile that carried far too much knowledge for a 14-year-old boy. One for All is powerful, certainly, but combined with my other developing abilities. He let the implication hang in the air as he experimentally channeled the quirk through his body, already analyzing its structure and limitations with supernatural insight. This will do nicely, Izuku concluded, the power fading back to manageable levels. Though I think you'll find that my interpretation of the symbol of peace may be somewhat different from yours. All Might watched his new successor with growing unease. The boy had adapted to One for All in minutes rather than months. showed no sign of the usual physical strain that accompanied the quirk's manifestation, and spoke about it with the casual confidence of someone who had expected exactly this outcome. I may have just created the most powerful hero in history, All Might thought, or the most dangerous villain the world has ever seen. As they parted ways, All Might to deal with the aftermath of the sludge villain incident, Izuku to begin planning his accelerated path to UA. Neither of them noticed the figure watching from a nearby rooftop. A man in a dark coat with unusual markings around his eyes made a brief phone call. "The anomaly has been confirmed," he said quietly. "Aizen's reincarnation has awakened, and he's just been given access to One for All. The Soul Society protocol is now in effect." Far across the city, Izuku walked home with perfect composure, his mind already calculating the dozens of ways he could accelerate his training beyond All Might's expectations. One for All was powerful, but it was just one tool among many he would soon possess. 10 months until the UA entrance exam, he thought with satisfaction. More than enough time to become something that will make even All Might question whether he made the right choice. Behind his green eyes, amber light flickered with ancient satisfaction. The chess game was beginning in earnest. 10 months. Izuku stood on the beach at Dagoba Municipal Park, watching the sunrise paint the sky in shades of gold and crimson. The mountain of trash that had dominated this coastline for years was gone, reduced to nothing through months of relentless training. But unlike the canonical timeline, Izuku hadn't needed the full 10 months to clear it. He'd finished in 6. The remaining 4 months had been spent on something far more sophisticated than physical conditioning. While his body had grown stronger under All Might's guidance, his mind had been expanding in ways that would have terrified his mentor if the symbol of peace had truly understood what was happening. "The Hagyoku continues to evolve my capabilities," Izuku thought, flexing his fingers and watching green lightning dance between them with perfect control. One for All no longer felt like a foreign power threatening to tear him apart. It felt like an extension of his will, as natural as breathing. But that wasn't the only thing that had evolved. Izuku closed his eyes and extended his senses, feeling the spiritual signatures of every person within a kilometer radius. The jogger approaching from the east, whose irregular breathing patterns suggested cardiovascular issues he was trying to ignore. The elderly man feeding stray cats near the parking lot, whose loneliness was so profound it practically radiated from him. The group of teenagers skipping school, their anxiety about upcoming exams creating a cloud of nervous energy. All of them were as clear to him as if they were standing directly in front of him, their emotions and motivations laid bare for his analysis. "Izuku," All Might's voice boomed across the beach as the symbol of peace approached in his muscle form. "Ready for your final pre-exam training session?" Izuku opened his eyes and smiled, an expression that had grown increasingly complex over the past months. "Of course, All Might, though I think you'll find today's session quite educational." There was something in his tone that made All Might pause. Over the months of training, he'd watched his successor grow not just physically, but mentally. The boy's strategic thinking had become frighteningly sophisticated. His understanding of human psychology had deepened to an almost supernatural degree, and there were moments, brief flashes, when All Might saw something ancient looking back at him through those green eyes. "What did you have in mind?" All Might asked carefully. Instead of answering directly, Izuku gestured toward the empty beach. "Tell me, what do you see when you look at this place now?" All Might followed his gaze, taking in the pristine coastline where mountains of garbage had once stood. "I see the result of your hard work, a beach restored to its natural beauty through determination and effort." Izuku's smile widened slightly. "I see something different. I see a perfect demonstration of how perception can be manipulated through careful presentation of evidence." "What do you mean?" Izuku began walking along the shoreline, his movements casual but somehow predatory. "Everyone who sees this beach will assume the trash was removed through conventional means. Heavy machinery, disposal trucks, legitimate waste management. They'll never suspect that most of it was actually vaporized through controlled applications of One for All, then the remaining debris strategically relocated to create the illusion of proper cleanup." All Might's eyes widened. "You vaporized the trash, only the parts that couldn't be traced or missed," Izuku replied matter-of-factly. "Abandoned appliances, rusted metal that had no serial numbers, organic waste that would decompose anyway. I was very careful to ensure nothing environmentally harmful was simply destroyed, but the process was far more efficient than your original training plan suggested." The casual admission of such sophisticated planning sent a chill down All Might's spine. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Because you would have worried about me taking shortcuts," Izuku said, his green eyes flashing briefly with amber light. But there's a difference between shortcuts and optimization. I achieved the same physical conditioning you intended while simultaneously developing my strategic thinking and power control. The result speaks for itself. All Might studied his successor's face, looking for any sign of the innocent, determined boy he'd chosen months ago. What he saw instead was someone who had learned to wear masks within masks, someone who could present any face necessary to achieve his objectives. Izuku, All Might said slowly, I need you to be honest with me. What exactly has been happening to you these past months? For a moment, Izuku's carefully maintained composure flickered. All Might caught a glimpse of genuine conflict, of a teenager struggling with forces beyond his understanding. But then the mask slipped back into place and Izuku's smile returned. I've been becoming who I need to be, he said simply. The question is, are you prepared to accept what that means? Before All Might could respond, Izuku's attention shifted. His enhanced senses had detected something approaching, multiple somethings actually. 3 figures were making their way toward the beach, their spiritual signatures indicating they were no ordinary civilians. We have visitors, Izuku said, his voice carrying a note of anticipation. This should be interesting. The first figure to emerge from the tree line was a woman in a dark coat with unusual markings around her eyes. Behind her came 2 men, both carrying themselves with the disciplined posture of trained fighters. All 3 radiated an otherworldly energy that most people wouldn't be able to detect. But Izuku wasn't most people. Soul Reapers, he said quietly, and there was something almost nostalgic in his tone. Or rather, humans who have gained spiritual awareness. I was wondering when you would make your move. All Might looked confused. Soul what? Izuku, what are you talking about? The woman stepped forward, her eyes fixed on Izuku with uncomfortable intensity. Izuku Midoriya, she said, her voice carrying an authority that made the air itself seem heavier. Or should I say, Sosuke Aizen? The name hung in the air like a challenge. All Might felt a sudden pressure, as if the very atmosphere had become thicker and more oppressive. But Izuku seemed unaffected, his posture relaxed and confident. That's a name I haven't heard in a very long time, Izuku replied, his voice taking on that hypnotic quality that had become increasingly common. Though I suppose it was inevitable that someone would eventually make the connection. What's going on here? All Might demanded, green lightning beginning to crackle around his form. Who are these people and what do they want with my student? The woman smiled, but there was no warmth in the expression. Your student, symbol of peace, is the reincarnation of one of the most dangerous beings ever to exist. A transcendent entity who once betrayed everyone he claimed to care about in pursuit of godlike power. That's impossible, All Might said firmly, but even as he spoke, he could feel doubt creeping in. The boy's recent behavior, his unsettling insights, the way he sometimes seemed to know things he shouldn't. Is it? Izuku asked, and when All Might turned to look at him, the teenager's appearance had subtly changed. His posture was more refined, his expression carried centuries of accumulated wisdom, and his eyes were the amber brown of someone entirely different. Since when were you under the impression, Izuku continued, his voice now carrying the full weight of Aizen's presence, that I hadn't been manipulating this entire situation from the beginning? The revelation hit All Might like a physical blow. Every interaction, every training session, every moment of seeming vulnerability, had it all been an act? Had he been playing directly into the hands of someone who had been planning this for months? The beach cleanup, All Might said slowly, pieces falling into place. You didn't just vaporize trash, you were testing your power, weren't you, seeing how much control you had over One for All? Among other things, Izuku Aizen confirmed. I needed to understand the quirk's limitations, its potential for growth, and most importantly, how it would interact with my awakening spiritual abilities. The physical conditioning was merely a pleasant side effect. The lead Soul Reaper stepped forward, her hand moving to what looked like a concealed weapon. Enough games, Aizen, you know why we're here. The Soul Society has decreed that your existence in this world represents an unacceptable threat. Surrender now, and we'll ensure your next death is quick. Izuku tilted his head, studying her with mild interest. The Soul Society still exists? How fascinating. I assume you're some sort of specialized unit trained to handle spiritual anomalies in the human world, though I have to say your approach lacks subtlety. We don't need subtlety to deal with a reincarnated soul, no matter how powerful you once were, one of the men said, drawing what appeared to be a traditional katana. You're still in a child's body, still limited by human physiology. Am I? Izuku asked, and suddenly the air around him began to shimmer with otherworldly energy. All Might felt his breath catch as he witnessed his student, his successor, transform before his eyes, not physically but spiritually. The presence emanating from the boy was vast, ancient, and utterly terrifying in its scope. You seem to be operating under several misconceptions, Izuku said, his voice now carrying harmonics that resonated on a level deeper than hearing. First, that I am somehow diminished by this young body. Second, that your spiritual abilities are sufficient to challenge mine. And third, most critically, that I am the same being who was defeated in the Soul Society centuries ago. He raised one hand, and the very air began to bend around his fingers. Allow me to correct these errors in your understanding. Kyoka Suigetsu, he whispered, and reality fractured. Suddenly, there were a dozen Izukus standing on the beach, each one perfectly real to the senses. The Soul Reapers spun in confusion, their enhanced perception unable to distinguish between illusion and truth. Complete hypnosis, the original Izuku explained conversationally as his duplicates began moving with predatory grace. The perfect illusion technique evolved and adapted for this new world. Unlike the sword-bound version you may have heard about, this manifestation is integrated directly into my quirk. One of the Soul Reapers swung his blade through what he thought was Izuku's chest, only to find empty air. Another fired some kind of energy attack at a different duplicate, achieving similar results. All Might watched in fascinated horror as his student demonstrated capabilities that had nothing to do with One for All. This was something else entirely, something that spoke of experiences and knowledge accumulated over lifetimes. The truth is, Izuku continued, apparently standing right next to All Might despite having been several meters away moments before, I am not simply Aizen reborn. I am something new, something that combines his accumulated wisdom with the limitless potential of this world's quirk system and the raw power of One for All. The illusions suddenly vanished, leaving the Soul Reapers facing the real Izuku, who stood calmly in the center of their formation. But now they could see the green lightning of One for All crackling around him, somehow harmonizing with the otherworldly spiritual energy instead of conflicting with it. I am evolution, he said simply. I am what happens when absolute strategic brilliance is combined with genuinely heroic intentions and godlike power. And I am far, far beyond anything you came here prepared to handle. The lead Soul Reaper raised her weapon, desperation clear in her voice. Even if that's true, we have our orders. The Soul Society, Izuku interrupted, is about to discover that their understanding of power, transcendence, and evolution is tragically outdated. He gestured casually, and all three Soul Reapers found themselves frozen in place, held by invisible bonds that they couldn't break no matter how they struggled. But I'm not going to kill you, Izuku added, his tone almost gentle. Because unlike the Aizen of the past, I understand that true transcendence isn't achieved through domination, it's achieved through the willing cooperation of those around you. He walked over to the lead Soul Reaper, looking into her eyes with an expression of genuine curiosity. Tell me, what did the Soul Society promise you? Power, purpose, a chance to protect the human world from supernatural threats. We serve the greater good, she managed to say through gritted teeth. Of course you do, Izuku said softly. Just as I once believed I was serving a greater purpose by overthrowing the stagnant order of the Serete. But here's what I learned, what the old Aizen never understood. True change doesn't come from imposing your will on others, it comes from inspiring them to choose a better path. He stepped back, and the invisible bonds holding the Soul Reapers dissolved. They stumbled, weapons still raised but clearly uncertain whether to attack. Go back to your superiors, Izuku said, his voice carrying absolute authority. Tell them that Sosuke Aizen is dead and in his place stands something they never imagined. A being with his intelligence and power but guided by genuine compassion and a desire to protect rather than rule. They won't believe us, one of the men said. Izuku smiled, and for the first time since the confrontation began, it was a purely kind expression. Then invite them to test that claim for themselves. But warn them, I am no longer the enemy they remember. I am something far more dangerous to those who abuse their power. I am someone with the ability to hold them accountable for their actions. The Soul Reapers exchanged uncertain glances, clearly out of their depth. Finally, the lead woman nodded curtly. We'll deliver your message. But this isn't over. No, Izuku agreed, it's just beginning. As the three figures retreated, All Might found his voice. Izuku, what you just showed me. How long have you been able to do that? The abilities have been developing gradually, Izuku replied, his appearance returning to that of a normal teenager. But the full integration only completed recently. The combination of One for All's power structure with the Hagyoku's evolutionary properties and my recovered memories has created something unprecedented. All Might sat heavily on a piece of driftwood, looking older than his years. When you accepted One for All from me, did you know this would happen? Izuku was quiet for a long moment, considering how much truth to reveal. I suspected I was more than I appeared to be, he said finally. But I genuinely didn't know the full scope of what I was becoming until recently. The memories, the abilities, they've been surfacing gradually, triggered by stress and growth. And your desire to be a hero. Is that real or just another manipulation? The question clearly struck deep. For the first time since the confrontation began, Izuku looked uncertain, vulnerable. That's complicated, he admitted. The desire is real, but my understanding of what heroism means has been evolving. The old Aizen sought transcendence through domination. I seek it through protection, through becoming someone worthy of the trust people place in me. He looked directly at All Might, his green eyes sincere. I chose you as my mentor not just for your power, but because you represent an ideal I want to aspire to. The symbol of peace who protects people not because they're useful to him, but because they deserve protection. All Might studied his successor's face, looking for deception but finding only honest uncertainty. And if I told you I couldn't continue training you, if I said the risk was too great, then I would respect your decision, Izuku replied immediately. But I would also continue on the path toward heroism because it's the only path I can walk that leads anywhere worth going. The sincerity in his voice was unmistakable. All Might felt some of his tension ease, though questions remained. The UA entrance exam is tomorrow, All Might said finally. Are you ready? Izuku's smile returned, confident but no longer cold. I've been ready for months. Though I suspect my approach to the exam may be unconventional. The next morning, Izuku stood before the imposing gates of UA High School, surrounded by hundreds of other hopeful students. The nervous energy in the crowd was palpable, a mixture of excitement, anxiety, and desperate ambition that his enhanced senses could read like an open book. So many potential heroes, he thought, analyzing the spiritual signatures around him. And so many who will be crushed when they realize that wanting something isn't enough to achieve it. Near the entrance, he spotted a familiar spiky blonde head arguing with what appeared to be a blue-haired boy with engines protruding from his calves. Bakugo was as aggressively confident as ever, but Izuku could see the underlying tension in his former friend's posture. Even Kakin was nervous about this exam. Interesting, Izuku mused. His spiritual signature has shifted since our last encounter. He's been thinking about our confrontation, trying to understand what changed about me. Doubt is beginning to crack his absolute certainty. As he moved through the crowd toward the building, Izuku became aware of another familiar presence, one that made his analytical mind shift into overdrive. A girl with short brown hair and pink cheeks was struggling with a heavy bag, clearly nervous about the upcoming exam. But what caught Izuku's attention wasn't her anxiety, it was her spiritual signature. There was something pure about her motivations, something genuinely altruistic that stood out like a beacon among the more self-interested auras surrounding them. Uraraka Achako, his enhanced perception provided, somehow drawing her name from the subtle variations in how other students' gazes tracked her. Gravity manipulation quirk, family financial difficulties, genuinely wants to help people, but also needs the career stability that comes with professional heroism. Without conscious thought, Izuku found himself walking in her direction. As he approached, the girl tripped over her own feet, clearly about to fall face first onto the pavement. In the original timeline, she would have saved herself with her quirk, but Izuku was already moving. Time seemed to slow as he reached out, not to catch her physically, but to subtly influence her perception of balance and gravity. To any observer, she would simply appear to have caught herself with unusual grace. But to Izuku's enhanced senses, he had just demonstrated his growing mastery over the intersection of physical and spiritual manipulation. Are you all right? He asked as she regained her footing, his voice carrying just enough warmth to put her at ease without triggering suspicion. Oh yes, thank you, she beamed at him, her smile bright and genuine. I'm so clumsy when I'm nervous. I'm Uraraka Achako. Izuku Midoriya, he replied, and found himself studying her face with uncomfortable intensity. Unlike everyone else around them, her expressions were completely transparent, no hidden agendas, no calculated presentations, just honest emotion. Fascinating, the Aizen part of his mind noted. A genuinely pure motivation in someone with real potential. She could be useful, but more than that, she could be important. Are you nervous about the exam? Uraraka asked, apparently interpreting his analytical stare as shared anxiety. Not nervous, exactly, Izuku replied carefully. More, curious about what approaches the other examinees will take. There are many ways to demonstrate heroic potential. She tilted her head at his phrasing. That's an interesting way to put it. Most people just say they're going to blast their way through as many robots as possible. Raw destruction is certainly one approach, Izuku agreed. But heroism is more complex than that, don't you think? A true hero should be able to coordinate with others, assess situations strategically, and prioritize civilian safety over personal glory. Something in his tone made Uraraka look at him more closely. There was a depth to his words that suggested he'd thought about this far more than most 15-year-olds would. You sound like you've really studied what it means to be a hero, she observed. You could say I've had some unconventional insights into the nature of power and responsibility, Izuku replied, his green eyes flashing briefly with amber light. Before Uraraka could ask what he meant, Present Mike's amplified voice echoed across the assembly area, calling all examinees to the orientation auditorium. As they moved with the crowd, Izuku found himself unconsciously analyzing not just the students around him, but their movement patterns, their group dynamics, their individual psychological profiles. In the auditorium, Present Mike explained the practical exam format: urban simulation, 3 types of robot opponents worth different point values, and a 4-hour time limit. Standard hero exam structure designed to test combat ability, quick thinking, and endurance. But Izuku was already seeing deeper implications. The 0-point robot, he realized as Present Mike mentioned it dismissively. It's not just an obstacle to avoid, it's a test within a test. They want to see who will engage with a threat that offers no personal benefit, who will prioritize protecting others over maximizing their own score. The realization crystallized his strategy. He wouldn't just participate in this exam, he would orchestrate it. As the orientation concluded and students were directed to their assigned testing areas, Izuku noticed Uraraka being separated into a different group. For a brief moment, he considered using his developing abilities to ensure they were assigned to the same area. But that would be unnecessarily manipulative, and more importantly, it would deny him the chance to test his capabilities without the distraction of protecting someone he was beginning to care about. Interesting, the voice in his head noted with amusement. Already forming attachments to people who could become liabilities. Some things never change, even across reincarnations. She's not a liability, Izuku thought back firmly. She's a reminder of why this path matters. At the testing area, Izuku surveyed his fellow examinees with tactical precision. Approximately 50 students, various quirk types, different levels of preparation and confidence. Most were focused entirely on their own performance, but a few showed signs of strategic thinking. The boy with engines in his legs, Iida, according to his overheard introductions, was clearly analyzing the urban layout for optimal movement patterns. A girl with earphone jacks was listening to something, probably testing her audio-based quirk's range. A few students were already forming impromptu groups, recognizing that cooperation might be beneficial. Perfect, Izuku thought, multiple potential variables to work with. When the starting signal sounded, instead of rushing forward like most examinees, Izuku hung back for precisely 3 seconds. In that time, his enhanced perception mapped every student's initial trajectory, identified their probable strategies, and calculated the optimal insertion points for maximum impact. Then he moved, but not in the way anyone expected. Instead of heading directly for the robots, Izuku began weaving through the urban simulation in a pattern that would appear random to casual observation, but was actually designed to intersect with other examinees at critical moments. His first target was a purple-haired boy who was clearly struggling with the physical demands of the exam. "Left corridor," Izuku said quietly as he passed the boy, his voice carrying a hypnotic undertone that made the suggestion feel like the boy's own idea. 3 single-point robots isolated, perfect for quirk testing. The purple-haired boy blinked, then nodded and headed in that direction without conscious thought. Izuku had just saved him from failing the exam while positioning him away from a 2-point robot that Izuku intended to handle himself. Over the next 20 minutes, Izuku orchestrated similar interventions throughout the testing area. A suggestion here, a strategic revelation there, sometimes simply ensuring that the right people encountered the right challenges at the right times. To any observer, it would look like students making natural tactical decisions. In reality, Izuku was conducting an invisible symphony of coordination and optimization. His own point accumulation was steady but unremarkable, exactly as he intended. Too high a score would draw unwanted attention, too low would fail to meet his objectives. Instead, he aimed for the precise range that would demonstrate competence without revealing the full extent of his capabilities. But the real test came in the final moments of the exam. The ground began to shake, and from the center of the urban simulation, a massive robot emerged. easily 15 stories tall, armed with devastating weaponry and worth 0 points, exactly as Izuku had anticipated. Most examinees began retreating immediately, recognizing that engaging with a 0-point opponent was strategically pointless. But Izuku's enhanced senses detected something that changed everything. A girl trapped under debris in the robot's path, Uraruka. She must have been transferred to his testing area as a last-minute adjustment, and now she was in mortal danger with no way to free herself in time. For a split second, Izuku felt the competing impulses of his dual nature. Aizen's strategic mind calculated that saving her would require revealing capabilities that could compromise his long-term objectives. But Deku's heroic heart knew there was no choice to be made. This is what true transcendence means, he realized. Not surpassing others, but surpassing your own limitations when it matters most. Green lightning exploded around Izuku's form as one for all activated at levels far beyond what he'd shown in training. But that wasn't the only power he called upon. Spiritual energy merged with quirk enhancement, creating something entirely new. He leaped skyward with impossible grace, his trajectory carrying him directly toward the 0-point robot's head. But instead of simply striking it with brute force, Izuku did something that would have been impossible for either Deku or Aizen alone. "Kyoka Suigetsu," he whispered, and suddenly every camera, every sensor, every observation device in the testing area registered a completely different version of events. What they recorded was a desperate, barely controlled use of one for all that destroyed the robot through determination and luck, leaving Izuku badly injured but victorious. What actually happened was a precisely calculated combination of physical force, spiritual manipulation, and strategic misdirection that eliminated the threat while making the solution appear far more desperate than it was. The robot fell, its trajectory carefully guided to avoid any examinees, while Izuku landed next to Uraraka with seemingly superhuman timing. "Are you hurt?" he asked, his voice carrying genuine concern despite the exhaustion he was feigning. I think I'm okay," she replied, staring up at him with awe. "That was incredible, how did you—" "Lucky timing," Izuku said with a self-deprecating smile that hid the satisfaction he felt at having perfectly executed such a complex operation. "I couldn't just stand by and watch someone get hurt." As medical robots arrived to treat injured examinees and proctor drones began tallying final scores, Izuku allowed himself a moment of quiet pride. He had passed the exam, saved a potential friend, demonstrated heroic values, and done it all without revealing the true extent of his capabilities. "Perfect execution," the Aizen voice noted approvingly. "You've learned to use manipulation in service of genuinely heroic goals." "It's not manipulation when the end result is protecting people," Izuku thought back. "It's just strategic heroism." As he left UA that afternoon, Izuku reflected on how much he had changed since that first dream months ago. He was no longer the quirkless boy who simply wanted to be a hero, nor was he the calculating mastermind who had once sought godlike transcendence. He was something new, something that combined the best aspects of both identities while transcending their limitations. And tomorrow, he would find out if UA agreed, but somehow Izuku was certain he already knew the answer. The letter had arrived 3 days after the entrance exam, bearing the UA seal and containing both an acceptance notification and something far more intriguing, a holographic message from All Might himself, revealing his new position as a teacher. Izuku had watched the projection with carefully concealed amusement, noting how his mentor's civilian form appeared briefly before the recording cut off. Even in his moment of triumph, he can't maintain perfect control, the Aizen voice observed with clinical interest. "Interesting, his time limit is even shorter than we calculated." Now, standing before the imposing doors of Class 1A, Izuku took a moment to center himself. His enhanced senses had already mapped the spiritual signatures beyond the barrier, 20 potential heroes, each one a unique collection of ambitions, fears, and exploitable psychological patterns. The door slid open to reveal controlled chaos. A tall boy with engines in his calves was lecturing someone about proper classroom etiquette, while a spiky-haired blonde was lounging in his seat with his feet propped up on the desk, radiating aggressive boredom. Other students clustered in small groups, the natural hierarchies already beginning to form. Perfect, Izuku thought, his analytical mind cataloging every detail. The foundation of every social structure is laid in these first moments. The question is, do I disrupt their natural formation or guide it toward more optimal configurations? As he entered the classroom, Izuku noticed several sets of eyes tracking his movement. Recognition from the entrance exam, curiosity about the boy who'd taken down the 0-pointer, and in one case, Bakugo's burning red stare, something approaching suspicious hostility. Deku, the name was spat like a curse, causing several conversations to pause. So you actually made it in. Izuku turned toward his childhood friend, noting the subtle changes in Bakugo's posture and expression. The absolute confidence was still there, but underneath it lurked something new, doubt, carefully hidden but unmistakable to someone with Izuku's enhanced perception. "Hello, Kakin," Izuku replied with a smile that appeared warm but carried undertones only Bakugo would recognize. "I told you I would." The brief exchange drew more attention than Izuku had intended, but he used the moment to his advantage. As other students began introducing themselves, he found opportunities to demonstrate just enough insight to intrigue without alarming. "Ida Tenya," the blue-haired boy announced formally, extending his hand. "Your performance in the practical exam was most impressive, though I must admit your tactical approach seemed quite sophisticated for someone our age." Intelligent, disciplined, comes from a family of heroes, Izuku's enhanced perception provided instantly. Strong moral compass but rigid thinking patterns. Potential for tremendous loyalty if properly cultivated. "Thank you, Iida-kun," Izuku replied, matching the other boy's formal tone while subtly mirroring his posture. "I believe heroism requires more than just raw power. Strategy and coordination are equally important. Your own performance showed excellent mobility and situational awareness." The compliment was precisely calculated to appeal to Iida's desire for recognition while establishing common ground around tactical thinking. Izuku watched with satisfaction as the taller boy's expression brightened with genuine pleasure. "You have a remarkable analytical perspective," Iida said, adjusting his glasses. "I believe we could learn much from each other." Hookset, the Aizen voice noted approvingly, "He'll be a valuable ally. His family connections alone make him worth cultivating." As more introductions followed, Izuku found himself unconsciously adapting his communication style to each new person. With Yaoyorozu Momo, he emphasized intellectual curiosity and strategic planning. With Uraraka, who greeted him with a warm smile and thanks for his help during the exam, he allowed more of his genuine warmth to show through while noting her financial motivations and strong moral core. But it was his encounter with Todoroki Shoto that proved most intriguing. The heterochromatic boy sat alone at the back of the classroom, radiating an aura of controlled isolation that most people would interpret as antisocial behavior. Izuku's enhanced senses, however, detected something far more complex: layers of trauma, carefully compartmentalized rage, and underneath it all, a desperate longing for connection that the boy himself probably didn't recognize. Endeavor's son, Izuku realized, fragments of hero society knowledge surfacing in his mind. Forced quirk marriage, abusive training regimen, mother hospitalized for attacking him with boiling water. The psychological profile practically writes itself. Instead of approaching directly, Izuku simply nodded respectfully when their eyes met. The gesture was brief but precisely calibrated, acknowledging Todoroki's strength without challenging his desire for isolation, offering potential friendship without demanding immediate response. Todoroki's eyes widened slightly, as if surprised by the lack of aggressive curiosity he usually faced. After a moment, he returned the nod with barely perceptible acknowledgement. Patience, Izuku reminded himself. Rush too quickly and you'll trigger his defensive mechanisms. He needs to believe any connection is his own choice. The social mapping was interrupted by the classroom door sliding open to reveal a man in a sleeping bag, looking like he hadn't slept in days. The casual way he moved, the assessment in his tired eyes, and the subtle spiritual signature he carried identified him immediately. "If you're here to socialize, get out," Eraserhead said flatly, somehow managing to look more intimidating while horizontal. "This is UA, not a playground." The class fell silent as their homeroom teacher, because who else could he be, extracted himself from his sleeping bag with practiced efficiency. Izuku found himself studying Aizawa Shoto with particular interest, noting the carefully controlled exhaustion, the way his eyes tracked every student's reaction, and most importantly, the tactical intelligence behind his deliberately intimidating presentation. A teacher who understands psychological warfare, the Aizen voice observed with approval. "This could be educational." "I'm Aizawa Shoto, your homeroom teacher," he continued, pulling on what appeared to be standard PE gear. "Change into these and meet me at the training grounds. We're starting with a quirk assessment test." As the class filed toward the changing rooms, several students began discussing the upcoming test with typical teenage anxiety. Izuku listened with half his attention while the other half focused on analyzing their new teacher's methodology. He's testing more than just quirk capabilities, Izuku realized. The sudden change in schedule, the casual dismissal of the entrance ceremony, the deliberately vague instructions. He's evaluating how we handle unexpected situations and adapt to new parameters. In the changing room, Izuku noticed how the social dynamics shifted in the more private setting. Bakugo dominated through aggressive posturing, while others formed smaller clusters based on personality compatibility. Most interesting was how several students kept glancing at him, clearly remembering his entrance exam performance but uncertain how to categorize him. They're trying to determine the pecking order, Izuku observed. Natural behavior in any group of competitive individuals. The question is, where do I position myself in their hierarchy? The answer came to him as they assembled at the training grounds. Not at the top, that would draw too much attention and create unnecessary conflicts. Not at the bottom, that would limit his influence and opportunities. Instead, he would occupy the most strategically valuable position. The trusted advisor, the one others turn to for insight and guidance. Before we begin, Aizawa announced, his capture weapon now visible around his neck, I want to make something clear. UA has a policy of expelling students who don't meet expectations. Last year, I expelled an entire first-year class. The statement sent ripples of anxiety through the group, but Izuku noticed something others missed, the slight tell in Aizawa's posture that suggested this wasn't entirely true. Psychological pressure designed to force students to reveal their true capabilities under stress. Clever, Izuku acknowledged, create an artificial crisis to bypass their natural inclination to hold back. But he's also evaluating how we handle pressure, how we support each other, and most importantly, who maintains composure when others panic. As Aizawa explained the 8-test format, Izuku's analytical mind was already calculating optimal approaches for each challenge. But more than that, he was considering how to use each test to gather intelligence on his classmates, while demonstrating just enough capability to earn respect without revealing his true potential. The first test, the 50-meter dash, provided an excellent opportunity for observation. Iida's engine quirk was impressive but had clear limitations in terms of duration and fuel consumption. Bakugo's explosive propulsion was powerful but inefficient, trading precision for raw speed. Others revealed various mobility options, each with their own strategic implications. When Izuku's turn came, he activated one for all at a carefully calculated percentage, enough to achieve a respectable time without approaching his true capabilities. To his classmates, it would appear he had a straightforward enhancement quirk. To Aizawa's trained eye, however, interesting control for someone so young, the teacher murmured, his capture weapon shifting slightly. Most enhancement types struggle with output regulation at first. He suspects something, Izuku realized, maintaining his mask of nervous determination. But suspicion without evidence is manageable, let him wonder. The grip strength test allowed for more subtle demonstrations. While others focused on maximum output, Izuku used the opportunity to showcase tactical thinking, adjusting his stance and technique to optimize leverage rather than relying purely on enhanced strength. 4.8 tons, Aizawa read from the device. Efficient technique, someone's been studying proper form. The casual observation carried layers of meaning. Recognition of Izuku's analytical approach, acknowledgement of his strategic thinking, and perhaps most importantly, confirmation that their teacher valued intelligence as much as raw power. As the tests continued, Izuku found himself unconsciously cataloging his classmates' psychological profiles with disturbing thoroughness. Yaoyorozu, brilliant but overthinks, needs confidence building. Potential for tremendous tactical value if properly guided. Kaminari, intelligent but lazy, uses humor to deflect serious situations. Electrical quirk has support potential if he can be motivated to develop precision. Ashido, naturally charismatic, good spatial awareness, tends to act before thinking. Could be useful for social manipulation if approached correctly. Takami, dark aesthetic, masks surprisingly noble personality. Quirk has massive potential if he can overcome psychological limitations. It wasn't until he caught himself mentally noting manipulation and exploitation that Izuku felt a chill of self-recognition. When had he started thinking of his classmates as resources to be managed rather than friends to be made? This is what you are, the Aizen voice whispered with satisfaction. This is what you've always been, beneath the facade of heroic idealism. You see people for what they truly are, components in a larger system that can be optimized through careful application of influence and understanding. No, Izuku thought back firmly. That's not who I want to be. These aren't pawns, they're people. Potential friends, potential heroes, people worth protecting. And how better to protect them than to understand them completely? How better to help them reach their potential than to identify their weaknesses and guide them toward strength? The internal argument was interrupted by Aizawa's announcement of the final test, the softball throw, with the lowest overall performer facing expulsion. Around him, Izuku could feel the anxiety spiking, several classmates' spiritual signatures fluctuating with stress. Another psychological pressure point he analyzed automatically. But this time, there's real consequence. Someone actually might be eliminated. When Bakugo's turn came, the explosive demonstration that followed was impressive, over 700 meters, but Izuku's enhanced perception caught details others missed. The slight tremor in Bakugo's throwing arm after the explosion, the way he favored his shoulder during the follow-through, the micro-expression of pain he quickly suppressed. Overextension, Izuku noted. He's pushed his quirk beyond comfortable limits to achieve maximum distance. Effective for this test, but potentially damaging long-term. Deku, Bakugo suddenly exploded, lunging toward him with murderous intent. Tell me how you got into UA, you're still quirkless, aren't you? The attack was fast, aggressive, and completely expected. Izuku had sensed Bakugo's building frustration throughout the tests, noted how his childhood friend's worldview was being challenged by evidence that didn't fit his assumptions. What happened next unfolded in slow motion to Izuku's enhanced perceptions. Aizawa's capture weapon snapped out with professional precision, binding Bakugo mid-charge while the teacher's eyes glowed red with quirk activation. The demonstration of Erasure's power was meant to be intimidating, but to Izuku it was educational. Range limitation approximately 20 meters, requires line of sight, affects multiple targets simultaneously, his analytical mind noted. Duration unknown, but the slight strain around his eyes suggests it's not indefinite. More interesting was how Aizawa used the moment to deliver a lesson about quirk dependency while simultaneously gathering intelligence on every student's reaction to sudden violence. A masterclass in multitasking. Your turn, Midoriya, Aizawa said after releasing Bakugo, his tired eyes carrying new intensity. Izuku approached the throwing circle, acutely aware that this moment would define how his classmates perceived him for the rest of their time at UA. Too little power and he'd be seen as weak. Too much and he'd draw unwanted attention. But there was another consideration, one that the old Izuku would never have calculated. Mineta is going to be expelled, his enhanced perception told him, analyzing the purple-haired boy's accumulated scores. His perverted behavior aside, he doesn't deserve to have his dreams crushed on the first day. Not when I can prevent it. The realization crystallized his approach. He would use just enough power to secure a middle-tier ranking, ensuring his own safety while preventing the elimination of a classmate, even one whose personality he found distasteful. Heroic reasoning to justify strategic positioning, the Aizen voice noted with amusement. You're learning to rationalize your manipulations as moral choices. It's not manipulation if the outcome protects people, Izuku shot back, but even as he thought it, he wondered if he was lying to himself. Focusing on the softball, Izuku activated one for all at precisely the percentage needed to achieve his calculated result. But as the power flowed through his arm, something unexpected happened. For just an instant, his spiritual energy synchronized with one for all's enhancement effects, creating a resonance that amplified the throw far beyond his intended parameters. The ball soared through the air with enough force to create a visible shockwave, disappearing into the distance like a green meteor. 705.3 meters, Aizawa announced after checking his device, his expression unreadable. The result was almost identical to Bakugo's performance, close enough to avoid overshadowing his former friend, different enough to suggest a distinct quirk type. Perfect, except for one problem. Izuku could see several classmates staring at his throwing arm, where green lightning was still crackling with residual energy that didn't quite look like normal enhancement. The spiritual energy integration is becoming more visible, he realized with growing concern. I need to be more careful about power synchronization. Impressive, Yaoyorozu said as they gathered for final scores. That was quite a sophisticated application of what appeared to be an enhancement quirk. Thank you, Izuku replied automatically, but his attention was focused on Aizawa, who was studying him with uncomfortable intensity. When the scores were announced, Izuku found himself in exactly the position he'd calculated, 7th place, respectable but not remarkable. Mineta, as predicted, ranked last, but Aizawa's revelation that the expulsion threat was a logical deception meant the boy's dreams would survive another day. A teaching method designed to extract maximum effort through artificial pressure, Izuku noted with grudging admiration. Effective, if morally questionable. I'll need to remember that our teacher values results over comfort. As the class prepared to return to the main building, several students approached Izuku with congratulations and questions about his quirk. He deflected most inquiries with carefully crafted vagueness, but found himself genuinely engaged when Iida began discussing the tactical applications of different enhancement types. "Your control was remarkably precise," Iida observed as they walked. "Most enhancement quirks I've studied show more visible strain at high output levels." "I've had some unusual training opportunities," Izuku replied, which was technically true. "Plus, I spend a lot of time analyzing quirk mechanics. Understanding the theory helps with practical application." "He's fishing for information," the Aizen voice noted. "Intelligent, methodical approach. This one will be useful, but he'll also be harder to deceive if he becomes suspicious." The conversation was interrupted by an unexpected voice. "Midoriya." Izuku turned to find Todoroki approaching, his expression as neutral as ever but something new in his heterochromatic eyes. "Your quirk," Todoroki said without preamble. "It reminded me of All Might's power during the entrance exam footage." The observation hit like a physical blow, but Izuku maintained his composure through years of Aizen's accumulated experience with maintaining facades under pressure. "That's quite a compliment," he replied carefully. "Though I think you might be seeing similarities that aren't really there. Enhancement quirks probably have some common visual elements." Todoroki studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "Perhaps, but if you have some connection to All Might, you should know that inherited power comes with inherited responsibility." Before Izuku could ask what he meant, Todoroki had already turned away, leaving him with more questions than answers. He knows something, Izuku realized, or suspects something. Either way, he's more perceptive than I anticipated. The rest of the day passed in a blur of introductory classes and social navigation. Izuku found himself automatically calculating optimal seating arrangements to facilitate intelligence gathering, identifying which teachers would be most susceptible to strategic rapport building, and mentally cataloging every detail that could be useful for future planning. It wasn't until he was alone in his dorm room that evening, staring at a notebook filled with detailed psychological profiles of his classmates, that the full weight of what he was becoming hit him. Every page contained insights that no normal 15-year-old should possess. Weakness assessments, manipulation vectors, strategic value calculations, all written in his own handwriting, but filled with the cold analytical perspective of someone who saw people as pieces on a chessboard. "This is wrong," he thought, his hands hawking as he read his own words. "These are supposed to be my friends, my classmates. How did I turn them into this?" But even as horror filled him, another part of his mind was already calculating how to use this information to help them grow stronger, to protect them from threats they couldn't see coming, to guide them toward becoming the heroes they had the potential to be. The road to hell, he reflected bitterly, is paved with good intentions and superior strategic thinking. Setting the notebook aside, Izuku lay back on his bed and stared at the ceiling. Tomorrow would bring new classes, new challenges, and new opportunities to either embrace his growing capabilities or fight against what he was becoming. But as sleep began to claim him, one thought echoed in his mind with disturbing clarity. What if the distinction between helping and manipulating people was just a matter of perspective? And what if, in the end, the results were more important than the methods? In his dreams that night, brown hair and amber eyes smiled back at him from the surface of still water. And for the first time since the dreams began, Izuku wasn't entirely sure which face was the reflection and which was the reality. The chess game was accelerating, and he was both player and piece, manipulator and manipulated, hero and something far more complex. And despite everything, he was beginning to enjoy it. The unforeseen simulation joint sprawled before Class 1A like a miniature world unto itself. Distinct zones designed to replicate every conceivable disaster scenario a hero might face. As Izuku stepped off the bus with his classmates, his enhanced senses immediately began cataloging strategic positions, escape routes, and potential tactical advantages. "Impressive facility," the Aizen voice noted with clinical appreciation. "Multiple environments, complex terrain, numerous variables, perfect for testing adaptability and tactical thinking." But something else caught Izuku's attention, a subtle disturbance in the spiritual signatures around them. Most of his classmates radiated excitement and nervous energy, typical for students about to engage in practical training. However, there were other presences here, ones that didn't belong to UA faculty or support staff. "We're not alone," Izuku realized, his analytical mind shifting into high alert. Multiple unknown contacts, concealed positions, coordinated movement patterns. This isn't a training exercise. Impressive facility, Iedo announced, his engines already revving with anticipation. I can't wait to see how our various quirks perform in these different environments. Don't get too excited, Aizawa said, his tired voice carrying its usual note of caution. Today's training will be supervised by 3 pro heroes, myself, All Might, and another faculty member. But first, the lights went out. Emergency lighting kicked in moments later, bathing the facility in an ominous red glow. At the center of the main plaza, a swirling mass of dark energy began to coalesce, a warp gate that definitely wasn't part of the facility's original design. Stay together, Aizawa barked, his capture weapon already unfurling. This is not part of the exercise. But even as their teacher took a defensive stance, Izuku's mind was racing through possibilities with frightening speed. The timing was too perfect, the infiltration too sophisticated. Someone had detailed knowledge of UA's schedule, security protocols, and student locations. An inside job, he concluded immediately, or at least someone with access to insider information. The question is, what's the objective? The answer became clear as dozens of figures began emerging from the warp gate, villains of various types and power levels, all moving with coordinated purpose. At their center stood 3 figures that immediately captured Izuku's analytical attention. A man covered in disembodied hands, scratching at his neck with compulsive intensity. A massive creature with an exposed brain and shock-absorbing flesh. And orchestrating it all, a figure made of what appeared to be living shadow and mist. Shigaraki Tamura, Izuku's enhanced perception provided, drawing on fragments of hero intelligence reports he'd absorbed during his accelerated studies. Decay quirk, psychological instability, probable connection to all for one based on power levels and support structure. The realization hit him like a physical blow. This wasn't a random attack, it was a targeted assault designed to test or eliminate specific individuals. And given All Might's teaching schedule, there was only one logical primary target. They're here for All Might, Izuku realized. But more than that, they're here to make a statement, to prove that even UA isn't safe from the League of Villains. 13, get the students out of here, Aizawa ordered, already moving toward the gathering villains. Contact the school, tell them we have a level 3 security breach. But before anyone could move toward the exit, the warp gate villain, Kurogiri, according to Izuku's rapidly updating threat assessment, materialized directly in their path. I'm afraid I cannot allow that, the shadow figure intoned, his voice carrying an unsettling politeness. You are students of the famous UA High School, are you not? We are the League of Villains. Forgive our audacity, but today we have come here to UA High School, this bastion of heroism, to end the life of All Might, the symbol of peace. The declaration sent ripples of fear through most of the class, but Izuku found himself studying Kurogiri with the same analytical intensity he'd shown during the quirk assessment tests. Warpgate creation, matter transportation, possibly intangible form, significant tactical advantage, but every quirk had limitations. Range restrictions, he noted automatically, requires line of sight or familiar coordinates. Physical body somewhere within the shadow construct, likely the metal collar region based on density variations. But where is he? Kurogiri continued, his yellow eyes scanning the group. According to the schedule we received, All Might should be here. Perhaps we can flush him out by eliminating a few students. The threat crystallized Izuku's decision. His classmates were in immediate danger, facing opponents far beyond their current capabilities. Aizawa was already engaging multiple villains simultaneously, his erasure quirk keeping their powers in check but unable to handle the sheer numbers. Time for a field test, the Aizen voice whispered with anticipation. Let's see how far your integration has progressed. As Kurogiri's warp gates began expanding to separate and scatter the class, Izuku made his move. Everyone, listen to me, he called out, his voice carrying a subtle harmonic resonance that seemed to cut through the chaos. Don't let him separate us. Bakugo, Todoroki target the metal collar. Kirishima, Ida create a barrier formation. Yaoyorozu, we need communication devices and flashbang grenades. The commands were delivered with such natural authority that his classmates began moving before they consciously realized they were following orders. But Izuku wasn't finished. Kyoka Suigetsu, he thought, allowing just a fraction of his hypnotic ability to bleed into his voice and posture. Make them see coordination where there's manipulation, leadership where there's control. Kaken, Izuku said, turning to his childhood friend with a slight smile. You wanted to prove you're better than me, right? Here's your chance. The psychological hook was perfectly placed. Bakugo's eyes widened with familiar rage, but underneath it, Izuku could see the desperate need to validate his superiority. Without hesitation, the blonde launched himself at Kurogiri with an explosive charge that would have been reckless if Izuku hadn't already calculated the optimal trajectory. At the exact moment Bakugo's explosion connected with Kurogiri's physical form, Todoroki's ice attack struck from the opposite angle, forcing the warp villain to solidify defensively. The combination wasn't coordinated through any communication, it was orchestrated through Izuku's manipulation of their individual psychological patterns. Impressive, Kurogiri admitted, his form wavering but not dissipating. These students show more tactical acumen than expected. That's because they have excellent leadership, 13 observed, her voice carrying new respect as she looked at Izuku. Midoriya, how did you know to target his weak point? Before Izuku could answer, Shigaraki's voice cut across the plaza, filled with childish petulance and murderous intent. Hey, you brats are being way too coordinated. Kurogiri, just scatter them already. I want to kill All Might, not play games with children. But instead of immediately complying, Kurogiri hesitated, not from reluctance, but because something about the green-haired boy's tactical display had caught his attention. The precision, the psychological manipulation, the way he'd turned his classmates' individual strengths into a coordinated assault. Shigaraki, Kurogiri said slowly, his yellow eyes fixed on Izuku. That boy. There's something unusual about his strategic thinking. Down in the plaza, Shigaraki followed his companion's gaze, studying Izuku with growing interest. What he saw made his compulsive scratching intensify. Yeah, you're right, Shigaraki muttered, his voice taking on a dangerous edge. He's not moving like a scared student, he's moving like someone who's done this before. The observation sent a chill down Izuku's spine. His enhanced perception could feel Shigaraki's attention like a physical weight, and worse, he could sense the intelligence behind the man's apparent madness. This wasn't just a tantrum-throwing villain, this was someone capable of recognizing patterns and adapting strategies. Careful, the Aizen voice warned, he's more perceptive than his psychological profile suggests. Don't underestimate him. All right, change of plans, Shigaraki announced, his demeanor shifting from petulant to calculating. Kurogiri, forget scattering them. I want to have a conversation with the tactical genius over there. Before anyone could react, Kurogiri's warp gates erupted with renewed intensity, but instead of randomly dispersing the students, they formed a deliberate pattern, one designed to isolate Izuku from his classmates while leaving him facing Shigaraki directly. Clever, Izuku admitted grudgingly as he found himself alone in the central plaza, surrounded by low-level villains but with a clear sight line to their leader. He recognized the threat I represent and moved to neutralize it directly. Well, Shigaraki said, walking forward with his distinctive shuffling gait. Look what we have here, a first-year student who thinks like a pro hero. Tell me, kid, what's your name? Izuku considered his options rapidly. His classmates were scattered across different zones of the facility, facing various groups of villains. Aizawa was engaged with multiple opponents, his capture weapon and erasure quirk keeping him in the fight but clearly stretched to his limits. All Might was nowhere to be seen, probably dealing with whatever crisis had delayed his arrival. Perfect setup for a dramatic rescue, the Aizen voice noted with amusement. But you're not here to be rescued, are you? You're here to test yourself against a real threat. Izuku Midoriya, he replied, his voice calm despite the surrounding danger, and you're Shigaraki Tamura, leader of the League of Villains. I have to say this is quite an elaborate plan just to draw out All Might. Shigaraki's eyes widened behind the hand covering his face. You know who I am? Interesting, most people don't recognize me yet. But then you're not most people, are you? What do you mean? The way you moved your classmates, the tactical awareness, the complete lack of fear. Shigaraki gestured with one finger, careful not to make contact with anything. You fight like someone who's done this before, like someone who's killed before. The accusation hung in the air and Izuku felt something cold settle in his chest, because in a way, Shigaraki was right. He did have memories of combat, of strategic thinking honed through centuries of conflict, of making life-and-death decisions with calculated precision. He's trying to get inside your head, Izuku realized. Classic psychological warfare, make you question yourself, create doubt about your own nature. You're wrong, Izuku said firmly. I've never killed anyone. Maybe not in this life, Shigaraki replied with a disturbing grin. But there's something old in your eyes, kid. Something that doesn't belong in a 15-year-old hero student. The observation was far too accurate for comfort. Izuku could feel his carefully maintained facade beginning to crack under Shigaraki's unexpectedly perceptive analysis. Since when were you under the impression, Izuku began, then caught himself. Those weren't his words, they belonged to someone else, someone far more dangerous than a hero student should be, but Shigaraki's grin widened. There it is. That tone, that phrasing, you almost sounded like a completely different person just now. Who are you really, Izuku Midoriya? Before Izuku could formulate a response, the massive creature, the Namu, moved with shocking speed. One moment it was standing beside Shigaraki, the next it was directly in front of Izuku, its massive fist descending with enough force to crater the concrete. Shock absorption, super strength, regeneration, Izuku's enhanced perception cataloged even as he dodged. Multiple quirks, probably artificial enhancement, designed specifically to counter All Might's fighting style. But as he rolled away from the Namu's follow-up attack, Izuku realized something that changed everything. The creature wasn't trying to kill him, it was testing him. Each strike was powerful enough to be lethal, but positioned in ways that allowed for evasion if he was skilled enough. They want to see what I can do, he understood. This whole confrontation is an evaluation. Impressive reflexes, Shigaraki commented as the Namu continued its measured assault. But let's see how you handle real pressure. At his gesture, the low-level villains who had been watching the exchange began moving closer, creating a tightening circle around Izuku while the Namu occupied his direct attention. Multiple opponents, varied quirks, coordinated attack pattern, Izuku analyzed, his mind shifting into the tactical mode that felt increasingly natural. Time to stop holding back. Green lightning began crackling around Izuku's form as One for All activated. But this time, there was something different about the energy pattern. Instead of the raw, barely controlled power he displayed during the entrance exam, this was precise, calculated, perfectly integrated with his spiritual abilities. Now the Aizen voice whispered, "Show them what evolution looks like." Izuku's first target was the speed-type villain approaching from his left. Instead of simply overpowering him, Izuku used a combination of enhanced reflexes and subtle hypnotic suggestion to make the man misjudge his attack timing. The villain's quirk-enhanced charge carried him straight into a concrete pillar with bone-jarring impact. The second villain, one with some kind of acid generation quirk, found himself mysteriously unable to maintain his concentration as Izuku's spiritual pressure began manifesting as a subtle aura of intimidation. His acid attacks went wild, missing their target and creating barriers that actually hindered the other villain's movements. But it was his confrontation with the Namu that truly showcased the evolution of his abilities. Instead of meeting the creature's overwhelming physical power with brute force, Izuku began moving in patterns that seemed to anticipate the Namu's attacks before they were even launched. To any observer, it would appear that he had developed precognitive abilities. In reality, he was using a combination of enhanced perception, tactical analysis, and subtle spiritual manipulation to influence the creature's targeting decisions. Beautiful, the Aizen voice murmured with satisfaction. You're not just fighting, you're conducting a symphony of controlled violence. What the hell? Shigaraki's voice cut through the combat, filled with genuine bewilderment. How is a student keeping up with Namu? But Izuku wasn't just keeping up, he was gradually gaining the advantage. Each exchange taught him more about the Namu's capabilities and limitations, while his own adaptations were becoming more sophisticated by the moment. This is what true transcendence means, he realized as he flowed around another devastating punch. Not surpassing others through brute force, but evolving beyond the constraints that limit everyone else. The battle was interrupted by a massive explosion from across the facility, Bakugo and Kirishima engaging with their own group of villains in the ruins zone. The sound seemed to snap Shigaraki out of his fascination with Izuku's performance. Enough playing around, Shigaraki snarled, his scratching becoming more violent. Kurogiri warped Namu directly behind him. Let's see how well he handles a surprise attack. But as the warp gate began forming, Izuku's enhanced senses detected the spatial distortion before it fully manifested. Without conscious thought, he spun toward the emerging portal, One for All energy crackling around his fist. The punch connected with the Namu's face just as it emerged from the warp gate, sending the massive creature stumbling backward with a sound like thunder. But more than the physical impact, Izuku's spiritual energy had accompanied the strike, a fragment of power that temporarily disrupted the creature's regeneration abilities. Impossible, Shigaraki thought, his eyes wide with disbelief. He predicted the warp gate placement. How could a student have that level of tactical awareness? You're beginning to bore me, Izuku said, his voice carrying echoes of someone far older and more dangerous. If this is the extent of the League of Villains' capabilities, I'm disappointed. The words were pure Aizen, calculated provocation designed to force an opponent into making strategic errors through emotional manipulation. But they also revealed more about Izuku's current state than he had intended. Shigaraki's expression shifted from bewilderment to something approaching recognition. That voice, that presence, you're not just a student, are you? There's something else wearing that boy's face. Before Izuku could respond, a familiar voice echoed across the facility with enough force to shake the building's foundations. I am here. All Might's arrival changed everything. The symbol of peace burst through the facility's entrance in his full muscular form, moving with speed that made even Izuku's enhanced perceptions struggle to track. But instead of the chaotic battlefield he'd expected, All Might found something far more organized. The various villain groups were contained within their respective zones, held in place by what appeared to be sophisticated tactical coordination among the students. Aizawa was still fighting, but his opponents seemed to be making strategic errors that kept him from being overwhelmed. And in the central plaza, his successor was engaged in single combat with what was obviously the villain's primary weapon. The boy has orchestrated the entire battlefield, All Might realized with growing amazement and concern. Every group, every engagement, every tactical decision, it all flows from his position. How is that possible? All Might, Shigaraki's voice cracked with fanatic excitement. Finally. Now we can get this party started properly. But as the symbol of peace prepared to engage, Izuku held up one hand in a stopping gesture that carried unmistakable authority. Wait, he said, his green eyes flashing with amber light. Let me finish this conversation first. The casual command, delivered with such natural assumption of compliance, made everyone pause, including All Might. For a moment, the facility fell into an eerie silence broken only by the distant sounds of ongoing combat. You wanted to know who I really am, Izuku said to Shigaraki, his voice now carrying the full weight of Aizen's accumulated presence. Allow me to properly introduce myself. He took a single step forward and the air around him began to shimmer with otherworldly energy. When he spoke again, his words carried harmonics that resonated on levels deeper than hearing. I am someone who has stood at the pinnacle of power, who has orchestrated the fall of gods, who has transcended the limitations that bind ordinary souls. I am someone who has been reborn into this world with a second chance to achieve true evolution. Shigaraki's compulsive scratching stopped entirely, his body frozen as the full weight of Izuku's spiritual pressure began manifesting. But more than that, Izuku continued, his expression softening slightly as he looked toward his scattered classmates. I am someone who has learned that true transcendence isn't achieved through domination, it's achieved through protection. Through becoming worthy of the trust placed in you by those you care about. All Might felt a chill run down his spine as he recognized fragments of a conversation from months ago, implications he'd tried not to consider finally crystallizing into certainty. You're not Izuku Midoriya, Shigaraki whispered, his voice filled with something approaching awe. You're something else, something that remembers being a god. I am both, Izuku replied simply, and I am something entirely new. The question now is, are you prepared to face what that means? The Namu chose that moment to charge again, its massive fists swinging with enough force to level buildings. But instead of dodging or blocking, Izuku did something that would haunt Shigaraki's nightmares for years to come. He caught the creature's punch with one hand. The impact sent shockwaves through the facility, cracking concrete and shattering windows. But Izuku stood unmoved, one for all energy and spiritual power synchronized in perfect harmony around his form. Complete hypnosis, he whispered, and reality fractured. Suddenly, there were a dozen Izukus moving around the Namu, each one perfectly real to the senses. The creature swung wildly, trying to target them all simultaneously, while its handlers watched in growing horror. This is impossible, Kurogiri said, his voice losing its polished composure. No student should possess abilities of this magnitude. He's not a student, Shigaraki replied, his voice filled with something between terror and fascination. He's something that was sleeping in a student's body, and we just woke it up. The illusions vanished as suddenly as they'd appeared, leaving Izuku standing calmly in the center of the plaza while the Namu struggled to regain its balance. But the demonstration had achieved its purpose, establishing a level of psychological dominance that traditional combat could never match. Your move, Izuku said to Shigaraki, his tone suggesting this was all an interesting intellectual exercise rather than a life-or-death confrontation. Instead of responding with attacks, Shigaraki began laughing, a sound filled with genuine delight rather than madness. This is perfect, he said, his scratching resuming with manic intensity. This is exactly what the League needs. Forget All Might, you're the real prize here. I'm not interested in joining your organization, Izuku replied calmly. Oh, but you will be, Shigaraki said with disturbing confidence. Because I'm going to show you something that will change everything you think you know about heroes and villains in this world. Before Izuku could ask what he meant, Kurogiri's warp gates began expanding throughout the facility. But instead of attacking, they were clearly preparing for evacuation. This was never about killing All Might today, Shigaraki explained as he backed toward the largest portal. This was reconnaissance. We needed to see what you Ace Next Generation looked like, and you, Izuku Midoriya, are far more interesting than we expected. Wait, All Might called, finally unfreezing from his shock and launching himself toward the villains. But they were already disappearing into the warp gates, their mission apparently complete. Until next time, Evolution Boy, Shigaraki called out as he vanished. I'll be sure to tell Sensei all about you. The mention of Sensei sent a spike of recognition through Izuku's enhanced awareness. All for one, the symbol of evil himself had an interest in this facility, in this confrontation, and now, thanks to Izuku's display in him personally. As the last of the villains disappeared and the facility fell silent except for the approaching sounds of reinforcements, Izuku found himself standing alone in the plaza with All Might, who was staring at him with a mixture of pride and deep concern. Izuku, All Might said quietly, his muscular form already beginning to deflate as his time limit approached. We need to talk. Around them, Izuku's classmates were regrouping, many injured but all alive thanks to his orchestrated coordination of their defensive efforts. They looked at him with new respect but also with questions that he wasn't sure he was ready to answer. Perfect execution, the Aizen voice noted with satisfaction. You've demonstrated your capabilities without revealing their full extent, established psychological dominance over a dangerous opponent, and protected your allies while gathering valuable intelligence. But I've also painted a target on myself, Izuku realized. The League of Villains now knows I'm more than I appear to be. All for One himself will be watching, and All Might suspects the truth about who I really am. As medical teams arrived to treat the wounded and investigators began documenting the attack, Izuku reflected on how much had changed in just one afternoon. He was no longer just a promising student with unusual tactical abilities. He was now a known quantity in the dangerous chess game between heroes and villains. The question is, he thought as he watched his classmates being treated for their injuries, how long can I maintain the balance between protecting them and becoming the very thing they might need protection from? The answer, he suspected, would depend on how quickly he could master the growing power within him, and whether his heroic intentions could survive the weight of Aizen's accumulated knowledge and ambitions. But as he looked at Uraraka's grateful smile and Iida's respectful nod, as he saw the trust in his classmates' eyes despite not fully understanding what they'd witnessed, Izuku felt something that Aizen had never experienced in all his centuries of existence. This is worth protecting, he realized. Whatever it costs me, whatever I have to become, these people are worth it. For the first time since his reincarnation began, the voice in his head fell completely silent, not in disagreement, but in something approaching understanding. Perhaps true evolution wasn't about transcending others after all. Perhaps it was about transcending yourself for the sake of something greater. The chess game was entering a new phase, and Izuku Midoriya, heir to Aizen's legacy but guided by his own heart, was ready to play. The aftermath of the USJ incident had changed everything. 3 days had passed since the League of Villains attack, and UA High School buzzed with a mixture of heightened security measures and suppressed anxiety. Pro-heroes now patrolled the halls, additional surveillance systems had been installed overnight, and every student carried emergency beacons that could summon help at the press of a button. But for Izuku Midoriya, the most significant change wasn't external, it was the way his classmates looked at him now. Respect tinged with uncertainty, he observed, noting how conversations quieted when he approached, how eyes tracked his movements with new awareness. They saw something during the attack that they can't quite categorize. Good. Controlled confusion is more useful than blind trust. The thought crystallized and he caught himself, disturbed once again by how naturally such calculations came to him. When had he started thinking of his friends' emotional states as tactical advantages? Midoriya-kun, Yaoyorozu's voice interrupted his brooding as she approached with a small group of classmates. Could we speak with you about something? Izuku looked up from his hero analysis notebook, though the pages now contained far more than simple quirk observations. Psychological profiles, tactical assessments, and strategic recommendations filled the margins in his increasingly sophisticated handwriting. Of course, Yaoyorozu-san, he replied, closing the notebook with practiced casualness. What's on your mind? She exchanged glances with Iida, Uraraka, and Todoroki, an interesting coalition that hadn't existed before the USJ incident. They've been discussing me, Izuku realized, comparing observations, trying to understand what they witnessed. We were wondering, Iida began formally, adjusting his glasses, about your tactical coordination during the villain attack. The way you organized our defensive efforts was remarkably sophisticated. More than that, Todoroki added quietly, his heterochromatic eyes studying Izuku with uncomfortable intensity. You seem to know exactly how each of us would react, what our optimal positioning should be, which opponents we could handle. That level of strategic awareness typically takes years to develop. They're testing me, the Aizen voice noted with amusement. Trying to determine if I'm a potential threat or simply more capable than I initially appeared. How delicious. Izuku considered his response carefully. Too much deflection would increase their suspicions, but too much honesty would reveal capabilities he wasn't ready to acknowledge. I spend a lot of time analyzing hero tactics and quirk interactions, he said, which was technically true. When the crisis hit, I guess all that theoretical knowledge translated into practical application. Plus, he added with a self-deprecating smile, sometimes pressure brings out abilities you didn't know you had. Uraraka nodded enthusiastically. That makes sense, you were amazing out there, Deku-kun. The way you kept everyone organized and safe. She paused, her expression growing more thoughtful. Though I have to admit, there were moments when you seemed almost different. Like you were older somehow. The observation was far too perceptive for comfort. Izuku had been careful to maintain his usual nervous mannerisms during the attack, but in moments of high tactical complexity, Aizen's presence had inevitably bled through. Adrenaline can do strange things to people, he replied smoothly. In life-or-death situations, sometimes you access parts of yourself that normally stay hidden, truth disguised as deflection, he thought. The most effective form of deception. Speaking of hidden capabilities, Yaoyorozu said, producing a tablet with video footage, we've been analyzing the security recordings from the USJ. Some of your movements were unusual. Izuku's enhanced perception immediately identified the clips she'd isolated, moments where his spiritual energy had briefly synchronized with One for All, creating effects that didn't quite match standard enhancement quirks. His reaction time had been too perfect, his tactical positioning too precise, his coordination of other students too seamless. Dangerous, the Aizen voice whispered. She's more observant than anticipated. This could become problematic. What kind of unusual? Izuku asked, maintaining careful neutrality. Yaoyorozu activated the tablet, showing a slowed-down sequence of him directing Bakugo and Todoroki's coordinated attack on Kurogiri. Here, you gestured to Bakugo exactly 1.3 seconds before he chose that attack vector. You pointed Todoroki toward his optimal position before he'd finished assessing the situation himself. Either you have some form of precognitive ability, or you were manipulating their decision-making processes without them realizing it, Todoroki finished quietly. The accusation hung in the air like a challenge. Around them, other students had begun to notice the tense conversation, though none were close enough to overhear the details. This is the moment, Izuku realized. How I handle this will determine whether they become allies, enemies, or simply people I need to manage more carefully. That's quite an accusation, Todoroki-kun, Izuku said, his voice carrying a subtle harmonic undertone that most people wouldn't consciously notice. Are you suggesting I was controlling your actions during a life-threatening crisis? The question was perfectly pitched, just enough indignation to seem natural, just enough hurt to invoke guilt, just enough confusion to make them doubt their own observations. Todoroki's expression flickered, uncertainty replacing his previous confidence. No, that's not what I meant, What Todoroki-kun is trying to say, Iida interjected diplomatically, is that your tactical awareness seemed beyond what we'd expect from a first-year student. We're not accusing you of anything untoward, we're trying to understand how you developed such capabilities. Better, Izuku thought, curiosity is manageable, suspicion is dangerous. I appreciate your interest, he replied, allowing some of his genuine warmth to show through. The truth is, I've been studying hero tactics obsessively since I was diagnosed quirkless. When other kids were playing games, I was analyzing combat footage and strategic theory. Maybe that gave me a different perspective on coordination and teamwork. It was a masterful blend of truth and misdirection. His obsessive hero analysis was well known among his classmates, providing a logical foundation for his tactical abilities while deflecting attention from their supernatural aspects. Uraraka's expression immediately softened. Oh, Deku-kun, you must have worked so hard to make up for not having a quirk. No wonder you're so good at seeing the bigger picture. Perfect, the Aizen voice purred. Sympathy is the most effective shield against suspicion. But Todoroki wasn't entirely convinced. During the attack, when you were giving directions, there were moments when your voice carried a strange quality, almost like you expected complete obedience. The observation was dangerously accurate. Izuku had unconsciously used fragments of his hypnotic abilities during the crisis, making his tactical suggestions impossible to ignore. But admitting that would reveal far too much. Leadership presence, he said with a slight shrug. I've read that some people naturally develop an authoritative tone during emergencies. It helps ensure commands are followed quickly when lives are at stake. Yaoyorozu nodded slowly, though her analytical mind was clearly still processing inconsistencies. That's certainly plausible, though I'd be interested in discussing your strategic thinking further. Your approach to the crisis was remarkably systematic. She wants to study me, Izuku realized. Intellectually curious rather than suspicious, but potentially just as dangerous in the long term. I'd welcome that conversation, he replied honestly. I'm always interested in refining tactical approaches. As the group began to disperse, Todoroki lingered for a moment. Midoriya, he said quietly, whatever secrets you're carrying, I hope you'll trust us with them eventually. We're supposed to be classmates, potential allies, that works both ways. The earnest concern in his voice was unexpectedly touching. For a moment, Izuku felt genuine guilt about the layers of deception he was maintaining. He wants to understand you, the Aizen voice observed. But understanding would require revealing truths that would terrify him. Sometimes isolation is kinder than honesty. I appreciate that, Todoroki-kun, Izuku replied softly, more than you know. That afternoon brought an announcement that changed the trajectory of every first-year student's immediate future. The UA Sports Festival, Aizawa said, his tired eyes scanning Class 1A with typical detachment. Despite the recent security breach, the administration has decided to proceed with the festival as scheduled. Enhanced security measures will be in place, but the event remains our primary opportunity to showcase student capabilities to potential internship sponsors. Excited murmurs filled the classroom, but Izuku's mind immediately shifted into strategic analysis mode. The sports festival wasn't just a competition, it was a massive intelligence-gathering operation disguised as entertainment. Every pro hero in the country will be watching, he realized. Government officials, agency representatives, talent scouts. This is where reputations are made and futures decided. More importantly, it was where he could begin implementing longer-term objectives. The festival consists of multiple elimination rounds, Aizawa continued. First-year students compete against each other and against older students from the general studies and support courses. Expect intense competition and no guarantees of advancement. As their teacher droned on about logistics and regulations, Izuku found himself automatically cataloging his classmates' strengths, weaknesses, and potential strategic value. The notebook in front of him filled with observations that would have disturbed him weeks ago, but now felt utterly natural. Bakugo, powerful but predictable, emotional vulnerabilities easily exploited. Could be useful as a distraction or blunt instrument. Todoroki, tremendous potential but psychological limitations. Refuses to use his fire half due to daddy issues, exploitable through careful emotional manipulation. Yaoyorozu, brilliant tactical mind but lacks confidence in crisis situations. Perfect candidate for guidance and eventual alliance. Ida, rule-following mentality, strong moral compass, desperate for validation. Easy to influence through appeals to justice and responsibility. The list continued, each classmate reduced to their tactical utility, their emotional triggers, their potential role in larger strategies. It was comprehensive, insightful, and utterly dehumanizing. When did I start thinking of them this way? Izuku wondered, staring at his own handwriting with growing horror. When did my friends become chess pieces? When you accepted what you truly are, the Aizen voice replied with satisfaction. A being capable of seeing reality clearly rather than through the lens of naive sentimentality. The internal argument was interrupted by All Might's arrival for their afternoon heroics class. But instead of their usual practical exercises, the symbol of peace called Izuku aside for a private conversation. Young Midoriya, All Might said once they were alone in an empty classroom, his muscular form already beginning to deflate as his time limit approached. We need to discuss what happened at the USJ. Izuku had been expecting this conversation since the attack. All Might had seen too much observed capabilities that couldn't be explained by simple tactical training or enhanced physical abilities. What specifically did you want to discuss? Izuku asked, maintaining careful neutrality. All Might studied him with uncomfortable intensity. Your coordination of the other students during the crisis was impressive, but there were aspects of your performance that concerned me. The way you seemed to anticipate Shigaraki's psychology, how you manipulated the battlefield flow, the strange resonance your quirk displayed. Are you questioning my methods or my loyalties? Izuku interrupted, his voice carrying a subtle edge that made All Might pause. Neither exactly, All Might replied carefully. But the boy I chose as my successor was earnest, determined, and occasionally reckless in his desire to help others. The person I observed during the USJ incident was calculating, manipulative, and unnervingly strategic. Which one is real? The question struck at the heart of Izuku's growing identity crisis. He could feel both aspects warring within him, Deku's genuine heroic impulses and Aizen's calculating strategic brilliance. Both, he said finally. I'm still the same person who wants to save everyone, All Might, but I've learned that good intentions aren't enough. If I'm going to protect people effectively, I need to think strategically, anticipate threats, and yes, sometimes manipulate situations to achieve optimal outcomes. All Might's expression grew troubled. And you don't see any danger in that approach? Izuku considered the question seriously. Every form of power has risks. One for all could destroy my body if I use it incorrectly. My analytical abilities could lead to paralysis by analysis if I overthink situations. And yes, my strategic thinking could become manipulation if I lose sight of my core objectives. Which are protecting people, becoming a hero worthy of one for all, living up to the trust you placed in me. Izuku paused, then added quietly, sometimes the methods required to achieve those goals are more complex than simple heroic idealism would suggest. All Might was quiet for a long moment, clearly struggling with the implications of what he was hearing. Izuku, he said finally, I chose you because you had the heart of a true hero. Don't lose that in pursuit of efficiency. If only he knew, the Aizen voice whispered, how efficient true heroism could be with the right strategic framework. I won't, Izuku promised and meant it. But even as he spoke, he could feel his definition of heroism evolving, becoming more sophisticated and potentially more dangerous. As they parted ways, neither noticed the figure watching from the shadows of a nearby corridor. A woman with unusual markings around her eyes made a brief phone call. The integration is accelerating faster than our models predicted, she said quietly. His strategic capabilities are approaching levels that could pose significant risks to the established order. Recommend escalating to Phase 2 protocols. Understood, came the reply. How long before full awakening? The woman studied the direction Izuku had gone, noting the subtle changes in his posture and movement patterns. At current progression rates, weeks, not months, we're running out of time to contain this situation diplomatically. That evening found Izuku in his dorm room, surrounded by notebooks, tactical analyses, and strategic plans that would have impressed military professionals. The sports festival was 3 weeks away, providing a perfect opportunity to field test his evolving capabilities while advancing multiple objectives simultaneously. But as he worked, fragments of memories that weren't his own began surfacing with increasing frequency. A traditional Japanese garden meticulously maintained, the soft sound of bamboo striking stone. And himself, not himself, but Aizen kneeling in meditation while considering the loyalty of his subordinates. Captain Aizen, a voice said respectfully, the division is ready for your inspection. He rose gracefully, adjusting his white captain's haori with practiced precision. Excellent, tell me Hinamori-kun, what do you think makes a good leader? The young woman, his lieutenant, devoted and trusting, considered the question seriously. Strength, sir. The ability to protect your subordinates? Partially correct, he replied with a gentle smile that didn't reach his eyes. But true leadership is about understanding what motivates people, what they fear, what they desire. A leader who can give people what they need, or make them believe they need what he's offering, can inspire loyalty that transcends rational thought. I don't understand, Captain. You will, he said softly, placing a paternal hand on her shoulder. In time, you'll understand everything. The memory faded, leaving Izuku shaken. Hinamori Momo, he somehow knew her name, could recall her complete psychological profile, remembered exactly how he'd manipulated her devotion to serve his larger objectives. And the guilt he felt wasn't for the manipulation itself, but for how natural it had seemed, how easy it had been to earn trust he never intended to honor. She believed in you completely, the voice in his head whispered. Right up until the moment you put a sword through her chest. Such beautiful, absolute faith, wasted on someone too naive to appreciate its value. No, Izuku said aloud, his hands hawking as he stared at his tactical notes. That's not who I am. I'm not going to betray the people who trust me. Aren't you already? The voice asked with cruel amusement. Every strategic analysis, every psychological profile, every calculated manipulation disguised as leadership, you're building the foundation for betrayals you haven't committed yet. Izuku looked at his notebooks with growing horror. Pages and pages of information about his classmates' weaknesses, their emotional triggers, their potential utility in various scenarios. When had he started seeing them as resources to be managed rather than friends to be protected? The moment you accepted that protection requires control, the voice replied. The moment you realized that people can't be saved from threats they're too naive to recognize. A knock at his door interrupted the internal argument. Midoriya-kun, Uraraka's voice called through the barrier. Are you okay? You seemed distracted during dinner. For a moment, Izuku felt genuine panic. If she saw his notebooks, if she understood what he'd been writing about her and their classmates, tell her you're fine, the voice suggested. Smile, deflect, maintain the facade. She'll believe whatever you want her to believe. Instead, Izuku made a different choice. He quickly closed his notebooks, activated his room's privacy systems, and opened the door with what he hoped was a natural expression. I'm fine, Uraraka-san, he said, stepping aside to let her enter. Just preparing for the sports festival. There's a lot to consider. She looked around his room, taking in the organized workspace, the multiple notebooks, the tactical displays he'd forgotten to conceal. Her expression grew thoughtful rather than suspicious. You're really serious about this, aren't you? She said softly. All this analysis, all this preparation, you're not just trying to win. You're trying to excel. The observation was more accurate than she realized. Izuku wasn't just preparing to compete. He was preparing to demonstrate capabilities that would establish him as a force to be reckoned with while maintaining plausible deniability about their true extent. I want to make All Might proud, he said, which was true, and I want to prove that someone who was quirkless can still become a great hero. You don't have to prove anything to anyone, Uraraka said firmly. You saved all of us at the USJ. You coordinated our defense, kept us safe, showed leadership that most pros would envy. You're already a hero, Deku-kun. The genuine warmth in her voice, the absolute faith in her expression, reminded him painfully of another young woman who'd looked at him with identical trust. The memory of Hinamori's betrayed expression, of blood spreading across white fabric, hit him like a physical blow. Don't make the same mistakes, he told himself desperately. Don't let strategic thinking corrupt genuine care. Thank you, he said quietly. That means more than you know. As Uraraka prepared to leave, she paused at his door. Deku-kun, at the sports festival, we'll be competing against each other, won't we? Probably, he admitted. She smiled, but there was something complex in her expression, determination mixed with resignation. Promise me something, when we face each other, don't hold back because we're friends. I want to earn my advancement honestly, not through your kindness. The request crystallized something that had been building in Izuku's mind since the USJ incident. His classmates weren't just pieces on a chessboard. They were individuals with their own dreams, their own goals, their own right to succeed or fail based on their own merits. But they're also resources that could be optimized, the voice whispered, potential that could be developed more efficiently with proper guidance. I promise, Izuku said, meaning it. When we compete, I'll give you everything I have. After she left, Izuku sat in his darkened room, staring at the notebooks that contained months of accumulated intelligence on his classmates. Each page represented hours of observation, analysis, and strategic planning that could give him tremendous advantages in the upcoming competition. It also represented a fundamental betrayal of everything friendship was supposed to mean. The question, he realized, is whether using this information to help them reach their potential justifies the deception involved in gathering it. As he drifted off to sleep, Izuku's mind was filled with memories that weren't his own, scenes of careful manipulation, strategic betrayals, and the gradual corruption of noble intentions into something far more dangerous. But mixed with Aizen's calculating plans were newer images. Uraraka's trusting smile, Iida's earnest determination, Todoroki's growing willingness to open up to others. People who deserved protection, not manipulation. The sports festival will be the test, he thought as consciousness faded. Not just of my abilities, but of who I choose to be when the stakes are highest. In his dreams that night, he stood in a garden that was both peaceful and terrifying, while two versions of himself debated the nature of heroism, leadership, and the price of protecting people who might not want the kind of protection he was capable of providing. The festival was 3 weeks away, and Izuku Midoriya, heir to both Deku's heroic heart and Aizen's strategic brilliance, would have to decide which legacy he intended to honor. The chess game was accelerating, and for the first time since his reincarnation began, even he wasn't entirely sure which side he was playing for. The UA Sports Festival had transformed the school into something resembling a coliseum from ancient Rome. complete with roaring crowds, corporate sponsors, and the electric anticipation that came with witnessing the next generation of heroes compete for glory. As Izuku stepped onto the field with his classmates, he felt the weight of thousands of eyes upon him. Students, pro-heroes, government officials, and civilians all eager to see what UA's first years could accomplish. Perfect, the Aizen voice whispered with satisfaction, a stage worthy of demonstrating true evolution. The opening ceremony proceeded exactly as Izuku had predicted. Midnight's provocative introduction, Bakugo's characteristically blunt speech that managed to antagonize every other competitor, and the announcement of the first event, a 4-kilometer obstacle race that would eliminate roughly 3/4 of the participants. But what the audience couldn't see was how Izuku's enhanced perception had already mapped every inch of the course, identified optimal paths through each obstacle, and calculated the psychological profiles of every significant competitor. The robot Inferno will favor mobility and creative problem-solving, he analyzed as students lined up at the starting line. The fall zone rewards either flight capabilities or precise timing. The minefield punishes reckless speed while rewarding tactical thinking, an elegant test of multiple heroic competencies. Begin, President Mike's voice boomed across the stadium. The stampede that followed was exactly what Izuku had anticipated, hundreds of students rushing forward in a chaotic mass, each trying to gain an early advantage through raw speed or aggressive positioning. Most would be eliminated within the first kilometer as the course's design separated tactical thinkers from mere brawlers. Instead of joining the initial rush, Izuku hung back for precisely 2.3 seconds, long enough for the crowd to create its own bottleneck at the first major obstacle, but not long enough to fall significantly behind. When he did move, it was with the fluid precision of someone who had already run this race a dozen times in his mind. First obstacle, zero-pointer robots from the entrance exam, he noted as massive mechanical guardians emerged to block the tunnel entrance. Most students will either try to destroy them or find ways around. The optimal approach is, Izuku watched with clinical interest as Todoroki took the lead with a brilliant display of tactical thinking, freezing the robot's joints while passing beneath them, then using his ice to create a hazardous surface that would slow his pursuers. It was precisely the kind of strategic approach that Aizen would have appreciated. Excellent execution, Izuku acknowledged, even as he noted the emotional restraint Todoroki showed in refusing to use his fire half. But predictable, he's handicapping himself due to psychological trauma, which creates exploitable weaknesses. Rather than follow Todoroki's route or attempt to compete directly with the leaders, Izuku chose a third option. Using one for all at a carefully calculated percentage, he leaped to a nearby wall and began running along its surface, avoiding the ground-level chaos entirely while maintaining a position in the middle of the pack. To any observer, it would appear that he was using creative problem-solving to overcome his physical limitations. In reality, he was positioning himself to observe every other competitor's capabilities while conserving energy for later stages. Data collection phase, he cataloged mentally as he watched students navigate the obstacles below. Iida's engine overheating, Bakugo's aggressive but energy-intensive approach, Yaoyorozu overthinking her solutions, Takami's excellent tactical awareness. The second obstacle, a massive chasm crossed by narrow rope bridges, provided even more intelligence. Students revealed their true personalities under pressure, who collaborated, who competed ruthlessly, who panicked when their initial strategies failed. But it was the third obstacle that allowed Izuku to demonstrate the first hint of his true capabilities. The minefield spread before the remaining competitors like a deadly puzzle, each explosive device buried just deep enough to be invisible while remaining sensitive to pressure changes. Most students would either attempt to carefully navigate around the mines or try to trigger them from a safe distance. Izuku had a different approach entirely. Complete environmental awareness, he thought, allowing his enhanced perception to map every buried explosive in the field. Combined with precise spiritual pressure manipulation and calculated use of one for all. Instead of avoiding the mines, Izuku began running directly through the field at what appeared to be reckless speed. But each footstep was placed with surgical precision, threading between explosive devices with centimeter accuracy while creating the illusion of desperate determination. The crowd sees courage bordering on stupidity, he realized, noting the gasps from the stadium audience. The pro heroes see either exceptional spatial awareness or incredible luck. Neither suspects systematic supernatural perception. His real masterstroke came in the final stretch. As Todoroki and Bakugo engaged in their dramatic aerial battle, ice and explosions creating a spectacular show for the cameras, Izuku quietly triggered a carefully calculated chain reaction in the minefield behind him. The resulting explosion launched him forward with precisely the trajectory and velocity needed to overtake both frontrunners in the final meters, creating what appeared to be a miraculous victory through desperate innovation. Unbelievable, Present Mike's commentary reached fever pitch as Izuku crossed the finish line first. Midoriya Izuku takes the victory with an incredible last-second strategy. Perfect execution, the Aizen voice noted with approval. Demonstration of tactical thinking, creative problem-solving, and determination without revealing supernatural capabilities. The crowd sees an underdog victory, the pros see potential. Neither recognizes calculated orchestration. As Izuku caught his breath, partially genuine exhaustion, partially performance, he noticed several pro heroes in the stands leaning forward with obvious interest. Endeavor's flames burned brighter as he studied the boy who'd outmaneuvered his son. Best Jeanist was taking notes. Even Hawks had stopped his casual posture to watch with predatory focus. Attention gained, but within acceptable parameters, Izuku assessed. Time for Phase 2. The cavalry battle presented far more complex variables than the obstacle race. Teams of 4, point values assigned based on race placement, strategic alliances, and betrayals all happening in real time. Most importantly, his 10 million point headband made him the primary target for every other team. Excellent, he thought as teams began forming around him. Nothing reveals character like the promise of easy victory. His team selection had been carefully orchestrated weeks in advance through subtle social manipulation. Uraraka for her gravity quirk and unwavering loyalty. Takayami for his tactical intelligence and powerful but controllable dark shadow. Hatsum for her support equipment and desperate desire for recognition. Each member believed they had chosen to join his team for their own reasons. In reality, Izuku had spent weeks positioning himself as their optimal choice through careful psychology management. "All right, everyone," Izuku said as they huddled for strategy discussion, his voice carrying subtle harmonics that enhanced group cohesion. "They'll all come for us immediately. Our advantage isn't in avoiding conflict, it's in controlling how that conflict unfolds." As he outlined their battle plan, Izuku noticed something interesting in his teammates' expressions. They weren't just listening to his tactical analysis, they were absorbing it, integrating it, becoming extensions of his strategic thinking without conscious awareness. Kyoka Suigetsu evolution, he realized with mild surprise. The hypnotic influence is becoming more sophisticated. I'm not just manipulating their perceptions, I'm temporarily enhancing their tactical capabilities by sharing fragments of my enhanced awareness. The battle that followed was a masterpiece of controlled chaos. Every team's approach had been predicted and planned for. Bakugo's direct assault was redirected through Takami's shadows, while Uraraka's gravity manipulation created three-dimensional mobility that most competitors couldn't match. Hatsum's support items provided exactly the technological advantages Izuku had requested weeks earlier. But the real display came when Todoroki's team made their coordinated strike. Time to show them what true tactical evolution looks like, Izuku thought as ice and fire converged on his position. Instead of simply evading or countering the attack, Izuku did something that would puzzle tactical analysts for years afterward. He began speaking, not shouting commands to his team, but delivering what sounded like philosophical observations about the nature of power and transcendence. "Since when were you under the impression?" His voice carried clearly across the battlefield despite the surrounding chaos. That victory was determined by the strength of individual abilities rather than the coordination of collective will. The words themselves were meaningless to most listeners, but they carried harmonic frequencies that subtly influenced the decision-making processes of every combatant within range. Attacks became slightly less coordinated, defensive formations developed tiny gaps, and strategic thinking became clouded by momentary uncertainty. Mass hypnotic suggestion integrated with battlefield psychology, the Aizen voice noted with growing excitement. "You're not just fighting, you're conducting a symphony of controlled conflict." What the audience saw was an incredible display of teamwork and tactical adaptation. What actually happened was systematic manipulation of every team's combat effectiveness while maintaining the illusion of desperate struggle. The final moments of the cavalry battle showcased the full extent of Izuku's evolution. As multiple teams converged for a last-second scramble for points, he orchestrated a sequence of events that looked like chaos but followed precise choreography. Bakugo's explosive charge was redirected into Monoma's team through subtle positioning. Todoroki's ice attacks were turned against Iida's speed-based tactics through calculated terrain manipulation. Each team member's individual strengths were leveraged in ways that felt natural to them but served Izuku's larger strategic objectives. When the dust settled, Team Midoriya had secured their advancement to the final tournament, while every other qualified team believed they had earned their positions through their own merit. Flawless execution, Izuku reflected as the tournament brackets were announced. 16 finalists, all convinced they advanced through fair competition, none aware of how thoroughly their battles were orchestrated. The break between events provided an opportunity for reconnaissance and psychological preparation. As students scattered to recover and strategize, Izuku found himself approached by an unexpected visitor. "That was quite a performance," a smooth voice said behind him. Izuku turned to find a man in an expensive suit with calculating eyes that reminded him uncomfortably of his own reflection. The stranger's spiritual signature was almost invisible, either naturally suppressed or artificially concealed. "I'm sorry, do I know you?" Izuku asked, though his enhanced perception was already cataloging potential threat indicators. "Not yet," the man replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "But I know you, Izuku Midoriya, or should I say, someone who remembers being far more than a first-year hero student." The implication hung in the air like a challenge. This wasn't a casual encounter, it was a test, a probe, possibly even a threat assessment from forces Izuku hadn't yet identified. "Careful," the Aizen voice warned, "this one knows too much." His approach suggests either significant intelligence resources or supernatural perception. "I think you have me confused with someone else," Izuku replied calmly, but his spiritual pressure began to subtly fluctuate in warning patterns. The stranger's smile widened. "Perhaps, but I'll be watching your tournament matches with great interest. Your tactical evolution has attracted attention from circles that normally ignore schoolyard competitions." Before Izuku could respond, the man had melted back into the crowd with professional expertise, leaving only questions and the uncomfortable certainty that his careful facade was beginning to develop cracks. New variables in play, he realized. Unknown actors with knowledge they shouldn't possess. The game is becoming more complex. The first round of tournament matches proceeded exactly as Izuku had calculated during his pre-event analysis. Each fight revealed information about his future opponents while providing opportunities to demonstrate calculated portions of his capabilities. But it was his quarterfinal match against Todoroki that would serve as the true test of how far he'd evolved since the USJ incident. Shoto Todoroki, Izuku analyzed as they faced each other across the tournament ring. Tremendous power handicapped by psychological trauma. Refuses to use his fire half due to rejection of his father. Exploitable through careful emotional manipulation, but he paused, studying Todoroki's expression. Beneath the cold determination, Izuku could see genuine pain, the psychological scars of childhood abuse manifesting as self-imposed limitations. He's not an enemy to be defeated, Izuku realized with growing clarity. He's someone who needs help, who deserves to reach his full potential regardless of his father's sins. The distinction crystallized something important about his evolving identity. Aizen had seen people as tools to be used or obstacles to be removed, but Deku saw them as individuals worthy of protection and growth, even when they stood in opposition. This is what true transcendence means, he understood. Not surpassing others through manipulation, but helping them surpass their own limitations through genuine support. "Begin," Midnight's voice cracked across the arena. Instead of immediately attacking or defending, Izuku did something that surprised everyone watching, including himself. He began talking, not with the hypnotic undertones he'd been unconsciously using, but with the earnest sincerity that had originally defined his character. "Todoroki-kun," he called across the arena as ice barriers began forming between them. "You're holding back, aren't you? I can see it in how you fight, how you move. You're not using everything you have." "My left side is none of your concern," Todoroki replied coldly, launching a massive ice attack that Izuku narrowly avoided with one for all enhancement. "But it is my concern," Izuku countered, using the mobility provided by his quirk to weave between ice formations while continuing to speak. "Because you're my classmate, my friend, and I can see that you're in pain." The words carried across the arena with enough force to reach the pro-hero section, where Endeavor's flames began burning with increased intensity. In the stands, students from Class 1A leaned forward, sensing that this had become something more than a simple tournament match. "Dangerous territory," the Aizen voice warned. "Emotional manipulation can backfire if the target recognizes what you're doing." "This isn't manipulation," Izuku thought back firmly. "This is someone trying to help a friend." As the battle intensified, Izuku found himself drawing on both aspects of his dual nature. Aizen's tactical brilliance allowed him to analyze Todoroki's attack patterns and identify optimal counter strategies. But Deku's heroic heart drove him to use that advantage not for victory, but for healing. "Your power is yours, Todoroki," Izuku shouted as he dodged another ice barrage, his voice carrying across the stadium with enough force to silence the crowd. "It doesn't matter where it came from or who gave it to you, it's yours to use however you choose." Something flickered in Todoroki's heterochromatic eyes, surprise, confusion, and underneath it all desperate hope that someone might finally understand. "You don't know anything about my situation," Todoroki replied, but his ice attacks had become less focused, his tactical coordination compromised by emotional turmoil. "You're right," Izuku admitted, using One for All to close the distance between them while speaking with perfect sincerity. "I don't know the details of what you've been through, but I know what it's like to feel like you're not living up to your potential, to feel like the power you've been given comes with strings attached." The psychological breakthrough was visible to everyone watching. Todoroki's left side began generating heat, flames flickering to life as unconscious barriers started to crumble. Perfect, Izuku thought, but not with Aizen's calculating satisfaction. He's starting to heal. What followed was less a tournament battle than a therapeutic session disguised as combat. Every exchange of attacks became an opportunity for Izuku to demonstrate acceptance, understanding, and genuine care for Todoroki's well-being. When Todoroki finally embraced his fire half fully, the resulting explosion of power was spectacular enough to crack the arena floor and send shockwaves through the stadium. But instead of being intimidated, Izuku smiled with pure joy. "There you are," he said softly, preparing his own ultimate attack. "Now show me everything you've got." The final exchange was a collision of ice and fire against One for All at nearly full power, creating a light show that could be seen for kilometers around UA. When the smoke cleared, both combatants stood at the edge of the ring, battered but not broken. The decision came down to a technicality. Todoroki's foot had crossed the line first by a matter of centimeters, giving Izuku the victory. But as medical teams rushed to treat them both, neither competitor seemed to care about the official result. "Thank you," Todoroki said quietly as they were loaded onto stretchers. I had forgotten what it felt like to use my full power." "Thank you for letting me help," Izuku replied, meaning it completely. Interesting, the Aizen voice observed with something approaching respect. "You use tactical psychology to achieve emotional healing rather than simple victory. Perhaps there are forms of transcendence I never considered." The semi-final match against Bakugo proved to be an entirely different challenge. Where Todoroki had needed healing and support, Bakugo required something far more complex. A demonstration that his assumptions about superiority and inferiority were fundamentally flawed. Katsuki Bakugo, Izuku analyzed as they faced each other in the repaired arena. Childhood friend turned antagonist, driven by fear of inadequacy masked as aggressive dominance. Victory through overwhelming force will only reinforce his victim complex. Defeat through obvious manipulation will trigger his paranoia. The solution requires perfect balance, he realized. Demonstrate capabilities that force him to reconsider his worldview without destroying his sense of self-worth. "Deku," Bakugo growled, explosions already crackling around his palms. "I don't know what you did to Todoroki, but your mind games won't work on me." "I'm not planning to use mind games, Kakin," Izuku replied calmly. "I'm planning to show you who I really am." The battle that followed would be analyzed by combat specialists for years afterward. Not for its spectacular displays of power, though there were plenty, but for its psychological complexity. Instead of simply overpowering Bakugo or attempting to manipulate his emotions, Izuku fought with perfect tactical precision while maintaining complete emotional control. Every attack was calculated for maximum effectiveness, every defense positioned to conserve energy, every movement designed to demonstrate capabilities that Bakugo had never suspected. "This is what you could have seen," Izuku's fighting style seemed to say, "if you hadn't been blinded by your own assumptions." The turning point came when Bakugo attempted his most devastating combination attack, the same explosive barrage that had overwhelmed professional heroes during training exercises. Instead of dodging or blocking, Izuku did something that silenced the entire stadium. He caught one of the explosions. Not with his hands, not with a defensive quirk, but with some form of energy manipulation that seemed to absorb the blast's kinetic force and redirect it harmlessly into the ground. Spiritual pressure integrated with One for All, the Aizen voice noted with satisfaction. "You're beginning to access capabilities that transcend normal quirk limitations." Bakugo's reaction was immediate and visceral. Not anger, but genuine fear. For the first time in his life, he was facing someone whose capabilities were so far beyond his understanding that his entire framework for evaluating strength had become meaningless. "What the hell are you?" he whispered, his aggressive posture crumbling into uncertainty. Instead of gloating or attempting to establish dominance, Izuku did something that surprised everyone watching, including himself. He powered down, allowing his enhanced aura to fade until he appeared to be nothing more than a tired first-year student. "I'm your friend, Kakin," he said simply. "I always have been, even when you couldn't see it." The words hit Bakugo harder than any physical attack could have. Years of assumptions, of carefully constructed superiority, of desperate attempts to maintain his position at the top of their personal hierarchy, all of it crumbled in the face of genuine concern and affection. I can't, Bakugo struggled for words, his entire identity in crisis. "You don't have to understand everything right now," Izuku said gently, approaching with hands raised peacefully. "But you need to know that your worth isn't determined by being stronger than everyone else. You're already valuable, Kakin, you always have been." The psychological breakthrough was even more dramatic than Todoroki's. Bakugo's explosions flickered and died as emotional barriers he'd maintained for years began to dissolve. For a moment, he looked like the child Izuku remembered from their early friendship, uncertain, scared, but finally willing to be vulnerable. "I forfeit," Bakugo said quietly, his voice carrying clearly across the silent stadium. The crowd erupted in confusion and disbelief, but Izuku understood perfectly. Bakugo hadn't given up, he had chosen to trust, possibly for the first time in years. "Beautiful," the Aizen voice murmured, and for once there was no calculation in the observation. "You've achieved something I never managed, genuine transformation through compassion rather than manipulation." The final match was almost anticlimactic after the emotional intensity of his previous battles. His opponent, a talented student from Class 1B, fought valiantly, but was clearly outmatched by someone who had been operating on entirely different tactical levels throughout the tournament. When Present Mike announced Izuku as the festival champion, the crowd's reaction was a mixture of celebration and confused uncertainty. They had witnessed something unprecedented, not just a tournament victory, but systematic demonstration of abilities that seemed to transcend normal heroic capabilities. In the pro-hero section, conversations were already beginning about internship offers, potential recruitment, and the question of exactly what kind of quirk allowed for such sophisticated tactical thinking. But Izuku's attention was focused on his classmates. Todoroki was using both sides of his quirk for the first time in years, his expression more peaceful than Izuku had ever seen. Bakugo was sitting quietly, still processing the psychological revelations of their fight, but no longer radiating the desperate aggression that had defined him since childhood. This is what heroism means, Izuku realized as All Might approached with the gold medal. Not just defeating villains or saving people from disasters, but helping others become the best versions of themselves. "Young Midoriya," All Might said as he placed the medal around Izuku's neck, "I have to ask, did you plan for the festival to unfold this way?" The question was delivered quietly, meant only for Izuku's ears, but it carried implications that went far beyond simple tournament strategy. "Some of it," Izuku admitted, "but the most important parts, those happened because I stopped trying to control everything and started trying to help everyone." All Might studied his successor's face, noting the genuine warmth that had replaced some of the calculating intensity he'd been observing in recent weeks. "And how do you feel about that?" All Might asked. Izuku considered the question seriously as he looked out at the crowd, at his classmates, at the pro-heroes who were already discussing his future. The festival had been a complete success by any tactical measure. He had demonstrated his capabilities, gathered intelligence on future challenges, and established himself as a force to be reckoned with in the hero community. But more than that, he had helped his friends grow, had used his abilities to heal rather than manipulate, had chosen compassion over control when it mattered most. "This is who I want to be," he realized with growing certainty. "Someone who uses tactical brilliance and supernatural abilities in service of genuine heroism rather than personal ambition. I feel like I'm finally becoming the person I was meant to be," he said to All Might. "Someone worthy of one for all." As the ceremony concluded and students began returning to their normal routines, Izuku noticed the suited stranger from earlier watching from the crowd's edge. Their eyes met across the distance and the man nodded slowly, whether in approval or acknowledgement, Izuku couldn't tell. New challenges ahead, he thought as the stranger disappeared once again. But I'm ready for them. The festival was over, but the chess game was entering its next phase. And for the first time since his reincarnation began, Izuku Midoriya felt confident that he was playing for the right side. Evolution complete, the Aizen voice observed with something approaching pride. You have achieved what I never could, true transcendence through service to others. As Class 1A reunited and began sharing their tournament experiences, Izuku found himself surrounded by friends who trusted him, respected him, and most importantly, had been helped by him rather than manipulated. This is what victory looks like, he realized. Not conquest but connection, not domination but understanding. The sports festival had ended, but Izuku Midoriya's true heroic journey was just beginning. The weeks following the sports festival should have been a period of celebration and opportunity for Class 1A pro heroes from across Japan had extended internship offers. The media was buzzing with analysis of the tournament's most impressive performances, and UA's first-year students found themselves thrust into the spotlight as the next generation of heroic talent. But for Izuku Midoriya, the aftermath brought something far more sinister than fame or recognition. It began with the messages. The first one appeared on his desk 3 days after the festival, a simple white envelope with no postmark or identifying marks. Inside, a single sentence written in elegant calligraphy: "The Hagyoku remembers what you have forgotten." Izuku stared at the words with growing unease. The Hagyoku, Aizen's creation, the device that granted one's deepest desires and enabled transcendence beyond natural limitations. How could anyone in this world know about something that existed only in his memories of another life? Dangerous, the Aizen voice whispered with unusual tension. Someone with knowledge of our true nature is making contact. This isn't coincidence, it's reconnaissance. The second message arrived during lunch, slipped into his hero analysis notebook while he wasn't looking. Evolution requires sacrifice. Are you prepared to pay the price? By the time the third message appeared, this one left on his dorm room pillow despite the building's security systems. Izuku understood that he was being watched, evaluated, and possibly threatened by forces he hadn't yet identified. The Soul Society remembers its greatest traitor. Judgment is coming. Soul Society, Izuku realized with a chill, the same organization that the mysterious figures at the beach had claimed to represent. But how were they still operating in this world? And more importantly, what did they want with him? The answer began to unfold during what should have been a routine heroics class. All Might had divided Class 1A into teams for urban rescue scenarios, providing an opportunity to practice the coordination and tactical thinking that had proven so valuable during the USJ incident. But as Izuku worked with his assigned team, Yaoyorozu, Iida, and Kaminari, he noticed something that sent alarm bells ringing through his enhanced perception. They weren't responding to his tactical suggestions with their usual enthusiasm. "Midoriya-kun," Yaoyorozu said carefully as he outlined an optimal approach to their scenario, "your plan is tactically sound, but don't you think it's a bit complex for a simple rescue exercise?" The observation was delivered with diplomatic politeness, but Izuku could hear the underlying concern. His enhanced perception picked up subtle body language cues from all three teammates: wariness, uncertainty, and something that might have been fear. "They're beginning to understand what you are," the Aizen voice noted with clinical interest. "Your tactical brilliance is becoming too sophisticated to explain away as natural talent." "I just want us to perform well," Izuku replied, but even as he spoke, he realized how inadequate the explanation sounded. His suggestions had become increasingly detailed, anticipating variables that normal students wouldn't consider, coordinating complex movements with precision that bordered on supernatural. "It's not that we don't appreciate your strategic thinking," Iida added diplomatically, adjusting his glasses in a gesture that Izuku recognized as nervous habit. "But sometimes it feels like you're seeing something the rest of us can't." The statement was more accurate than Iida realized. Izuku's enhanced spiritual perception allowed him to map the entire training facility, track the movements of every participant, and predict scenario developments with near-perfect accuracy. What felt like natural tactical awareness to him appeared as inexplicable prescience to others. "Maybe I should dial back the complexity," Izuku said, forcing himself to smile with what he hoped was appropriate self-consciousness. "I tend to overthink things." But as the exercise continued, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain the facade of normal strategic thinking. Every instinct honed through months of integration with Aizen's memories pushed him toward optimal solutions that were too sophisticated for a first-year student to conceive. "The mask is slipping," he realized with growing concern. "I'm becoming too advanced to hide among peers who still think like children." The problem became acute during the exercise's climax. Their scenario involved a multi-story building collapse with civilian casualties trapped on various floors, multiple potential hazards, and a time limit that made careful planning essential. Without conscious thought, Izuku began coordinating his team's response with the precision of a military operation. Yaoyorozu's matter creation was directed toward specific structural supports he identified through enhanced perception. Iida's movement patterns were optimized to cover maximum ground while avoiding debris fields that hadn't collapsed yet. Kaminari's electrical quirk was deployed to power emergency systems that Izuku somehow knew the exact locations of. The result was a flawless rescue operation that saved every simulated civilian while avoiding all potential hazards. It was also clearly impossible for a 15-year-old student to have orchestrated without supernatural capabilities. Midoriya, All Might's voice called across the training ground, carrying a tone that made several students look up nervously. A word. As Izuku approached his mentor, he could see concern and growing suspicion warring in All Might's expression. The symbol of peace had been watching the exercise with the analytical eye of someone who'd spent decades studying tactical operations, and what he'd observed clearly didn't match his understanding of his successor's capabilities. That was quite a performance, All Might said quietly, leading Izuku away from the other students. Your team coordination was professional level, beyond professional actually. I've seen veteran hero teams with less tactical sophistication. We worked well together, Izuku replied carefully, but he could feel the inadequacy of the response. All Might studied him with uncomfortable intensity. Izuku, I need you to be honest with me. What's happening to you? Over the past few weeks, I've watched you evolve from a promising student into something that frankly concerns me. The directness of the confrontation caught Izuku off guard. What do you mean? The sports festival? All Might continued, his voice growing more serious. The way you orchestrated not just your own victories but the psychological development of your opponents. Your tactical awareness during training exercises. The way other students react to you now, with respect, yes, but also with an uncertainty that suggests they're seeing capabilities they can't understand. Each observation was accurate and damning. Izuku felt exposed, as if All Might was systematically dismantling the careful facade he'd maintained for months. I'm still the same person who wants to be a hero, Izuku said, which was true but incomplete. Are you? All Might asked. Because the person I chose as my successor was earnest, sometimes reckless, driven by a pure desire to help others. The person I'm looking at now analyzes people like specimens, manipulates situations with frightening precision, and speaks sometimes with the authority of someone who's commanded others for decades. He sees too much, the Aizen voice warned. This conversation is approaching dangerous territory. I've been developing my strategic thinking, Izuku replied. Isn't that what heroes need? The ability to coordinate rescues, anticipate villain tactics, optimize resource deployment. Yes, but there's a difference between strategic development and… All Might paused, clearly struggling with how to articulate his concerns. Izuku, do you remember why I chose you? It wasn't because you were the strongest or the smartest candidate. It was because you had the heart of a true hero. I still do, Izuku said firmly. Then why, All Might asked quietly, do I sometimes feel like I'm talking to someone else when I look in your eyes? The question hung between them like an accusation. Izuku could feel multiple responses warring in his mind. Aizen's calculating denials, Deku's desperate reassurances, and underneath both, a growing uncertainty about which identity was becoming dominant. Before he could formulate an answer, their conversation was interrupted by an explosion from the other side of the training facility. Stay here, All Might commanded, his hero instincts immediately activated. I'll handle… No, Izuku interrupted with quiet authority. That explosion was specifically timed to interrupt this conversation. We're under attack and the target isn't the other students. All Might's eyes widened at the casual certainty in Izuku's voice, but before he could ask how his successor could possibly know that, figures began emerging from concealed positions throughout the training ground. Soul Reapers Izuku identified immediately, his enhanced perception cataloging their spiritual signatures, more than before. Better equipped. This isn't reconnaissance, this is a termination operation. Izuku Midoriya, a familiar voice called across the training ground. The lead figure from the beach confrontation stepped into view, her unusual eye markings now glowing with otherworldly energy. By order of the Soul Society, you are hereby sentenced to execution for crimes against the natural order. What's going on here? All Might demanded, his muscular form already beginning to manifest as his quirk activated. Who are these people? Humans who gain spiritual awareness, Izuku replied calmly, his own power beginning to fluctuate as he prepared for combat. They've been hunting supernatural anomalies and apparently I qualify. The lead Soul Reaper raised what appeared to be a traditional katana, but Izuku's enhanced perception could detect the otherworldly energy flowing through the blade. You are not human, Reincarnation. You are a fragment of a being that nearly destroyed the balance between worlds. Your existence in this reality represents an unacceptable risk. Interesting, the Aizen voice noted with dangerous calm. They understand what we are, but they underestimate what we've become. I'm not Sosuke Aizen, Izuku said, his voice carrying harmonics that made the air itself seem to thicken. I'm something new. Something better? Prove it, the Soul Reaper challenged, and suddenly the training ground erupted into chaos. What followed was unlike any battle Izuku had experienced since his reincarnation began. These weren't villains driven by greed or madness. They were trained professionals with supernatural abilities specifically designed to counter spiritual threats. The first wave came at him from 3 directions simultaneously. Instead of dodging or blocking conventionally, Izuku activated abilities that he'd been carefully concealing for months. Complete hypnosis, he thought, and reality fractured. Suddenly, there were a dozen Izukus moving through the training ground, each one perfectly real to normal perception. The Soul Reaper's enhanced spiritual awareness allowed them to identify the true target, but the illusion still created enough confusion to disrupt their coordinated attack patterns. Impossible, one of them breathed as he swung his blade through what appeared to be Izuku's chest, finding only empty air. He's mastered Kyoka Suigetsu beyond anything Aizen achieved. Because unlike Aizen, Izuku realized with growing confidence, I'm not bound by the limitations of a single sword or a fixed spiritual structure. My abilities are integrated with this world's quirk system and enhanced by one for all's power source. The battle escalated as more Soul Reapers joined the assault. Their weapons carried energies that could disrupt spiritual manipulation, forcing Izuku to rely more heavily on physical capabilities enhanced by One for All. But it was when they threatened All Might that Izuku's true evolution became apparent. Your mentor will die first, the lead Soul Reaper announced, redirecting her attack toward the symbol of peace. Then we'll dissect his corpse to understand how his quirk interacted with your spiritual contamination. Wrong move, Izuku thought with cold fury that belonged entirely to his current identity rather than Aizen's memories. What happened next would be analyzed by supernatural intelligence agencies for decades afterward. Izuku didn't just counter the attack on All Might. He systematically dismantled every Soul Reaper simultaneously through a combination of techniques that had never been seen in either the human world or the Soul Society. Spiritual pressure merged with One for All's enhancement, creating waves of force that disrupted both physical and supernatural defenses. Hypnotic manipulation was integrated with combat tactics, making opponents attack their own allies while believing they were targeting him. Most impossibly, he seemed to be learning and adapting to their abilities in real time, developing countermeasures faster than they could adjust their strategies. This is impossible, the lead Soul Reaper gasped as her carefully coordinated assault fell apart around her. No single being should possess this level of integrated capability. You're right, Izuku agreed, appearing directly behind her with speed that bypassed both normal movement and spiritual transportation. A single being couldn't achieve this, but I'm not single, I'm integrated. Human and spirit, hero and strategist, past wisdom and future potential. Before she could react, Izuku's hand pressed against her forehead with gentle precision. Instead of a killing blow, however, she found herself overwhelmed by visions. Memories not of Aizen's betrayals and manipulations, but of Izuku's months at UA, his genuine care for his classmates, his determination to use power in service of protection rather than domination. This is who I am now, his voice resonated directly in her consciousness. Judge me for what I do, not what someone else did in a different life. The psychological assault was more devastating than any physical attack could have been. The Soul Reaper's entire worldview, built around the necessity of eliminating dangerous spiritual anomalies, crumbled in the face of evidence that transformation and redemption were possible. Around the training ground, her subordinates were experiencing similar revelations as Izuku's spiritual pressure carried fragments of his genuine heroic nature to everyone within range. They had come to execute a monster and found instead someone who was desperately trying to use monstrous capabilities for heroic purposes. We were wrong, the lead Soul Reaper whispered, her weapon clattering to the ground. You're not what we expected. No, Izuku agreed, his power gradually receding as the immediate threat passed. I'm what Aizen could have become if he'd had people worth protecting. The aftermath of the battle was more complex than its resolution. The Soul Reapers retreated, but not in defeat, in confusion and uncertainty about their fundamental mission. All Might stood nearby, clearly struggling to process what he'd witnessed. And across the training ground, Class 1A students were emerging from cover, their expressions mixing awe and fear as they tried to understand what their classmate had become. Midoriya-kun, Yaoyorozu's voice was carefully controlled, but Izuku could detect the underlying tremor. What exactly are you? It was Todoroki who answered, his heterochromatic eyes reflecting new understanding. He's someone carrying the weight of capabilities he never asked for, trying to figure out how to use them responsibly. The insight was more accurate than any of them realized. Izuku looked at his classmates, his friends, and saw the uncertainty in their faces, the way they stood slightly farther away than usual, the questions they wanted to ask but feared to voice. This is the price of evolution, he realized. Power that sets you apart from those you want to protect. I need to speak with Principal Nezu, Izuku said quietly. There are things about my situation that UACE administration needs to understand. As students and faculty began processing the afternoon's events, Izuku found himself standing alone in the training ground center, surrounded by evidence of a battle that had revealed capabilities he could no longer hide. The masquerade is over, the Aizen voice observed with something approaching satisfaction. No more pretending to be a normal student with an unusual quirk. Good, Izuku thought back with growing resolve. I'm tired of hiding who I am. If they can accept me for what I've become, then we can move forward together. If they can't, he didn't finish the thought, but the implication hung in his consciousness like a challenge. The chess game was entering a new phase, one where deception would be replaced by transparency and trust, or by isolation and conflict. The question, he reflected as emergency responders arrived to secure the training ground, is whether the people I care about are ready to understand that their friend has become something unprecedented in this world. Time would tell, but one thing was certain, Izuku Midoriya was done pretending to be anything less than what he had evolved to become. Evolution complete, he thought with quiet certainty. Now let's see who's brave enough to evolve alongside me. The Shadow Organization had revealed itself, but in doing so, they had also revealed that Izuku's greatest challenge wouldn't be external enemies. It would be maintaining the connections that made his power worth wielding in the first place. The real test was just beginning. The emergency meeting in Principal Nezu's office felt more like a war council than an academic discussion. Present were All Might, Aizawa, several other faculty members, and representatives from the Hero Public Safety Commission, all gathered to discuss the Midoriya situation in the wake of the Soul Reaper attack. Izuku sat in the center of it all, no longer bothering to maintain his nervous, self-deprecating facade. The events of the previous day had shattered any pretense of being a normal student with an unusual quirk. Now, under the scrutiny of some of Japan's most experienced heroes, he found himself displaying the calm, analytical demeanor that had become increasingly natural to him. Finally, the Aizen voice noted with satisfaction. No more hiding behind childish masks. Let them see what you truly are. Young Midoriya, Principal Nezu began, his high-pitched voice carrying unusual gravity, yesterday's incident has raised questions about your nature that we can no longer ignore. The attacker specifically identified you as a reincarnation and demonstrated knowledge of abilities that shouldn't exist in our world. They weren't wrong, Izuku replied calmly, his green eyes meeting the principal's dark ones without flinching. I am the reincarnation of someone who once wielded tremendous power in a different reality. The question is, what are you going to do about it? The directness of his response sent ripples of tension through the room. All Might shifted uncomfortably in his chair, while Aizawa's capture weapon twitched almost imperceptibly, a subconscious reaction to potential threat. That depends, said a new voice from the doorway, on whether you're a threat to this world's stability. Everyone turned as a woman entered the office middle-aged, wearing an expensive suit and carrying herself with the confident authority of someone accustomed to making life-or-death decisions. Her spiritual signature was almost completely suppressed, but Izuku's enhanced perception caught hints of something far more dangerous than a typical government official. Lady Nagant, All Might said with obvious surprise. I didn't know the commission was sending you personally. Interesting, Izuku thought, studying the newcomer with careful attention. Her spiritual signature suggests supernatural abilities, but integrated with this world's quirk system rather than imported from elsewhere. A native evolution. The situation warranted personal attention, Lady Nagant replied, her eyes never leaving Izuku's face. We've been monitoring spiritual anomalies for months, but yesterday's incident represents an escalation we can't ignore. Monitoring? Izuku asked, his tone carrying a subtle edge that made several people in the room tense. How long have you known about me? Since the sports festival, Lady Nagant answered honestly. Your tactical coordination was too sophisticated, your psychological manipulation too precise. We initially assumed you were some kind of mental quirk prodigy, but yesterday's battle revealed capabilities that transcend normal human limitations. The admission confirmed what Izuku had suspected. His careful facade had been cracking for weeks, observed by intelligence agencies he hadn't even known existed. The realization should have been alarming, but instead he felt almost relieved. No more pretense, no more calculated performances. "What do you want to know?" he asked simply. "Everything," Lady Nagant replied. "Who you were, what you're capable of, and most importantly, what your intentions are in this world." Izuku considered how much to reveal. Complete honesty would likely result in containment or elimination. Too little information would leave them unable to trust him when cooperation became necessary. As always, the optimal approach lay in selective truth. "I was once known as Sosuke Aizen," he began, ignoring the sharp intakes of breath from several faculty members. "Captain of the 5th Division of the Soul Society's Godai 13, creator of the Hagyoku, and eventually, someone who sought to transcend the limitations placed on spiritual beings by their own governing systems." "You were a villain," Aizawa stated flatly. "I was someone who believed that stagnation was a greater evil than revolution," Izuku corrected. "But yes, by most definitions, I became a villain. I manipulated allies, betrayed friends, and ultimately caused tremendous suffering in pursuit of what I believed was necessary evolution." The room fell silent as everyone processed the implications. All Might looked particularly stricken. His chosen successor had just admitted to being the reincarnation of someone who embodied everything the symbol of peace opposed. "And now," Lady Nagant asked, "what are your intentions in this world?" "To be better than I was," Izuku replied with complete sincerity. "To use the knowledge and capabilities I've inherited in service of genuine heroism rather than personal ambition. To prove that redemption is possible, even for someone who once fell as far as I did." Pretty words, the Aizen voice whispered mockingly. "But can you maintain such noble intentions when true power is within your grasp?" The internal question was interrupted by an alarm that began blaring throughout UA's main building. Not the standard villain alert, but something far more urgent. "Class S emergency protocol," Principal Nezu announced, his usual cheerful demeanor replaced by grim professionalism. "All staff to defensive positions immediately." "What's a Class S emergency?" All Might asked, his muscular form already beginning to manifest. "Something that threatens the fundamental stability of hero society," Lady Nagant replied, her own quirk beginning to activate as rifle components materialized around her arm. "It's only been used twice in the past decade." Through the office windows, they could see explosions erupting across Musutafu's skyline. But these weren't normal villain attacks. The energy signatures were wrong, carrying otherworldly resonances that made Izuku's enhanced perception recoil. The Hagyoku, he realized with growing alarm, someone has found a fragment. "We need to evacuate the students immediately," Aizawa said, already moving toward the door. "If this is what I think," his words were cut off as the office's windows exploded inward, not from external force but from a sudden spatial distortion that twisted reality like heated glass. Through the breach stepped a figure that made everyone in the room freeze with instinctive terror. Tall, pale, with slicked-back hair and wearing what appeared to be a modified military uniform, the newcomer radiated power that made the air itself feel thick and oppressive. But it was the object in his hand that captured Izuku's complete attention, a crystalline sphere that pulsed with familiar energy. A Hagyoku fragment, Izuku confirmed, his mind immediately shifting into tactical analysis mode. "But how is that possible? I created the original in another reality entirely." "Greetings," the figure said, his voice carrying cultured politeness that somehow made him seem more threatening than any villain's rant. "I am Dr. Kyudai Garaki, and I've come to collect something that belongs to my master." His eyes fixed on Izuku with uncomfortable intensity. "You carry fragments of a consciousness that once created something truly magnificent. The Hagyoku, a device capable of granting the deepest desires of its wielder, of enabling evolution beyond natural limitations." "That's impossible," All Might said, stepping protectively in front of Izuku despite the obvious power differential. "Whatever you're talking about doesn't exist in our world." Dr. Garaki smiled with genuine amusement. "Doesn't it? Tell me, symbol of peace, how do you think quirks first appeared? Random mutation, natural evolution? Or perhaps the influence of an artifact designed to grant humanity's deepest desire for power?" The implication hit like a physical blow. quirks, the fundamental basis of their entire world's power structure, had been influenced by Hagioku technology from another reality. Impossible, the Aizen voice whispered, but uncertainty crept into its tone. Unless the original Hagioku's influence transcended dimensional boundaries, could fragments of its power have seeded themselves across multiple realities? You're suggesting that quirks originated from your artifact? Principal Nezu asked, his analytical mind already working through the implications. Not my artifact, Dr. Garaki corrected. His, he pointed directly at Izuku. The Hagioku responds to its creator's spiritual signature. This fragment has been dormant for generations, waiting for someone with the proper resonance to awaken its true potential. As if responding to his words, the crystalline sphere in his hand began glowing more brightly. Around the room, everyone with quirks suddenly felt their abilities fluctuate wildly. Enhancement types found their strength doubled, transformation quirks began activating involuntarily, and even Aizawa's erasure flickered unpredictably. It's feeding on their desire for greater power, Izuku realized with growing horror. Just like the original. But in a world where everyone already has superhuman abilities, the exponential enhancement could destroy the existing power balance entirely, he said aloud, completing his own thought. You're not just threatening individual heroes, you're threatening the entire structure of society. Dr. Garaki's smile widened. Precisely. My master requires chaos to implement his vision of a new world order. Your Hagioku fragment will provide exactly the catalyst we need. I won't let you use my creation to hurt innocent people, Izuku said, rising from his chair with dangerous calm. Green lightning began crackling around his form as One for All activated, but beneath it, something far more ominous was stirring. Spiritual pressure, he thought, allowing fragments of his true power to begin manifesting. If he has a Hagioku fragment, conventional attacks won't be sufficient. The air in the room began to thicken as Izuku's spiritual energy started to sync with One for All's enhancement matrix. Books fell from shelves, windows cracked without being touched, and several of the weaker-willed individuals present found themselves struggling to breathe. Magnificent, Dr. Garaki breathed, his eyes wide with scientific fascination. The integration is far more advanced than our projections suggested. You've somehow merged spiritual power with this world's quirk system to create something entirely unprecedented. But instead of being intimidated, he held up the Hagioku fragment with obvious confidence. However, you're still bound by the limitations of a human vessel. This fragment, properly activated, can grant me temporary access to power that rivals what you once wielded as a captain-class spiritual being. Dangerous, the Aizen voice warned. If he can channel the Hagioku's enhancement effects, he'll gain access to abilities that could match our current capabilities. We need to end this quickly. Izuku was already moving, One for All propelling him forward with speed that created sonic booms. But Dr. Garaki was ready for him, the Hagioku fragment flaring with brilliant light as it activated defensive protocols that bent space around him like a shield. The collision sent shockwaves through the building, shattering every remaining window and sending furniture flying. When the energy dispersed, both combatants stood facing each other across the ruined office, neither having gained a decisive advantage. Impressive, Dr. Garaki admitted, adjusting his coat with casual indifference to the destruction around them. But this is only the beginning. My master has been collecting fragments like this one for months, waiting for the proper catalyst to activate them simultaneously. Horror crept up Izuku's spine as he processed the implications. Multiple fragments, how many? Enough to enhance every member of the League of Villains beyond current heroic capabilities, Dr. Garaki replied with obvious satisfaction. Your old ally Shigaraki will be particularly interested to see what the Hagioku can do for someone with his unique psychological profile. Shigaraki with Hagioku enhancement would be catastrophic, Izuku realized. His decay quirk combined with exponential power amplification could theoretically affect entire cities. The tactical situation crystallized with uncomfortable clarity. Dr. Garaki wasn't here to fight, he was here to test Izuku's capabilities and gather intelligence about his current power level. The real battle would come later, when the League of Villains had been enhanced beyond conventional heroic response capabilities. Time for a tactical decision, the Aizen voice observed with cold calculation. You can either attempt to stop him here, risking exposure of your full capabilities and potential failure, or you can let him leave with intelligence about your current limitations while you prepare for the larger conflict. Neither option is acceptable, Izuku thought back grimly, but there is a third approach. Instead of continuing the direct assault, Izuku did something that surprised everyone present, including himself. He began to speak, not with the hypnotic undertones he'd been unconsciously using for months, but with the full force of Aizen's psychological manipulation techniques. "Dr. Garaki," he said, his voice carrying harmonics that seemed to resonate directly in the listener's consciousness, "you're operating under several flawed assumptions about the nature of the Hagyoku and its relationship to desire." The doctor paused, his scientific curiosity overriding his tactical instincts. "Explain, the Hagyoku doesn't simply grant wishes," Izuku continued, circling slowly while maintaining eye contact. "It grants what the wielder truly desires, not what they consciously believe they want. Tell me, what does your master really desire? Power, control, or something far more fundamental?" Psychological warfare, he thought as he watched uncertainty flicker across Dr. Garaki's features. Make him question his own understanding of the artifact he's trying to use. "All for one desires to rule," Dr. Garaki replied, but there was less certainty in his voice. "Does he?" Izuku asked with a slight smile that carried too much knowledge. "Or does he desire to be necessary, to be indispensable? The Hagyoku might interpret those desires very differently than you expect." The doubt he was sowing was subtle but effective. Dr. Garaki's grip on the fragment tightened as he reconsidered the implications of using a reality-altering artifact created by someone whose understanding of desire had proven catastrophically complex. "Perfect," Izuku thought. "Now for the hook. But perhaps we can reach an arrangement," he continued, his tone shifting to something almost conversational. "You want to test the Hagyoku's capabilities. I want to ensure it's not used to harm innocent people. What if I offered to demonstrate its true potential under controlled circumstances?" Everyone else in the room looked at him with horror and disbelief. All Might started to speak, but Izuku silenced him with a subtle gesture that carried unmistakable authority. "You would willingly cooperate with us?" Dr. Garaki asked, his scientific interest clearly warring with his suspicion. "I would ensure that any testing is conducted safely," Izuku replied carefully. "The Hagyoku is my creation. I understand its capabilities and limitations better than anyone. Wouldn't you prefer accurate data to destructive experimentation?" "What are you doing?" the Aizen voice hissed in his mind. "This is exactly the kind of calculated betrayal that defined our previous existence." "No," Izuku thought back firmly. "This is buying time while positioning myself to prevent catastrophic misuse of my own creation. There's a difference between manipulation for personal gain and manipulation for protection." Dr. Garaki considered the offer for a long moment, his analytical mind clearly working through the advantages and risks. "What assurances would you provide?" "My word," Izuku replied simply, "and a demonstration of why that should be sufficient." Without warning, he activated complete hypnosis. Reality fractured around Dr. Garaki, showing him not illusions of false scenarios, but genuine memories from Aizen's past. The creation of the original Hagyoku, its effects on various test subjects, the precise mechanisms by which it granted desires in ways that often destroyed the wielder. Educational rather than deceptive, Izuku thought as he carefully modulated the technique. Show him the truth instead of lies. When the hypnosis faded, Dr. Garaki was staring at him with something approaching awe. Those memories. "You truly did create the original Hagyoku. The depth of understanding, the sophistication of the design, and the horror of what happened when people used it without proper comprehension," Izuku added quietly. "Do you really want to risk repeating those mistakes?" The doctor was quiet for a long moment, clearly wrestling with scientific curiosity and practical caution. Finally, he nodded slowly. "Very well, we will arrange controlled testing. But understand, if you attempt to deceive or betray us, the consequences will extend to every student in this school." A threat disguised as negotiation, Izuku noted, but acceptable parameters for now. "Understood," he replied. "When and where? You'll be contacted within 48 hours, Dr. Garaki said, already beginning to activate some form of transportation quirk. "And young Reincarnation, don't think you can simply overpower the League when the time comes. We have resources you haven't imagined." With that, he vanished in another spatial distortion, leaving behind only the lingering energy signature of the Hagyoku fragment and a room full of heroes trying to process what they'd just witnessed. "Midoriya," All Might said, his voice heavy with concern and disappointment. "Please tell me you didn't just agree to help villains enhance their capabilities." "I agreed to prevent them from accidentally destroying half of Japan through ignorant misuse of an artifact they don't understand," Izuku replied calmly. "There's a significant difference." Lady Nagant stepped forward, her rifle still manifested but not actively threatening. "You realize you've just made yourself complicit in whatever they're planning." "No," Izuku corrected, his green eyes flashing with dangerous certainty. "I've just positioned myself to ensure their plans fail in the most decisive way possible." "Explain," the Aizen voice demanded. "The Hagyoku responds to true desire, not conscious intent," Izuku thought back. "If I can influence their subconscious motivations during the testing process, I can ensure it grants wishes that serve my objectives rather than theirs." Manipulation disguised as cooperation, the voice observed with growing approval. "You truly have learned from our past mistakes." As emergency responders began arriving to assess the damage to Principal Nezu's office, Izuku found himself standing apart from the group, already calculating the dozens of variables that would determine the success or failure of his impromptu strategy. 48 hours to prepare, he thought grimly. Time to gather intelligence, coordinate with potential allies, and most importantly, time to decide exactly what kind of desires I want the League of Villains to discover they truly harbor. The chess game had reached a new level of complexity, and for the first time since his reincarnation began, Izuku found himself playing moves that Aizen would not only approve of, but respect. Evolution through manipulation rather than domination, he realized. Perhaps this is what true transcendence looks like, using your worst capabilities in service of your best intentions. The question was whether he could maintain that distinction when faced with the temptation of unlimited power through Hagyoku enhancement. 2 days, he thought as he began mentally preparing for the most dangerous gambit of either of his lives. Time to prove that redemption is possible, even for someone who once sought to become a god. But as he left the ruined office, Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that he was walking into a trap far more sophisticated than Dr. Garaki's obvious threats. A trap set by his own evolving nature and the growing uncertainty about where Aizen's influence ended and his own heroic will began. The Hagyoku incident was just beginning, and its ultimate resolution would determine not just the fate of Hero Society, but the very nature of who Izuku Midoriya was becoming. The real test, he realized with growing clarity, isn't whether I can outmaneuver the League of Villains. It's whether I can outmaneuver myself. The abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Musutafu looked unremarkable from the outside, just another casualty of Japan's economic shifts, forgotten by legitimate business and ignored by law enforcement. But as Izuku approached the meeting location Dr. Garaki had specified, his enhanced perception detected layers of concealment that spoke to significant preparation. Spatial distortion fields, electromagnetic dampeners, spiritual energy suppressors, he cataloged mentally. They've turned this place into a fortress designed specifically to contain supernatural phenomena. 47 hours had passed since the confrontation at UA, and Izuku had spent every moment planning for this encounter. The official story was that he was recovering from injuries sustained during the villain attack, providing cover for his absence from classes while he prepared for what might be the most dangerous gambit of either of his lives. "Are you certain about this approach?" the Aizen voice asked with unusual uncertainty. "We're walking into a controlled environment designed by people who understand our capabilities. Every advantage will be theirs." "That's exactly why this will work," Izuku replied as he entered the warehouse. "They expect Aizen, calculating, manipulative, ultimately self-serving. They're not prepared for someone who's learned to use those capabilities in service of genuine heroism." The interior of the warehouse had been transformed into something resembling a high-tech laboratory crossed with a ritual chamber. Scientific equipment lined the walls, monitoring devices hummed with barely contained energy, and at the center of it all sat a reinforced containment unit housing multiple Hagyoku fragments. Dr. Garaki stood beside the central apparatus, no longer bothering with his polite academic facade. Around him, figures emerged from the shadows, members of the League of Villains, each one radiating enhanced power that suggested they'd already undergone preliminary Hagyoku exposure. But it was the figure seated on a makeshift throne of twisted metal that commanded Izuku's complete attention. All for one, he realized with a mixture of recognition and growing unease. The symbol of evil himself. But something's different about his spiritual signature. The man who had terrorized Hero Society for over a century looked exactly as the intelligence reports described, a figure of immense presence despite his life support apparatus, his face a featureless mask that somehow conveyed more menace than any expression could. But beneath the surface, Izuku's enhanced perception detected something that made his blood run cold. "He's been enhanced already," the Aizen voice whispered with something approaching fear. "Multiple Hagyoku fragments integrated systematically over months. His power level is approaching what we achieved at our peak." Welcome, young Reincarnation. All for One's voice resonated through the warehouse with unnatural harmonics. I must admit, when Garaki told me about your proposal, I was intrigued. It's not often someone offers to voluntarily demonstrate abilities that could be used against them. It's not often someone claims to understand the Hagyoku while clearly misusing its fundamental principles, Izuku replied calmly, stepping further into the warehouse. Your enhancements are impressive, but they're also unstable. You're treating the fragments like conventional power sources rather than reality-altering artifacts. All for One's amusement was palpable despite his hidden expression. And you believe you can demonstrate the proper approach? I created the original, Izuku said simply. I understand its relationship to desire, to will, to the fundamental forces that shape reality itself. What you've achieved is crude amplification. What I can show you is true evolution. Dangerous territory, the Aizen voice warned. You're offering to demonstrate capabilities that could make them exponentially more threatening. I'm offering to show them exactly what they think they want, Izuku thought back. The question is whether they're wise enough to recognize the price. Dr. Garaki gestured toward the containment unit. Very well. We have 7 fragments here, each one resonating with spiritual energy patterns we've been unable to fully decode. Show us what proper utilization looks like. As Izuku approached the Hagyoku fragments, he felt their familiar energy signature calling to something deep within his reincarnated soul. These weren't exact replicas of his original creation, but they carried the same fundamental properties. The ability to dissolve the barriers between possibility and reality, to grant the deepest desires of those who wielded them. But that's exactly the trap, he realized with growing clarity. The Hagyoku doesn't grant what you consciously want. It grants what you truly need, whether you understand that need or not. Before we begin, Izuku said, his voice taking on the hypnotic quality that had become increasingly natural, I need to understand what each of you hopes to achieve through this enhancement. Power, Shigaraki said immediately, his scratching intensifying as he spoke. The strength to destroy everything that's wrong with this world, starting with the heroes who pretend to protect it. Evolution, Dabai added, blue flames flickering around his scarred form. The ability to transcend the limitations that have held us back, to become something beyond human weakness. Recognition, Toga chimed in with disturbing enthusiasm. To be acknowledged for what we really are instead of being rejected for our true natures. Textbook responses, Izuku analyzed. Surface desires masking deeper psychological needs, perfect for Hagyoku manipulation. Interesting, he said aloud, his enhanced perception beginning to map their subconscious motivations. And you, all for one, what does the symbol of evil desire from artifacts designed to grant one's deepest wishes? All for One was quiet for a long moment, his featureless face somehow conveying consideration. Control, he said finally. The power to reshape this world according to a more logical structure, free from the chaos of individual quirks and the inefficiency of hero society. Fascinating, the Aizen voice noted. His conscious desire is for control, but his spiritual signature suggests something far more complex. Loneliness, perhaps, a desire for genuine challenge, or, understanding, Izuku completed the thought. He wants someone who can match his intellectual capacity, who can appreciate the scope of his vision. He's been isolated by his own superiority for so long that connection has become his deepest need. The realization crystallized his strategy. The Hagyoku would grant their true desires, not their stated ones, and if he could influence what those true desires were, very well, Izuku said, reaching toward the containment unit. Let me show you what proper Hagyoku utilization looks like. As his fingers made contact with the first fragment, power beyond comprehension flooded through his system. Not the raw enhancement he'd expected, but something far more sophisticated, a resonance that connected him to the fundamental forces underlying reality itself. This is it, he realized with growing exhilaration. This is what true transcendence feels like, not just power over others, but power over the very concepts that define existence. The warehouse around them began to change. Not physically, but conceptually, space became more fluid, time developed inconsistencies, and the boundary between thought and reality grew increasingly thin. Magnificent, All for One breathed, his spiritual signature fluctuating with excitement. I can feel the reality distortion from here. How are you achieving such sophisticated effects? The Hagyoku responds to the wielder's understanding of their own desires, Izuku explained, his voice now carrying harmonics that seem to resonate on multiple dimensional frequencies. Most people think they want power, control, recognition, but what they truly desire is much more complex. As he spoke, Izuku began to demonstrate. not through crude displays of enhanced quirks or overwhelming force, but through subtle manipulations of reality that revealed the fragment's true potential. Shigaraki wants to destroy everything, he analyzed while carefully modulating the Hagyoku's output. But what he truly desires is to build something better. The destruction is just his way of clearing space for creation. With surgical precision, Izuku used the fragment's power to give Shigaraki a brief vision, not of a world reduced to dust, but of a society rebuilt from the ground up according to principles of genuine justice rather than the arbitrary heroic system they currently endured. Shigaraki's scratching stopped entirely as the vision overwhelmed him. That's not what I wanted," he whispered, but his spiritual signature revealed the lie. The vision of constructive change resonated with needs he'd never acknowledged, desires buried beneath layers of trauma and rage. Dabai seeks evolution beyond human limitations. Izuku continued his analysis while extending the demonstration to the blue-flamed villain. But his true desire is reconciliation, with his family, with his own identity, with the pain that's defined his existence. The vision he crafted for Dabai was more complex, a future where his enhanced capabilities were used not for revenge, but for protection, where his father's recognition came not through destruction, but through understanding. Toga wants acknowledgement of her true nature, he observed while addressing the shapeshifter's deepest needs. But what she truly desires is acceptance, the ability to express her quirk's requirements without being labeled a monster. Her vision showed a world where quirks like hers were understood rather than feared, where the need for blood could be satisfied through willing donation rather than violent taking. But it was all for one's reaction that proved most significant. As the symbol of evil witnessed these reality alterations, his spiritual signature underwent dramatic shifts. The calculated composure he'd maintained for decades began to crack, revealing layers of complexity that even Izuku hadn't anticipated. He's not just seeking control, Izuku realized with growing amazement. He's seeking validation. Someone who can understand the weight of the decisions he's made, the sacrifices he's accepted in pursuit of what he believes is necessary order. The vision he crafted for All for One was perhaps the most dangerous thing he'd ever attempted. A glimpse of a world where his intellectual capacity and strategic brilliance were channeled toward genuine improvement rather than domination. Where his power was used to elevate humanity rather than control it. Impossible, All for One whispered, his voice cracking with something that might have been longing. That kind of world, it could never exist. People are too chaotic, too individual, too resistant to optimal organization. Could it not? Izuku asked, his connection to the Hagyoku fragments allowing him to speak with absolute certainty. Or have you simply never had a partner capable of helping you achieve it? The word partner hung in the air like a revelation. For the first time in over a century, All for One was confronted with the possibility that his vision might be achievable through cooperation rather than domination. Perfect, the Aizen voice whispered with growing excitement. You've identified his core weakness, the isolation that comes from being the only person who can see the bigger picture. Offer him genuine intellectual partnership and he'll what? Izuku thought back, suddenly uncertain about the direction his demonstration was taking. He'll do exactly what you once did, the voice replied with disturbing satisfaction. He'll mistake tactical alliance for genuine connection, and when the inevitable betrayal comes. The realization hit Izuku like a physical blow. He wasn't just demonstrating the Hagyoku's capabilities, he was recreating the exact pattern of manipulation that had defined Aizen's relationship with his subordinates in Soul Society. This is wrong, he thought with growing horror. I'm using their deepest desires against them, offering false hope to people who are genuinely seeking connection. But even as the ethical implications crystallized, another part of his mind was already calculating how to use this psychological leverage to neutralize the League of Villains permanently. Show them exactly what they think they want, that calculating voice whispered. Let them believe you're offering partnership while positioning yourself to eliminate them when they're most vulnerable. No, Izuku thought desperately. That's not who I want to be, that's not what heroism means. Heroism? The voice laughed with cruel amusement. You're standing in a warehouse full of enhanced villains, demonstrating reality-altering abilities to people who will use them to hurt innocent civilians. Where exactly is the heroism in this situation? The question forced Izuku to confront the fundamental contradiction in his position. He had come here intending to prevent the misuse of Hagyoku technology, but he was doing so through methods that were becoming increasingly indistinguishable from Aizen's original manipulations. The road to hell, he thought grimly, is paved with good intentions and superior strategic thinking. Remarkable, Dr. Garaki said, his scientific fascination overriding any concern about the reality distortions occurring around them. The integration patterns you're achieving, they're beyond anything we theorized. How are you maintaining such precise control? Understanding, Izuku replied, his voice carrying new undertones that made everyone present feel slightly off balance. The Hagyoku doesn't respond to force or clever manipulation. It responds to genuine comprehension of what drives the people around you. And what drives you? All for one asked, his question carrying layers of meaning that went far beyond mere curiosity. The query forced Izuku to examine his own motivations with uncomfortable honesty. What did he truly desire? To be a hero? To protect people? To prove that redemption was possible even for someone who had fallen as far as Aizen? Or was it something more fundamental, the desire to be understood, to find people who could accept both his heroic intentions and his dangerous capabilities? You want to belong, the Aizen voice observed with growing clarity. You want to find your place in a world that can't quite categorize what you've become. And you're willing to compromise your principles to achieve that belonging. The accusation stung because it carried undeniable truth. Izuku looked around the warehouse at the enhanced villains who were beginning to regard him with something approaching respect, and realized with growing horror that part of him enjoyed their recognition. These people understand power, he thought with disturbing satisfaction. They don't flinch from capability, don't demand that I limit myself to comfortable levels. With them, I could be everything I'm capable of becoming. Finally, the voice whispered with triumph. You're beginning to understand what true transcendence requires. Not the approval of those too weak to appreciate your evolution, but the respect of those strong enough to stand beside you. But even as the temptation crystallized, Izuku caught sight of something that shattered his growing certainty. A security monitor displaying UACE main campus, where his classmates were going through their daily routines, unaware that their friend was contemplating abandoning everything he'd claimed to believe in. Uraraka helping Iida with his English homework, Todoroki sharing his lunch with Kaminari, Yaoyorozu organizing study groups for students who were struggling with theoretical coursework. Simple acts of friendship and mutual support that suddenly seemed infinitely more valuable than the intellectual recognition he was receiving from enhanced villains. This is what I'm supposed to protect, he realized with growing clarity. Not abstract concepts of justice or social order, but the simple human connections that make life worth living. The realization should have strengthened his resolve, should have reminded him why he'd chosen the heroic path despite his dangerous capabilities. Instead, it triggered a flood of memories that weren't his own, scenes from Aizen's past that revealed the exact moment when noble intentions had first begun to corrupt. A young Aizen kneeling in a traditional garden, speaking earnestly with his captain about the importance of protecting Soul Society's citizens. The gradual realization that the system he served was fundamentally flawed, that the people he protected were often complicit in maintaining structures that caused unnecessary suffering. The first time he'd manipulated a situation for what he believed was the greater good, lying to his subordinates to spare them difficult moral choices. The slow erosion of honest communication as tactical considerations took precedence over genuine connection. The growing isolation as his capabilities outpaced those around him, making him simultaneously more valuable and more dangerous to the organization he served. The bitter understanding that his loyalty was feared rather than appreciated, that his insights were seen as threats rather than assets. And finally, the moment when he decided that the system was beyond reform, that true change required not just power, but the willingness to use that power against former allies who couldn't understand the necessity of evolution. The memories weren't just historical data, they were experiential, complete with the emotions and rationalizations that had driven each decision. And as Izuku lived through them, he felt his own moral certainties beginning to erode in exactly the same pattern. This is how it started before, he realized with growing terror. Good intentions corrupted by superior capability, noble goals undermined by increasing isolation from those too weak to understand the bigger picture. Are you all right? Toga asked with genuine concern, apparently noticing his distress. You look like you're seeing something unpleasant. The kindness in her voice from someone society labeled a villain crystallized the fundamental contradiction he was facing. These people, enhanced by Hagyoku fragments and dedicated to overthrowing the existing order, were showing him more understanding and acceptance than many of the heroes who claimed to protect society. Which raises the question, the Aizen voice noted with dangerous logic, who exactly are the real villains in this scenario? The people who accept your capabilities and respect your insights, or the ones who demand you limit yourself to their comfortable expectations? I'm fine, Izuku lied, his voice carrying hypnotic undertones that made his concern seem more natural than it was. Just processing the complexity of what we're attempting here. All for One leaned forward in his makeshift throne, his spiritual signature revealing intense interest. You mentioned that the Hagyoku responds to genuine understanding of others' motivations. Tell me, what do you see when you analyze my desires? The question was both a test and an opportunity. Izuku could feel the weight of multiple gazes as everyone present waited for his response. This was the moment when he would either commit to genuine partnership with the League of Villains or reveal that his cooperation had limits. Tell him the truth, the Aizen voice urged. Show him that you understand the isolation of superior intellect, the burden of making decisions that others can't comprehend. Offer him the one thing he's never had, a genuine equal. But that would mean abandoning everything I claim to believe in, Izuku thought desperately. My classmates, All Might, the promise to use these capabilities for heroism rather than domination. Would it? The voice asked with seductive reason. Or would it mean accepting that true heroism requires making difficult choices that comfortable idealists can't stomach? That sometimes protecting people means taking control of systems they're too naive to reform themselves. The rationalization was perfectly crafted, appealing to his desire to see himself as ultimately heroic while justifying actions that were increasingly indistinguishable from villainy. What I see, Izuku said slowly, his enhanced perception mapping All for One's spiritual signature with surgical precision, is someone who has carried the burden of seeing clearly for so long that you've forgotten what it feels like to be understood rather than feared. All for One's reaction was immediate and visceral, a sharp intake of breath. A fluctuation in his spiritual pressure that revealed how accurately the observation had struck. You see isolation disguised as superiority, Izuku continued, his voice gaining confidence as he spoke. The loneliness of being the only person capable of making the hard decisions, surrounded by subordinates who follow orders without understanding the reasoning behind them. And you believe you understand that reasoning? All for One asked, his voice carrying a note of desperate hope that he probably didn't realize was audible. This is it, Izuku realized. The moment when I either become his partner in reshaping the world according to our superior understanding, or reveal myself as just another hero too weak to accept necessary truths. The choice felt simultaneously momentous and inevitable. On one side lay his classmates, All Might, and the comfortable fiction that heroism meant protecting a fundamentally just system from external threats. On the other lay genuine understanding, intellectual partnership, and the power to implement changes that could genuinely improve the world for everyone. What would Deku do? He asked himself desperately. Deku would choose his friends over logical optimization, the Aizen voice replied with contempt. Deku would prioritize emotional comfort over necessary evolution. And what would Aizen do? Aizen would choose the path that led to the greatest possible outcome, regardless of personal cost or temporary moral discomfort. But what should Izuku Midoriya do? The question hung in his consciousness without an easy answer. He was no longer the naive boy who'd dreamed of simple heroism, but he wasn't yet the calculating mastermind who'd once sought godlike transcendence. He was something new, something caught between competing definitions of what it meant to protect people. I understand it perfectly, Izuku said finally, his voice carrying absolute certainty. The question is, are you prepared for partnership with someone who might eventually surpass you? The challenge was perfectly pitched, acknowledging All for One's current superiority while subtly asserting his own evolutionary potential. It was exactly the kind of intellectual provocation that someone of All for One's caliber would find irresistible. Interesting proposition, All for One replied, his amusement genuine and tinged with something that might have been anticipation. Very well, young Reincarnation. Let us see what kind of world two superior minds can create together. As the words left his mouth, Izuku felt something fundamental shift in his spiritual signature. Not corruption exactly, but evolution, a movement away from comfortable moral certainties towards something more complex and ultimately more dangerous. Perfect, the Aizen voice whispered with satisfaction. You've taken the first step toward true transcendence. Now let's see how long your heroic pretenses can survive the weight of necessary decisions. But even as Izuku shook All for One's hand, sealing their alliance, part of his mind was already calculating how to use this partnership to achieve objectives that neither his new ally nor his own darker impulses fully understood. The game is changing, he thought with growing anticipation. Time to show everyone, heroes and villains alike, what evolution really means. Behind his green eyes, amber light flickered with ancient satisfaction, and for the first time since his reincarnation began, Izuku Midoriya felt completely at peace with who he was becoming. The captain's resolve had crystallized at last, and the world would never be the same. 3 weeks had passed since Izuku's alliance with All for One, and the world had begun to bend beneath the weight of their combined intelligence. It started subtly, small adjustments to hero patrol patterns that seemed like routine optimization, but created blind spots in surveillance networks. Minor policy changes that appeared to strengthen public safety while actually consolidating information flow through channels they controlled. Strategic villain captures that eliminated chaotic elements while leaving more manageable criminal organizations intact. To the public, it appeared that hero society was becoming more efficient than ever before. Crime rates dropped, response times improved, and the overall sense of security reached levels not seen since All Might's prime. The media praised the new era of heroic coordination, never suspecting that the optimization came from two masterminds who had transcended the traditional boundaries between hero and villain. But for Izuku Midoriya, standing alone in his transformed dorm room at UA, victory felt like ashes in his mouth. Perfect execution, the Aizen voice noted with satisfaction as Izuku reviewed their latest strategic achievements on multiple screens. Crime down 30%, hero efficiency up 47%, public approval ratings at historic highs. And all of it achieved through subtle manipulation rather than obvious force. The room around him had evolved far beyond anything a student should possess. Advanced monitoring equipment tracked hero movements across Japan. Psychological profiles of every major player in hero society lined the walls. And in the center of it all, a single Hagioku fragment pulsed with gentle light. His personal connection to the network of reality-altering artifacts they distributed throughout their organization. So why does it feel so empty? Izuku wondered, staring at displays that showed the culmination of everything he'd worked toward. He'd achieved the perfect synthesis of Aizen's strategic brilliance and modern quirk-based society. Crime was controlled rather than chaotic, heroes operated with optimal efficiency rather than naive idealism, and the overall system functioned with a precision that previous generations could never have imagined. And he had never felt more alone in either of his lives. The isolation had begun immediately after his alliance with All for One. His classmates, former friends who had trusted him completely, now regarded him with a mixture of wariness and hurt that cut deeper than any physical wound. They didn't understand his evolution, couldn't comprehend that everything he'd done was ultimately for their protection and the betterment of society. They're too limited in their thinking, the Aizen voice whispered, but even its usual confidence seemed muted. They cling to comfortable moral simplicities because accepting the necessity of complex solutions would require them to acknowledge their own inadequacy. A soft knock at his door interrupted his brooding. Izuku's enhanced perception immediately identified the visitor, Uraraka, her spiritual signature radiating a mixture of determination and carefully suppressed fear. She's here as an emissary, he realized. The others sent her because they think her emotional connection to who I used to be might reach whatever remains of that person. Come in, he called, making no effort to conceal the surveillance equipment or strategic displays. There was no point in maintaining facades anymore. Uraraka entered slowly, her eyes taking in the transformed space with obvious shock. Deku-kun, what happened to your room? I evolved beyond the need for comfortable pretenses, Izuku replied, his voice carrying harmonics that made the air seem heavier. I assume the others sent you to attempt some form of intervention. The casual way he read her intentions made Uraraka flinch slightly, but she pressed forward with the courage that had originally attracted his attention. We're worried about you. Ever since the incident with those government people, you've been different, more capable, Izuku corrected, more honest about what's required to create meaningful change in an imperfect world. More isolated, Uraraka countered, moving closer despite the intimidating aura that now surrounded him naturally. When's the last time you sat with us at lunch? When's the last time you participated in training exercises without treating them like intelligence-gathering operations? The question struck uncomfortably close to truths he'd been avoiding. When had he last engaged with his classmates as friends rather than assets to be managed? When had simple human connection been replaced by strategic positioning and psychological manipulation? Irrelevant sentimentality, the Aizen voice dismissed. You've transcended the need for peer validation. Your responsibilities are too important to be constrained by social obligations. I've been busy, Izuku said aloud, gesturing toward the displays around them. Optimizing hero society requires constant attention to detail. Optimizing for what? Uraraka asked, and there was something in her tone that suggested this wasn't just casual conversation. What exactly are you trying to achieve, Deku-kun? The question should have been simple to answer. He was creating a more efficient society, eliminating unnecessary suffering, protecting people from threats they couldn't even perceive. But as he opened his mouth to explain, Izuku realized with growing discomfort that he couldn't articulate a clear endpoint to his optimization efforts. When would it be enough? When every crime was predicted and prevented. When every hero operated with perfect efficiency. When every citizen's behavior was optimized for social harmony. When everyone thinks and acts exactly as you determine they should, a traitorous part of his mind whispered. When free will becomes an inefficient relic of a less enlightened age. I'm creating a better world, he said finally, but the words felt hollow even to his own ears. Uraraka studied his face with the perceptiveness that had made her such a valuable friend and now such a dangerous observer. You look miserable, Deku-kun. For someone who's supposedly creating a better world, you seem like you're carrying an awful lot of pain. Because power without connection is just elaborate loneliness, the thought came unbidden, carrying with it fragments of memories that belonged to Aizen's final moments in Soul Society. The recollection hit like a physical blow, scenes of perfect strategic victory achieved through systematic betrayal of everyone who had ever trusted him. The look in Hinamori's eyes as she realized how completely she'd been deceived. The bitter understanding that his transcendence had cost him every meaningful relationship he'd ever possessed. Is that what I'm becoming? Izuku wondered with growing horror. Someone so evolved beyond normal human connection that victory becomes indistinguishable from defeat. Before he could process the implications further, his enhanced perception detected multiple spiritual signatures approaching the dormitory building. Not random arrivals, coordinated movement patterns that suggested tactical planning. The others, he realized, they're staging some kind of intervention. You brought backup, Izuku observed, his tone shifting from introspective to analytically distant. Uraraka's expression grew determined. We all care about you, Deku-kun, even if you can't see that anymore. The windows to his room suddenly filled with familiar faces, his classmates, positioned at strategic points around the building, all of them radiating the kind of resolve typically reserved for villain confrontations. They're treating me like a threat, Izuku realized with a mixture of hurt and professional appreciation. Coordinated positions, multiple approach vectors, psychological pressure applied through emotional appeals. It's actually quite sophisticated. Please come outside, Midoriya, Iida's voice carried clearly through the reinforced glass, amplified by some form of technological assistance. We'd like to talk with you. About what? Izuku wondered. About how I've become too dangerous for them to comfort themselves with, about how my evolution makes them question their own limitations. They want to save you, Uraraka said quietly, as if reading his thoughts. The same way you saved Todoroki-kun at the sports festival, the same way you helped Kakin find his worth beyond just being the strongest. The parallel struck deep. During the festival, he had used his capabilities to heal rather than manipulate, to elevate others rather than control them. When had that generous application of power been replaced by optimization schemes that treated people as variables to be managed? When you realized that healing individuals was insufficient to address systemic problems, the Aizen voice replied. When you understood that true change requires reshaping the foundations of society rather than just helping people adapt to flawed structures. But what's the point of reshaping society if you lose connection to the people you're supposedly helping? The question crystallized something that had been building in his consciousness for weeks. He stepped toward the window, noting how his classmates tensed at his movement while maintaining their defensive positions. They're afraid of me, he understood with growing clarity. People I once considered friends now see me as a potential threat. Is this what victory looks like? You want to talk? Izuku called through the window, his voice carrying across the courtyard with supernatural clarity. Then let's talk. But not here where observers might misinterpret our conversation. With casual display of power that had become second nature, Izuku opened a spatial distortion, a technique he'd developed by combining Hagyoku enhancement with advanced quirk theory. The portal led to UA's main training ground, a space large enough for whatever this confrontation might become. 20 students with various quirks, coordinated strategy, genuine emotional investment in the outcome, he analyzed as his classmates followed him through the portal. Under normal circumstances, an interesting tactical challenge, but with Hagyoku enhancement and integrated spiritual abilities. The thought trailed off as he realized how automatically he'd shifted into threat assessment mode. These weren't enemies to be defeated, they were friends trying to help him, even if their methods revealed how fundamentally they misunderstood what he'd become. Izuku, All Might's voice cut across the training ground as the symbol of peace emerged from concealment. Unlike his students, All Might showed no fear, no tactical positioning. Just the same mixture of concern and determination that had defined their mentor-student relationship from the beginning. He still sees me as his successor, Izuku realized with something approaching wonder. Despite everything I've done, everything I've become, he still believes in the person he chose to inherit One for All. All Might, Izuku replied, noting how his classmates arranged themselves in a protective formation around their former teacher. I assume this gathering has a specific objective beyond expressing collective concern about my recent choices. To bring you home, Todoroki said simply, stepping forward despite the obvious danger. To remind you who you used to be before you forgot why that person mattered. The statement should have been dismissible, naive sentiment from someone too limited to understand the scope of his responsibilities. Instead, it triggered a cascade of memories that belonged entirely to his current life rather than Aizen's past. Sitting with these same people during lunch, listening to Kaminari's terrible jokes and Ashido's enthusiastic explanations of various social dynamics. Working together during training exercises, not as a superior coordinating subordinates, but as equals learning from each other's strengths. The genuine warmth in Uraraka's smile when he'd helped her with tactical theory. The respect in Iida's voice when they discussed optimization of rescue protocols. The gradual thawing of Bakugo's hostility as he'd begun to see Izuku as someone worth competing with rather than simply dominating. Simple human connections that had made power feel like a gift rather than a burden. I remember, Izuku said quietly, his enhanced perception mapping the emotional signatures of everyone present. But remembering who I was doesn't change what I've become necessary to achieve. Does it? Yaoyorozu asked, her analytical mind clearly working through the implications of his statement. Or have you convinced yourself that isolation is necessary because admitting you miss human connection would be seen as weakness? The psychological insight was more accurate than comfortable. Izuku found himself studying his former classmates with new attention, noting details his strategic focus had been filtering out. Uraraka's genuine concern, not tactical positioning. Iida's protective stance, not threatening posture. Even Bakugo's aggressive energy, directed at the situation rather than at him personally. They're not here because they fear what I might do, he realized with growing surprise. They're here because they care about what I might lose. You want to save me from myself, Izuku said, the observation carrying more wonder than accusation. The same way you've saved all of us at various points, All Might confirmed. The same way heroes are supposed to help each other when the burden becomes too heavy to carry alone. Burden, Izuku thought, testing the word against his recent experiences. Is that what this has become? The weight of seeing clearly, of understanding what needs to be done while being surrounded by people too limited to comprehend the necessity. But even as the rationalization formed, another part of his mind was already questioning its foundation. Had his understanding really become superior, or had it simply become isolated? Was his strategic thinking genuinely more sophisticated, or had it become divorced from the human context that gave strategy meaning? You're questioning everything we've achieved, the Aizen voice noted with growing alarm. All the optimization, all the careful planning, all the evolutionary progress, you're considering throwing it away for what? Comfortable mediocrity. Inefficient sentiment? I'm considering whether optimization without connection has any meaning, Izuku thought back. Whether transcendence that requires abandoning everything worth protecting is actually just elaborate suicide. The internal debate was interrupted by a spiritual pressure that made everyone present freeze with instinctive terror. Not threatening, exactly, but vast. The signature of something that had moved so far beyond normal existence that its mere presence distorted reality. The Soul Reaper organization, Izuku identified immediately, but this isn't the same group that attacked before. This is something else entirely. From the sky above the training ground, figures began descending with impossible grace. Not the modern, militaristic Soul Reapers who had been hunting him, but beings that radiated the authority of natural law itself. Original Soul Society representatives, the Aizen voice whispered with something approaching fear. The entities that govern the balance between worlds. If they're here personally. The lead figure touched down with barely a whisper of displaced air, revealing features that seemed to shift between human and something far more fundamental. When it spoke, its voice carried harmonics that resonated in dimensions beyond normal perception. Sosuke Aizen, it said, the name hanging in the air like an indictment. Your reincarnation in this world has progressed to levels that threaten the stability of multiple realities. You will come with us willingly, or we will take you by force. Multiple realities, Izuku realized with growing alarm. My integration with this world's quirk system and the Hagioku fragments isn't just affecting local events, it's creating ripples across dimensional boundaries. I'm not Sosuke Aizen, Izuku replied, his own spiritual pressure beginning to manifest in response to the perceived threat. I'm something new, something that's learned from his mistakes. Are you? The entity asked, and suddenly the training ground was filled with images, scenes from recent weeks that showed Izuku's systematic optimization of hero society, his alliance with All for One, his growing isolation from human connection. Every strategic manipulation, every calculated decision, every moment when efficiency had taken precedence over empathy, all of it displayed for everyone present to witness. This is what learning from mistakes looks like, the entity continued. The same patterns of control, the same systematic betrayal of trust, the same gradual corruption of noble intentions through the pursuit of optimal outcomes. The accusation hit like a physical blow because it carried undeniable truth. Looking at the displayed scenes, Izuku could see how his recent choices formed an almost perfect parallel to Aizen's original fall from grace. Good intentions corrupted by superior capability. Isolation disguised as transcendence. Control rationalized as protection. But it was the reactions of his classmates that proved most devastating. He could see the hurt in their faces as they witnessed the systematic way he'd been manipulating hero society, the betrayal as they realized how many of their recent victories had been orchestrated rather than earned. This is how Hinamori felt, he understood with crushing clarity. This is the look of people who trusted completely, only to discover that trust was just another tool in someone else's grand design. No, he said aloud, his voice cracking with genuine anguish. This isn't what I intended. I was trying to help, trying to make things better. By deciding what better meant without consulting those affected by your decisions, the entity replied with implacable logic. By assuming your understanding was superior to their right to choose their own path. The road to hell, Izuku thought with bitter recognition, is paved with good intentions and superior strategic thinking. Around him, he could feel his classmates' spiritual signatures fluctuating with confusion, hurt, and underneath it all, a desperate hope that he might still choose to be the person they'd believed him to be. They still want to save me, he realized with growing wonder. Even after seeing what I've become, even knowing how I've manipulated the situation, they're still here because they believe redemption is possible. The understanding triggered something deep within his reincarnated consciousness, not Aizen's memories, but the final moments of that existence. The ultimate defeat, the crushing realization that all his strategic brilliance had achieved nothing but elaborate isolation. The thousand-year blood war, his plans within plans unraveling as he finally faced an opponent who couldn't be manipulated or outmaneuvered. The bitter understanding that power without connection was just another form of weakness. And in those final moments, the desperate wish that he could have been something different, someone capable of building rather than controlling, of inspiring rather than manipulating. Someone worthy of the trust that had been offered to him so freely and betrayed so completely. I remember now, Izuku whispered, the words carrying across the training ground with supernatural clarity. I remember what it felt like to lose everything that mattered in pursuit of everything that didn't. The Aizen voice in his mind, which had been his constant companion and advisor for months, suddenly began to manifest physically. A translucent figure with brown hair and amber eyes, wearing the white captain's Haori of Soul Society's 5th Division. You remember failure, the manifestation said with cold authority. You remember the weakness of allowing sentiment to interfere with necessary optimization. Do you also remember what we achieved, the power we wielded? The perfect understanding we gained of how reality truly functions? I remember the price, Izuku replied, facing his own darker impulses made manifest. I remember standing at the pinnacle of power and realizing I had no one left to share it with. Sentiment, the Aizen manifestation dismissed. Power is its own reward, understanding is its own justification. Those too weak to appreciate transcendence deserve the limited existence they choose. No, Izuku said with growing certainty. Power without purpose is just elaborate masturbation. Understanding without connection is just rationalized loneliness. The confrontation between his dual natures played out in front of everyone present, but it was All Might who stepped forward to address the spiritual entity that had been observing the exchange. Whatever authority you represent, the symbol of peace said with quiet dignity, I ask you to give him the chance to choose who he wants to be. Not who he was, not who he's been becoming, but who he decides to be right now. The chance to choose, Izuku thought, looking around at the faces of people who had come here to save him from himself. When was the last time I made a choice based on what I wanted rather than what seemed strategically optimal? The answer came immediately. The sports festival, when he'd chosen to help Todoroki heal rather than simply defeat him. When he'd prioritized his friend's emotional growth over his own competitive advantage. That felt right, he remembered, using power to elevate others rather than control them, sharing strength rather than hoarding it. I choose them, Izuku said suddenly, his voice carrying absolute certainty. I choose connection over control, growth over optimization, trust over manipulation. The Aizen manifestation recoiled as if struck. You're choosing weakness, you're abandoning everything we work to achieve. I'm choosing what actually matters, Izuku replied, stepping toward his classmates despite the spiritual entity's imposing presence. I'm choosing to be worthy of the trust I was given rather than proving I'm too evolved to need it. Foolish sentiment, the manifestation snarled. You'll regret this decision when your naive idealism crashes against the reality of what this world requires. Maybe, Izuku admitted with surprising peace. But I'd rather fail while trying to be worthy of my friends than succeed while becoming someone they can't recognize. The Aizen manifestation began to dissolve, its form becoming increasingly translucent as Izuku's rejection of its philosophy weakened its hold on his consciousness. This isn't over, it whispered as it faded. Power like ours doesn't simply disappear. When you need capabilities beyond what sentiment allows, we'll be waiting. But as the dark influence receded, Izuku felt something he hadn't experienced in weeks. The simple joy of making a choice based on love rather than logic. His classmates surrounded him immediately, their spiritual signatures radiating relief and welcome rather than fear or suspicion. Even the entity that had come to collect him seemed to approve of his decision. Interesting, it said, its form beginning to fade as the dimensional threat subsided. Perhaps redemption is possible after all. We will be watching reincarnation but not as executioners, as curious observers. As the supernatural crisis resolved and normal reality reasserted itself, Izuku found himself surrounded by people who had risked everything to remind him who he used to be. So, Uraraka said with a tentative smile, does this mean you'll sit with us at lunch tomorrow? Izuku looked around at their faces, friends who had seen him at his worst and still chosen to believe in his capacity for better, and felt something that had been missing for weeks finally settle back into place. If you'll have me, he said simply. Connection restored, he thought with deep satisfaction. Time to figure out how to be worthy of it. The lonely god had chosen to become human again, and somehow that felt like the greatest victory of either of his lives. 6 months had passed since the confrontation that nearly tore Izuku's soul in two, and UA High School had settled into what could cautiously be called a new normal. The scars of his temporary alliance with All for One still lingered, in the heightened security measures, in the way certain faculty members watched him with careful attention, and most painfully, in the slow process of rebuilding trust with classmates who had witnessed the depths of his capacity for manipulation. But healing, Izuku had learned, was possible even when redemption seemed impossible. Deku-kun, you're overthinking again, Uraraka's voice broke through his contemplation as she settled beside him on the dormitory's rooftop. Below them, their classmates were engaged in an impromptu training session. Their laughter and friendly competition a sharp contrast to the calculated efficiency that had once characterized his approach to hero work. Sorry, Izuku replied, closing the notebook that had replaced his old strategic analyses. Instead of psychological profiles and manipulation vectors, it now contained collaborative training ideas, ways to help his friends reach their potential without sacrificing their agency. I was just thinking about how different everything feels now. Different, but better, he added silently, noting how natural it felt to simply exist alongside Uraraka without calculating optimal conversation vectors or analyzing her emotional responses for strategic advantage. The Aizen voice that had been his constant companion for months had fallen almost completely silent since his choice on the training ground. Not eliminated, Izuku suspected that level of integrated consciousness could never be entirely erased, but relegated to the role of advisor rather than driving force. Occasionally useful for tactical analysis, he reflected, but no longer the lens through which I see the world. The others are worried about you, Uraraka continued, her tone carefully neutral. Not like before when we were scared of what you might become. Now we're worried you might be overcorrecting, trying so hard to be normal that you're not being yourself. The observation was more perceptive than she probably realized. In the months since his return to their circle, Izuku had been almost aggressively ordinary, participating in study groups, joining movie nights, even enduring Kaminari's terrible jokes with genuine rather than calculated amusement. But the truth was more complex than simple overcorrection. "I'm not trying to be normal," he said finally. "I'm trying to figure out who I am when I'm not constantly planning 3 moves ahead of everyone around me." The admission felt strange on his lips. For so long, his enhanced analytical capabilities had been such a fundamental part of his identity that existing without them felt like voluntary blindness. But gradually, he was discovering that there was something valuable about experiencing life in real time rather than as a series of optimizable variables. Though he thought with wry amusement, 6 months of relatively peaceful school life doesn't mean I've forgotten how to be dangerous when necessary. That necessity was about to be tested. Izuku's enhanced perception, still active despite his efforts to live more naturally, detected the spatial distortion a full 3 seconds before the portal opened above the training ground. His classmates focused on their exercises didn't notice until figures began emerging from the rift. Not villains, he assessed immediately. The spiritual signatures are wrong, too organized, too familiar. The lead figure that descended from the portal made Izuku's blood run cold with recognition. Tall, imposing, with the bearing of absolute authority and power that had been enhanced far beyond its original scope. All for one. But changed, evolved, carrying himself with a confidence that suggested his integration with Hagyoku technology had progressed far beyond what Izuku had witnessed months ago. "My young partner," All for One's voice carried across the training ground with unnatural resonance, causing every student below to freeze with instinctive terror. "I trust you haven't forgotten our arrangement." The question hung in the air like a challenge, and Izuku felt the eyes of every classmate turn toward him. Not with fear this time, but with trust, the absolute certainty that whatever his past mistakes, he would make the right choice now. This is it, he realized, the final test. Can I face the temptation of unlimited power while surrounded by people I care about? I remember rejecting that arrangement, Izuku called back, rising from his position on the rooftop. Along with everything it represented. All for One's amusement was palpable despite his featureless face. "Did you? Because from my perspective, you simply chose a more subtle approach to the same objectives. Tell me, young Reincarnation, in these months of playing at normal friendships, how many times have you manipulated situations for what you convinced yourself was their benefit?" The accusation struck uncomfortably close to truths Izuku had been wrestling with. Even in his efforts to be genuine, his enhanced understanding of human psychology made it nearly impossible to interact without some level of calculated influence. When Kaminari was struggling with self-doubt, I arranged for him to overhear conversations about his recent improvements. When Yaoyorozu was paralyzed by perfectionism, I created scenarios where imperfect solutions were the only options. Even helping required manipulation. "The difference," Izuku said, his voice carrying across the training ground with supernatural clarity, "is consent and transparency. I help people grow by creating opportunities. I don't control their choices." Semantics, All for One dismissed. Power is power regardless of how you rationalize its application. And speaking of power, he gestured, and the Hagyoku fragments embedded in his form began to resonate with increasing intensity. Around him, the air itself began to warp as reality responded to his enhanced will. "I've come to offer you one final opportunity to embrace what you truly are. Not the naive child playing at heroism, not the calculating mastermind hiding behind noble intentions, but something beyond both. True transcendence, unlimited by human weakness or moral constraints." The offer was accompanied by a demonstration that made even Izuku's enhanced perception struggle to process what he was witnessing. All for One wasn't just manipulating quirks anymore, he was manipulating the fundamental forces that defined reality itself. Hagyoku evolution beyond anything Aizen achieved, the analytical part of his mind noted with something approaching awe. He's not just transcending human limitations, he's transcending the concept of limitation itself. Impressive, Izuku admitted, feeling his classmates' spiritual signatures fluctuating with terror as they witnessed power that defied comprehension. But you're making the same mistake Aizen made originally, which is, you're assuming that transcendence means abandoning everything that makes existence meaningful. Without conscious thought, Izuku activated One for All, not at the overwhelming percentages he was capable of, but at a level that felt sustainable, integrated, human. Green lightning crackled around his form, but instead of the raw power that had once threatened to tear him apart, it felt like an extension of his will. Integration, he realized. Not dominance of the quirk over my body or my will over the quirk's nature, but genuine partnership between all aspects of what I've become. You see, All for One said with satisfaction. Even now, you rely on power beyond normal human capability. How long before you decide that your friend's limitations are holding back your potential? It was a fair question, and one that Izuku had asked himself countless times over the past months. The temptation to optimize, to guide, to control for the greater good was a constant presence in his thoughts. But it was Todoroki who provided the answer, stepping forward despite the overwhelming spiritual pressure radiating from All for One. Midoriya doesn't see us as limitations, he said with quiet certainty. He sees us as reasons to be better than he has to be, reasons to choose harder paths when easier ones are available. Exactly, Izuku thought with growing clarity. They're not obstacles to transcendence, they're the definition of what transcendence should serve. My friends make me stronger, Izuku said aloud, his voice carrying harmonics that seemed to resonate with the fundamental frequencies of reality itself. Not because they give me power, but because they give me purpose worth the effort of restraint. All for One's spiritual signature fluctuated with something that might have been confusion. You're choosing limitation over evolution? I'm choosing evolution beyond the concept of limitation, Izuku corrected. True transcendence isn't about surpassing others, it's about surpassing yourself in service of something greater. As he spoke, Izuku felt something shift within his consciousness. Not the Aizen voice returning to prominence, but a synthesis of everything he'd learned and experienced across both lives. Strategic brilliance in service of genuine protection. Enhanced capabilities guided by conscious choice rather than unconscious manipulation. Power that elevates others rather than isolating its wielder. The realization triggered a transformation that surprised everyone present, including Izuku himself. Instead of the overwhelming spiritual pressure that had characterized his previous displays of power, he began radiating something entirely different. An aura of possibility that made everyone around him feel more capable, more confident, more themselves. Kyoka Suigetsu evolved, he understood with growing wonder. Not perfect hypnosis that makes people see illusions, but perfect inspiration that helps them see their own potential. His classmates felt it immediately. Bakugo's explosions became more controlled and creative. Todoroki's ice and fire began working in harmony rather than conflict. Yaoyorozu's creation quirk responded to ideas she'd never considered possible. Fascinating, All for One admitted, his own power fluctuating as he tried to analyze what he was witnessing. You're not enhancing their quirks, you're enhancing their understanding of what their quirks could become. I'm showing them what I see when I look at them, Izuku replied simply. Not their limitations, but their limitless potential. The demonstration wasn't just philosophical, it was tactical. As his classmates' capabilities expanded under his inspirational influence, they began coordinating in ways that would have been impossible minutes earlier. Iida's engines synchronized with Uraraka's gravity manipulation to create three-dimensional mobility patterns. Takami's dark shadow began working in harmony with Kaminari's electrical attacks. Even students who rarely collaborated found themselves naturally supporting each other's strengths. This is what true leadership looks like, Izuku realized. Not controlling others' actions, but expanding their understanding of what actions are possible. All for One's reaction to this coordinated display was immediate and violent. Hagioku enhanced power erupted from his form as he attempted to reassert dominance through overwhelming force. But instead of meeting power with power, Izuku did something that would have been impossible for either Deku or Aizen alone. He began to speak. Not with hypnotic manipulation or strategic misdirection, but with absolute honesty about what he saw when he looked at All for One's spiritual signature. You're terrified, Izuku said, his voice cutting through the chaos of enhanced quirks and reality distortion. Not of losing power, but of discovering that all the power you've accumulated still can't fill the void where connection used to be. All for One's attack faltered as the psychological insight struck deeper than any physical blow could have. You convinced yourself that transcendence meant abandoning weakness, Izuku continued, moving closer despite the dangerous energies swirling around them. But what you really transcended was the ability to let anyone matter to you. Perfect analysis, the Aizen voice whispered approvingly. Strike at the psychological foundation and the rest collapses. No, Izuku thought back firmly. Not strike heal. He's not an enemy to be defeated, he's someone who lost his way so completely that he forgot what the destination was supposed to be. I can show you another path, Izuku offered, extending his hand toward the symbol of evil. Not the abandonment of power, but the integration of power with purpose beyond yourself. For a moment that stretched into eternity, All for One hesitated. In that pause, Izuku could see echoes of who the man had been before centuries of isolation had crystallized into megalomania. Someone who wanted to protect people. Someone who had seen too much suffering and decided that control was preferable to chaos. Someone who had gradually forgotten that the people he was protecting had the right to choose their own risks. Tempting, All for One said finally, his voice carrying genuine regret. But I've traveled too far down this path to find my way back. Some evolutions are irreversible. The rejection wasn't unexpected, but it carried a sadness that made Izuku's enhanced empathy resonate with sympathetic pain. Then I'll stop you, Izuku said simply. Not because I hate what you've become, but because I understand what you could have been. What followed was less a battle than a demonstration of competing philosophies made manifest. All for One fought with the accumulated power of centuries, Hagioku-enhanced abilities that could reshape reality according to his will. Every attack was calculated for maximum efficiency, every strategy designed to eliminate variables and impose order through overwhelming force. Izuku fought with something entirely different, integrated harmony between all aspects of his nature, supported by friends who trusted him to enhance their capabilities rather than control their choices. This is what transcendence actually looks like, he realized as their coordinated efforts began to overwhelm All for One's individual power. Not one person surpassing all limitations, but everyone surpassing their individual limitations together. The final exchange was almost anticlimactic. As All for One prepared his ultimate attack, a reality-warping assault that would have eliminated every perceived threat to his vision of order, Izuku simply offered him exactly what he'd been seeking. Perfect understanding, complete acceptance, the acknowledgement that his methods, while wrong, had originated from genuine desire to protect people. The psychological completion was more devastating than any physical attack could have been. All for One's ultimate assault dissipated as he finally confronted the truth he'd been avoiding for centuries. Power without connection is just elaborate suicide. I see, All for One said quietly as his enhanced form began to collapse. This is what I was missing, not more power, but someone capable of understanding why I needed it. As the symbol of evil's consciousness faded, not eliminated, but finally at peace, the Hagioku fragments that had sustained his transcendence began to resonate with a different frequency. Instead of granting power to dominate, they began responding to the collective desire of everyone present, the wish for a world where power served connection rather than replacing it. True evolution, Izuku thought, as reality stabilized around them. Not transcending humanity, but transcending the limitations that prevent humanity from reaching its potential. In the aftermath, as emergency responders arrived and the immediate crisis passed, Izuku found himself surrounded by classmates who had witnessed something unprecedented. Not just his victory over a transcendent enemy, but his demonstration of what victory could mean. So, Uraraka said with a tentative smile, what happens now? Do you go back to being normal Deku, or do you stay as, whatever that was? Izuku considered the question seriously. The power was still there, enhanced perception, strategic brilliance, the ability to inspire others to transcend their assumed limitations. But so was the choice of how to use those capabilities. I think, he said finally, I become something new, someone who uses everything I've learned to help people reach their potential without losing their agency. A hero who leads through inspiration rather than manipulation. A synthesis, he realized. Not Deku or Aizen, but Izuku Midoriya, someone who combines the best aspects of both while transcending their limitations. All Might approached then, his expression mixing pride and concern in equal measure. Young Midoriya, he said quietly, are you ready for the responsibility that comes with that kind of power? I'm ready for the responsibility that comes with using it correctly, Izuku replied. And I'm grateful to have people who will help me remember what correctly means. As Class 1A regrouped and began processing the events of the afternoon, Izuku felt something he hadn't experienced since his reincarnation began, complete integration of all aspects of his identity. Strategic brilliance guided by genuine compassion. Enhanced capabilities used to elevate rather than control. The wisdom of experience applied with the humility of someone who remembers what it costs to learn. This is who I was meant to become, he realized with deep satisfaction. Not a god among humans, but a human who learned to use godlike abilities in service of genuinely human values. The sun was setting over UA as students returned to their dormitories, the immediate crisis resolved but larger questions remaining. How would Hero Society adapt to the existence of someone with Izuku's capabilities? What new challenges would emerge as he learned to balance power with responsibility? But for the first time since his reincarnation began, Izuku felt ready for whatever came next. Not because he had all the answers, but because he had people worth finding the right answers with. True transcendence, he thought as he watched his friends discuss the day's events with animated enthusiasm. Not rising above others, but helping everyone rise together. As he joined their conversation, not as a superior offering guidance, but as an equal sharing in their growth, Izuku Midoriya finally understood what it meant to be worthy of the power he'd been given. Evolution complete, the Aizen voice whispered one final time, but without its old arrogance. You've achieved what I never could, genuine transcendence through service rather than domination. We achieved it, Izuku corrected gently. Your strategic thinking, Deku's heroic heart, and something entirely new that emerged from their synthesis. As the stars appeared overhead, Izuku felt at peace with who he had become and excited about who he might still grow to be. The lonely god had chosen to become human again, and in doing so had discovered something beyond godhood entirely. Connection, purpose, and the endless potential of people working together to become more than they could ever be alone. The final chapter of his reincarnation had ended, but the first chapter of his true heroic journey was just beginning. The end in the years that followed, Izuku Midoriya would become known as the hero of synthesis, someone who used unprecedented capabilities not to impose his will upon the world, but to help others discover their own potential for greatness. His agency would revolutionize hero work through genuine collaboration rather than hierarchical command, proving that true leadership meant creating more leaders rather than more followers. And in quiet moments, when the weight of responsibility felt overwhelming, he would remember a simple truth learned through the hardest possible experience. The greatest power is not the ability to control others, but the wisdom to know when not to use it. Some said he was the greatest hero of his generation. Others argued he was something beyond the traditional definition of heroism entirely. But those who knew him best understood that his real achievement was much simpler and infinitely more difficult. He had learned to be worthy of the trust placed in him. And in a world where power often corrupted and absolute power corrupted absolutely, that might have been the most heroic achievement of all. What a journey! Izuku went from quirkless dreamer to Aizen's reincarnation, nearly losing himself to power before choosing connection over control. His evolution from manipulator to true leader was incredible. Drop your favorite moment below: the sports festival mind games, the all-for-one showdown. Subscribe for more crazy crossovers and comment your wildest ideas. Thanks for watching. Peace out.